Causality mines created pockets of reverse time, causing devourer vessels to unbuild themselves. Quantum disruptors split individual ships into multiple parallel realities, each one exploding simultaneously. The gravitational cannons created gravitational shear forces that no physical material could withstand. By minute 5, 8,000 devourers were destroyed. The machines tried to scatter, but human ships pursued with impossible speed. Every time a devourer vessel tried to jump away, human ships were already there waiting. By minute 12, the devourer fleet was no longer a fleet. It was debris. At minute 17, the last devourer ship tried to ram a human carrier in a final suicidal attack. A human frigate appeared directly in its path and fired a single weapon. The devourer ship simply ceased to exist, its atoms scattered across 1,000,000 kilometers of space. Silence filled the Calvex command center. 3,000 council ships floated in space, their crews staring at their sensor displays in shock. 12,000 devourer warships, the invasion force that had seemed unstoppable, were gone. Completely gone. And the human fleet had not lost a single ship. Casualty report from Earth forces. Voss's communications officer said in a stunned whisper. 0 casualties. No ships damaged beyond superficial shield depletion. Kovich's voice came through the communication channels, calm and professional. Devourer fleet neutralized. Council vessels, you may return to your positions. We will maintain patrol patterns until you are ready to resume normal operations. Voss found he could not speak. His 4 hands trembled as they gripped his command chair. 200 years of military experience, and nothing had prepared him for this. The human fleet began to organize itself into defensive formations around Calvex Prime. The massive Titan-class vessels, each one the size of a small moon, positioned themselves at strategic points. They were weapons platforms so large they could carry entire fleets inside their hangar bays. "Admiral Voss, are you receiving?" Kovich's voice asked. Voss cleared his throat. Yes. We are here, Admiral Kovich." "Good. We will coordinate with your forces to establish a secure perimeter. I am sending tactical specifications for our sensor networks. You should integrate them with your systems. They will give you advance warning if the Devourers attempt another incursion." "Admiral Kovich, how?" Voss could not even form the complete question. How had they built this fleet? How had they hidden it? How had they developed weapons that made Council technology look like stone axes? There was a pause. "Admiral, Earth encountered the Devourers 200 years ago. They found our Oort cloud, the edge of our solar system. We were not ready. We lost 3 colony worlds and 2 billion people in the first attack. We spent the next 2 centuries preparing to make sure it would never happen again." Voss closed his eyes. 2 billion dead. For a young species like humanity, that must have been catastrophic. "You have been preparing for war for 2 centuries? "Not for war, Admiral. For survival. The Devourers taught us a lesson. Hope is not a strategy. We built the fleet we needed to ensure that no enemy could ever threaten Earth again. We built weapons that could kill the unkillable. We pushed our technology beyond what should have been possible because the alternative was extinction." "And your report to the Council? The 3,000 ships?" Kovich's voice carried a note of grim humor. 27,000 capital ships is what we could get here in 3 days, Admiral. That is our rapid response force. Our full military operates on a somewhat larger scale. Voss felt cold. "How much larger?" "That is classified, Admiral. But I can tell you that the fleet you see here represents approximately 15% of Earth's total military capacity. We have defense networks around 2,000 star systems. We have weapons platforms that could crack planets. We have contingency plans for threats the Council has never imagined. And we have 40 million personnel who train every day for scenarios that most species would consider paranoid fantasies." The Calvex Admiral looked out at the human fleet, at the ships that had torn through an unstoppable enemy like they were practice targets. "Why did you hide this? Why did you let us mock you in the Council chambers?" "Because, Admiral, we wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as conquerors. We wanted to be accepted for who we are, not feared for what we can do. But when you laughed at our strength, when you sent 12 destroyers to protect us like we were children..." Kovich's voice hardened. "You showed us that the Council could not be trusted with the truth." Voss had no response. He thought back to the Council session 3 months ago, to his own laughter, to his dismissal of human claims as myths and exaggeration. The humans had not been exaggerating. They had been understating. "What happens now?" Voss asked quietly. "Now," Kovich replied, "we finish cleaning up this mess. Then we have a conversation with the Galactic Council about humanity's actual status. Because junior membership is no longer acceptable." On the bridge of the Indomitable, Admiral Kovich turned to her crew. "Well done, everyone. Textbook operation. Mr. Chen, please transmit a full battle report to Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do." In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report: 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The emergency council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. "This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarah Kovich, who joins us remotely from the human flagship." Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovich's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. "Ambassador Chen," Threen began, "the Council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings." "With respect, Counselor," Chen replied, "every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The Council chose not to believe us." A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. "Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military?" Kovich's image spoke. "Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space." The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. "How is this possible? The resources alone? The industrial capacity? How can one species build such a fleet?" Chen took over the explanation. "Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers." 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. "That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing." "It is not just sustainable, it is necessary," Kovich interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful." Her voice hardened. "We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded." Chen continued the history. "We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction." "So you built a war machine," Counselor Threen observed. "We built a defense force," Chen corrected. "We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless." Admiral Voss spoke up. "Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly? Kovic smiled grimly. Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovic replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth? Or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next? The Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovic's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges. Effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Counselor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovic. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. I must know, Threen said, his voice tired. Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated? Chen and Kovic exchanged glances. Kovic spoke carefully. Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. And it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss. Threen was silent for a long moment. I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again. But you will also never be weak again, Threen observed. No, Kovich agreed. We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction. So we became strong, strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth. Strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies. Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened. Chen inclined her head. Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect. As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection, and Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, the galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces. But the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. Impressive, is it not? A voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. Counselor, I did not expect to see you here. I am conducting research, Threen replied, his mandibles clicking in what Voss had learned was amusement. I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate. I thought it appropriate given recent events. Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all. We were comfortable, Threen corrected gently. Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible. He paused. We assumed, and we were wrong about everything. They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. I have been studying human history, Threen continued. Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years. Nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain. I had heard, Voss said. It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology. And when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space. Admiral Sarakovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration. It is educational, Voss admitted. Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed. Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable, Threen observed. Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How? Kovich considered the question. I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford. She gestured to the exercises. Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat. It sounds exhausting, Voss said. It is, Kovich agreed with a slight smile. But it keeps us alive. Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated, Chen explained. Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone. What do you propose? A delegate asked. A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days. Under human command? The delegate asked suspiciously. Under joint command, Chen corrected. Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes. But operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords. The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovich one final time. I learned something during my time here, Voss said. I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires. And what will you do with that knowledge? Kovich asked. I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it. Kovich nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too, but genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength, but you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovich corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols. Yes, Admiral. Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes. Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, while her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. The galaxy laughed at us once, Chen said to the assembled delegates. You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them? She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us. The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten, but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness. And on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. Status report, he requested. All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected. Good, Marcus said. Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to.
The Galactic Council chamber gleamed under synthetic sunlight, a marvel of alien engineering suspended above the orbit of Tau Ceti Prime. Delegates from 52 star systems hovered or stood in translucent domes, each customized to their atmospheric needs. The room buzzed with neural links and hollow projections. Amid all this grandeur, Earth's delegation looked out of place, primitive even. Ambassador Lyra Holtz stood rigid in a navy blazer that barely concealed the tension in her shoulders. Her voice had already been dismissed 3 times by louder, more opulent species. She adjusted her translator pin, smoothed her blouse, and cleared her throat. We request consideration for operational inclusion in the Theta 9 Recon Initiative. Earth's military has unique assets. A ripple of low-frequency amusement interrupted her. The Brithari chieftain, a 3-meter-tall crustacean covered in iridescent plates, clicked his mandibles. His translator pulsed. Your unique asset, he chortled, brings bullets to a plasma storm. Heads turned to the side of the platform where Sergeant Cole Vance stood silent, expression unreadable beneath dark ballistic sunglasses. His uniform was basic by galactic standards: combat fatigues, worn tactical vest, and a tightly packed rucksack that hadn't been updated in decades. No hovering exosuit, no pulse weapon, just a matte black, hand-forged rifle slung over his shoulder like a relic. The Draxan diplomat, made entirely of light and floating membranes, shimmered with disdain. Is this human a warrior? He appears fragile. Lyra resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Instead, she spoke clearly. He is the most lethal combatant Earth has ever produced. A sniper, trained in distance warfare, terrain manipulation, patience. Ah, the Brithari boomed again. Yes, the human concept of hiding and shooting. How quaint. Perhaps he'll crouch in a bush while we do the real fighting. Cole didn't blink. He remained motionless, studying the alien delegates like he was already calculating wind drift and elevation angles. Lyra stepped forward, her voice sharpened. You asked for operatives capable of infiltration, field stability, and silent elimination under interference zones. Cole has operated in zero-comms environments his entire career. Another interruption. This time from the Solari, a feline race known for their battlefield elegance and disdain for non-energy weapons. Please, Ambassador. Humanity only just joined the Council. You've not even mapped your own Kuiper Belt. We will not risk lives on your fossils. A wave of laughter passed through the hall. Not raucous, more dismissive, as if someone had brought a toy to a war meeting. Cole finally moved. He took one step forward, slow and deliberate. The subtle rustle of his boot against the alloy floor was the only sound as the laughter tapered off. He turned his head, slowly scanning each face behind the shimmering containment domes. His voice, when it came, was low. Steady. I'm not here to impress you. That was all. No bravado. No defense. Just a flat truth dropped like a shell casing. For a moment, there was silence. The kind that precedes a storm. Then the Varnathi delegate, a crystalline entity that communicated via musical tones, chimed melodically. Curious, the human shows restraint. Intriguing, Lyra seized the opening. The Theta 9 operation is failing. Drakhet forces have learned to jam quantum comms and nullify neural links. You need boots on the ground that don't rely on grid support. You need someone who operates by instinct. Someone who doesn't panic when the lights go out. The Council murmured, processing. A few species began consulting internal channels, exchanging thought bursts too fast for human minds. One delegate, a silver-scaled Nari tactician, flicked his tendrils toward Cole. This sniper, what's his record? 237 confirmed kills, Lyra replied. 73 missions behind enemy lines. No failed exfiltration. No captured. 0 friendly casualties under his protection. Hand weapons, another delegate muttered. Obsolete. And yet, Lyra said, he's never missed. A pause. The Brithari leaned forward again, though this time his tone carried curiosity rather than mockery. Is he telepathic? No, she said. He's just good. Cole's hand hovered near his rifle, not touching it, just familiarizing himself with its weight. His gaze didn't waver. He was watching, always watching, through walls, through noise, through the absurdity of this room full of preening apex predators who'd forgotten that war didn't always wait for clean rules and perfect conditions. The Drakhet weren't following rules. They were dismantling the galactic perimeter piece by piece. Theta 9 was only the latest in a string of incursions. And despite all their advanced firepower and AI command logic, the Council couldn't stop them. Not where it mattered, on the ground. In dirt and silence and blood. The vote came in waves. Not a consensus, but enough. The Brithari grudgingly nodded. The Solari abstained. The Nari approved. Others followed. The mission would proceed, with one human sniper embedded. Lyra exhaled for the first time in 5 minutes. As the meeting dissolved, chatter resumed. Holos flickered back on. Delegates prepared their return vessels. But Cole remained where he stood, unmoving. She walked over to him. "You okay?" He nodded, barely perceptible. "Just wondering how many of them I'll have to save before they stop laughing." Lyra gave a tired smile. "One would be enough. Just make it count." Cole adjusted the strap of his rifle and turned, heading toward the transport bay. No ceremony, no goodbye. Just a man moving toward war the same way he might cross a street. Behind him, several delegates watched with something between amusement and curiosity. None of them had seen him work. None of them knew what happened when he was given range, cover, and silence. In a corner of the chamber, one young recruit leaned toward a mentor. What's he planning to do with that rifle? The elder, a veteran of 3 fleet campaigns, replied quietly, something they won't understand until it's over. Cole stepped onto the elevator pad, gaze focused on the incoming mission brief streaming onto the wall. Maps, coordinates, topography. He committed it all to memory with surgical precision. A soft beep chimed in his ear as the transport was cleared for departure. Lyra's voice buzzed in via secure line. "Final call. Confirm status." Cole didn't answer immediately. He reached down, clicked off the safety on his rifle, and slowly lowered himself to a crouch. Muscle memory from years in every terrain Earth had to offer. Desert, tundra, jungle, mountain. He spoke 4 words, soft as breath. Permission to engage. The dropship shuddered as it pierced the upper atmosphere of Theta 9, turbulence clawing at the reinforced hull. Cole Vance sat in silence, his rifle locked across his chest. Around him, an elite coalition team from 6 different species checked gear, synced neural interfaces, or murmured in their own dialects. None spoke to him. To them, he was an artifact, an anomaly with no cybernetic augmentation, no artificial intelligence assistant, no grab boots or cloaking mesh. Just a human in old-world armor, relying on muscle memory, breath control, and intuition sharpened by war. Commander Atreya of the Nari, a reptilian strategist with bioluminescent scales and 8-fingered hands, moved through the squad, issuing instructions in clipped bursts. Her voice came through Cole's earbud in a filtered version translated for human understanding. "Our target is an uplink tower behind the second ridge. The Drakhet are using it to jam orbital reinforcements. We eliminate it and fleet support returns. Expect heavy resistance." She stopped beside Cole, studying him as if still unsure what role he served. "You operate without HUD," she said. It wasn't a question. "Don't need it," Cole replied, eyes unmoving from the mission map flickering on the screen. "You will," she said. "This planet's atmosphere scrambles visual clarity. You'll lose optics within a kilometer. I'll manage." She stared for a moment longer, then moved on. Cole didn't blame her skepticism. He'd reviewed the same terrain overlays and satellite data. Theta 9 was a nightmare. Violent weather patterns, fog banks that nullified thermal scans, foliage that bent light unnaturally. The kind of place where machines failed, where instinct mattered. And it was beautiful in a brutal, untamed way. The dropship hit the landing zone hard, ramp lowering into dense mist. Cole was the last to disembark, every step calculated as he adjusted to the ground's strange elasticity. Alien spores drifted in the air like pollen. The team fanned out, sleek and glowing in their tech-laden armor. Cole crouched beside a moss-covered rock, unlatched his rifle case, and began assembling the long weapon with mechanical precision. Each part clicked into place without a sound. No scope with digital overlay, just a hardened lens calibrated by hand. No targeting AI, just him. A soft rustle behind him made him glance back. It was Tavrik, the Brithari assault specialist, his armor gleaming with bio-shell plating. "You planning to fight with that antique?" Tavrik rumbled. Cole didn't respond. He simply tightened the bolt and pulled the ghillie mesh over his shoulders, fading into the terrain with disturbing ease. Tavrik scoffed and moved on. The team moved toward the uplink ridge in standard formation. Drockhet scouts have been reported in the area, stealthy, vicious things with 6 limbs and armor that mimicked surrounding textures. No heat signature, no voice prints. Halfway through the approach, it started. A high-pitched shriek tore through the fog, followed by the sound of pulse fire. Explosions ripped the silence apart. 2 squad members went down instantly, vaporized before they could scream. The remaining soldiers broke into a defensive arc. Ambush. Commander Atreya's voice came sharp through comms. Cole moved without waiting. He broke from the formation, diving into underbrush too thick for the others to navigate. While they fought with enhanced optics and sonic blades, he crawled through roots and mud, disappearing into the world. He found high ground, a broken ridge overlooking the narrow pass where the team had stalled. Below, the fog churned with shadows. The Drockhet were already advancing, silent and coordinated. Cole adjusted the rifle's position on its bipod, calibrated wind by licking a gloved finger and holding it aloft. He exhaled slowly, his body relaxed into stillness. The first shot cracked through the fog, sharp and precise. A Drockhet dropped without sound, its armor fractured between segments. The second shot came a second later, then a third. In under 10 seconds, Cole had neutralized 3 threats from over 800 meters, adjusting for wind, refracted light, and atmospheric distortion using only his eyes and experience. The comms flared. Unknown sniper support confirmed. Identify. Atreya's voice. Engaging from North Ridge, Cole replied, voice level. I've got eyes on your right flank. Push forward. Atreya didn't reply, but her squad adjusted, moving in time with Cole's cover fire. He wasn't part of their neural network. He wasn't receiving real-time updates, but he didn't need to. Every breath, every twitch of his fingers flowed in rhythm with the chaos. He anticipated where the Drockhet would move next, firing half a heartbeat before they revealed themselves. 3 minutes later, the battlefield fell silent. Area secure, Atreya confirmed. Her voice was different now, calm, measured, respectful. When the squad regrouped, Cole joined them last, brushing off damp earth and re-slinging his rifle. No applause, just acknowledgement. Tavor grunted as Cole passed. You shoot well for a relic. Cole said nothing. They moved toward the uplink tower, picking their way through collapsed rock formations and corrupted tech fields. The structure loomed ahead, spider-like, its limbs sinking into the terrain. Pulsing with Drockhet energy, the tower emitted rhythmic bursts that made the air taste like metal. Approach vector compromised, Atreya said. Sensors report automated defenses. 4 turrets. Will be cut down before we reach base. Cole looked through his lens, studying the movement patterns. He saw where the terrain dipped, how the wind funneled through the gully, how the heat shimmered in waves at turret junctions. He lay flat, extended the bipod again, and exhaled. Marking targets, he said, "Give me 10 seconds." One by one, the turrets went dark. Cole didn't miss. The squad moved in fast, planting EMP charges around the base while Atreya uploaded a virus into the control relay. It took 47 seconds. No Drockhet reinforcements arrived. When the uplink finally went dark, a signal pulse from orbit, fleet support was back online. Above them, the first of the human destroyers dropped from hyperspace. Earth's contingent had arrived. Cole didn't look up. The squad stood around the tower, catching their breath. Bloodied but alive, Tavrik leaned against a rock, eyes on Cole. You humans fight like ghosts. Cole shrugged. That's the idea. Atreya approached him, this time without hesitation. We misjudged you. No offense taken. Your methods are unorthodox, but effective. You predicted their movements like you were reading their minds. Cole looked past her, into the mist, now clearing from the ridge. You don't need neural sync when you know how fear makes people move. She studied him again, then offered something rare and gnawed. Not the casual dip of a superior acknowledging a subordinate, but something closer to kinship. We move to the next phase tomorrow. You'll operate point recon. I'll be ready. As the squad began dispersing for rest and resupply, Tavrik looked back once more. You still never told us what you said before you deployed. Cole slid the bolt on his rifle open, inspecting the chamber. Didn't say much. Commander said she heard you whisper something before you jumped. Cole paused, then looked up, gaze steady and quiet. Permission to engage. Taverick grinned, a deep, armored sound that rumbled like thunder. For the first time, it wasn't mocking. Behind them, the mist receded, revealing the path ahead. Wider now, but still dangerous. The Drakhet were far from finished, but something had shifted. The team walked lighter, watched the shadows differently. They'd seen death move quietly, and it wore a human face. Dawn broke over Theta, 9 in shades of sickly gold and acidic green. A sunrise filtered through volatile gases and particulate storms. The squad emerged from their makeshift bivouac silently, already armored and alert. The victory at the uplink tower had bought them a tenuous window, but it wouldn't last. Cole Vance knelt beside a collapsed tree, polishing the lens of his scope with the hem of his sleeve. His fingers moved with mechanical grace, but his mind stayed fluid, already mapping routes, wind currents, and shot lines in his head. Commander Atreya gathered the team in a semicircle. The Nari scale flares pulsed a dull blue, indicating calculated tension rather than panic. Her voice was crisp and clinical. Fleet support confirms the Drakhet have pulled back from the uplink ridge, but intel suggests they're regrouping around a subterranean nest 2 clicks southeast. Our objective is to locate the nest's primary access point and mark it for orbital strike. Precision is required. Civilian research colonies exist within 6 clicks. Why not bombard the whole region? Taverick asked, shifting his weight, claws scraping against stone. Because, Atreya replied, the Drakhet are holding captured personnel. Scientists, diplomats, one of ours. That silenced the squad. No one needed names. Everyone understood the weight of one of ours. Cole didn't speak. He stood, rifle slung across his chest, eyes on the horizon. Rescue wasn't a clean mission. It meant split-second decisions, unpredictable variables, and compromised firing lanes. He preferred control, but war rarely offered it. They moved in a staggered pattern across the terrain, ridge, gully, dry riverbed. The alien jungle grew denser as they approached the coordinates. Strange plants clicked softly when touched. Insects glowed, then vanished. Above them, the air throbbed with the sound of something distant, organic and metallic, hunting in the upper canopy. Cole drifted away from the group without a word. It wasn't disobedience, it was instinct. He saw a raised outcropping ahead, perfect overwatch. While the squad took cover behind a fallen skimmer, he climbed. No powered boots, no cloaking field, just patience and silence. From the ledge, he saw it. The nest entrance was a jagged fissure in the earth, obscured by a camo shielding mesh that flickered like heat haze. Around it, Drakhet patrols moved in tight, disciplined formations. 30, maybe more. Too many for a clean approach. Worse, there were signs of fortification. Energy pylons, reactive mines, and something new. Tall, tripod-like structures pulsing with amber light. He radioed in. Eyes on nest. Heavy guard. Visual confirms possible prisoners. Recommend delay on strike order. Understood, Atreya replied. Do you have shot on any of the emitters? Negative. Line of sight is cluttered. Recommend coordinated advance. I'll provide cover. There was a pause. Approved, she said. You fire first. We move on your signal. Cole adjusted his prone position, grounding himself in the dirt, stabilizing the rifle. He aligned the lens. 1 breath. 2. Then he squeezed. The first emitter exploded in a blossom of fire and shrapnel. Before the enemy even turned, the second fell. Then the third. In under 10 seconds, the perimeter was disrupted. Confusion rippled through the Drakhet ranks. The squad charged. Cole tracked their movements, firing between gaps, eliminating threats before they flanked his team. He saw Taverick crush one enemy beneath his bulk. He saw Atreya slice through another with an arc blade that hissed in the mist. But even with their efficiency, the numbers pressed hard. Then Cole saw something unexpected. movement behind the fissure. Not enemy troops. Hostages. 3 figures, unarmed, clearly weakened, were being pulled deeper into the nest by armored Drockhead handlers. One of them stumbled, a human, her face dirt-streaked and hollow-eyed. Cole's breath caught. He recognized her. Dr. Lena Voss, diplomatic xenolinguist, civilian, and his sister's oldest friend. The one who'd convinced him to enlist for this off-world mission when he'd nearly retired. He keyed the channel. Hostiles moving hostages deeper. I'm diverting. You'll break formation, Itreo warned. I know. He slid down from the ridge, disappearing into a side passage veiled by creeper vines. It led into the rock, tight, dark, and sweltering. He moved fast, yet never clumsily, each step measured. Down below, he could hear the Drockhead chittering to one another, their voices like crushed glass. He came out above them, crouched on a ledge inside the cave system, looking down at the captors. They were dragging Lena and the others toward a pod launcher. Escape route or execution device, it wasn't clear. Cole aimed. He took the first shot between the plates of the taller handler's back. It dropped, spasming. The second world, hissing, and Cole fired again. Clean, no wasted motion. He leapt down before the echoes faded. The prisoners flinched. Lena, he said, you mobile? She looked up, eyes wide and focused. Cole, he nodded. We're getting you out. She motioned to the others. They can't run fast. One's injured. Doesn't matter. We move now. He led them back through the narrow tunnel, clearing the way with short bursts from his sidearm. He didn't speak again. He didn't need to. When they emerged near the squad's position, the battle had turned. The Drockhead were retreating, scattered by orbital precision strikes and close-quarter resistance. Cole raised a flare and fired it into the air, bright orange. Extraction beacon. Itreya met them near the fallback point. Her eyes flicked from the prisoners to Cole. You left Overwatch. Had to. She said nothing for a beat, then nodded. You made the right call. A new signal cut through the comms. Fleet command. All units. Full retreat confirmed. Enemy forces dispersing. Mission successful. Prepare for evac. The tension in everyone's shoulders released, subtly but undeniably. The prisoners were secured. The nest was marked and burning. And Theta 9, at least for now, was theirs again. As the extraction shuttle hovered into view, kicking up dust and debris, Lena turned to Cole. I thought you were done with all this. I was. Then why? He looked at the rifle in his hands, then at the team, bloodied, breathing, still intact. Because sometimes they send the wrong people to die. She didn't press. She knew better. Tavrik clapped him on the shoulder as they boarded. You're still a relic, the Brithari grinned, but I'd fight beside you again. Try not to get sentimental, Cole said, sliding into his seat. Itreya remained standing until everyone was aboard. As the ramp sealed, she walked over to him. There's another mission coming. You'll be requested. Figures. Would you take it? He didn't answer right away. He looked out the viewport as the burned remains of the Drockhead nest faded below. Then, softly, he replied, if the target's real, if the fight matters. She nodded once and moved on. The shuttle pierced the clouds and climbed toward the orbiting carrier. Behind them, Theta 9 spun silently, bruised but surviving. Ahead, war waited still, somewhere new, somewhere worse. But for now, for this moment, Cole let his muscles relax and rested his eyes. There would be more battles, and he would be ready. The stars stretched like frozen fire across the viewport, silent and cold. Aboard the carrier Vigilant Dawn, the atmosphere was heavy with a kind of exhausted anticipation. The battle on Theta 9 had been won, strategically at least, but no one walked away from that place unchanged. Cole Vance stood near the observation deck, arms crossed over his chest, watching as the planet shrank behind him. He had not spoken much since extraction. No debrief, no celebration. The mission was over, but the war remained. Behind him, soft steps approached. It was Commander Itreya. She stopped a few paces away, her luminescent scales dimmed to a somber gray-blue, signaling quiet introspection among her kind. I expected you to disappear after the evac, she said. I thought about it, Cole replied. Didn't. He didn't elaborate, and she didn't ask. We received an encrypted communique, she said. Classified, level 9. Earth Command flagged it for your eyes only. Cole turned slightly, brows knitting. Why would Earth Command send anything to me? Because you're the only human who's ever neutralized a Drakhet Prime operative with no AI support, no drone relay, and no backup plan. You're not just a soldier anymore. You're an asset. Cole shook his head. I'm a liability. That's why they benched me 2 years ago. They benched a man who didn't play by protocols, not one who saved fleets. He didn't respond. Itreya handed him a small hollow slate, its blue light flickering against his palm. Read it, she said. Then come to the mission hall. Fleet Command's assembling a joint task force. Multi-species. High risk. Voluntary. Cole nodded, though he already knew he would go. He waited until Itreya was gone before activating the slate. The message was brief and brutal. A hidden Drakhet enclave had been discovered. Not a war camp, something worse. A communications spire buried on a dead moon outside charted space. A relay hub for cross-galactic transmissions, encoded in frequencies older than most known civilizations. It wasn't just a nest, it was a call, and someone, or something, was answering. Cole set the slate down gently and rubbed a hand across his jaw. His thoughts returned to the image of Lena Voss, hollow-eyed and shackled in Theta 9's tunnels, to Tavrik's cracked armor, to the way Itreya had stood beside him when the flames rolled over the enemy's fortress. There were still prisoners out there, still signals being sent, and if what the slate said was true, the Drakhet weren't the apex of this war. They were just the opening act. In a mission hall, the air vibrated with low conversations and the quiet murmur of alien translators. Representatives from 5 factions stood around a central table. Each wore the mark of survival, not rank. Burned armor, sealed wounds, weathered eyes. Itreya stood near the front, flanked by Tavrik and 2 of the survivors from the Theta 9 squad. She caught Cole's eye and motioned him forward. No words, just a gesture. He stepped into the circle as the main display lit up, showing the dead moon, gray, cratered, dotted with strange structures that pulsed in slow intervals, like a machine trying to breathe. The briefing officer, a thin, cybernetically augmented human named Karan, spoke with detached efficiency. The Drakhet have used this location for over a decade. We previously believed it was a defunct mining colony. We were wrong. Data flickered, power signatures, heat maps, images of Drakhet workers assembling antenna-like constructs with chitinous limbs and bleeding metal. We intercepted a transmission last week. Repeating sequence. Binary. But deeper analysis shows it's layered. There are quantum echoes buried in the signal. And they're not Drakhet origin. Silence fell. Cole asked the question everyone was thinking. Then who are they calling? Karan's synthetic eye glowed faint red. That's what we intend to find out, before they get a response. The plan was brutal in its simplicity. A small infiltration team, in and out, plant surveillance nodes, disrupt the signal, and retreat before triggering full retaliation. No orbital strike, no fleet. Stealth was paramount. Cole didn't hesitate. I'm in. Itreya nodded, unsurprised. Tavrik cracked his neck with a grin. Good. Would have been boring without you. The next 3 days were spent in silence and preparation. Cole rebuilt his rifle from scratch, swapping components by feel rather than spec. He adjusted his ghillie mesh to match the basalt terrain of the moon. And for the first time since Theta 9, he activated a recording module, a private log he hadn't used in years. Cole Vance, designation null. Volunteering for classified op, Echo Spire. No illusions. No backup. If this gets out, it won't be a war. It'll be extinction. If you're hearing this, I didn't make it. If I come back, it won't be as the same man. He closed the log. No dramatics. Just honesty. The mission drop was silent. No comms chatter. Just the crunch of boots on dead rock as the infiltration team fanned out. Cole took point, moving like smoke across the lunar surface. No air. No wind. Just the heartbeat of the spire pulsing like a drumbeat in the void. As they approached, the scale of the structure came into view. Hundreds of meters tall, ribbed with bone-like supports and humming with unnatural energy. Not built, grown. Cole scoped the perimeter, tagging patrols and identifying blind spots. The Drakhet here were different, taller, paler, and strangely reverent. They knelt in groups, facing the spire, motionless for hours. Not worshiping, listening. The team moved inside. No alarms triggered. No defense systems activated. The spire welcomed them like it expected them. Inside, Cole found a chamber unlike anything he had seen. A massive vertical shaft spiraling upward, filled with hovering glyphs and whispering frequencies that made his bones ache. He placed a node near the center. Then he heard it, not in his ears, in his mind. A voice, not words, more like an emotion shaped in a sound. Cold, curious, ancient. We see you. He staggered back. The glyphs pulsed red. The Drakhet began to stir. Their trance broken. We're compromised. Itreyev said sharply over the internal channel. Fall back. But Cole didn't move. He was staring at a shape rising from the center of the spire. Amorphous, translucent, vibrating in and out of physical space. Not Drakhet. Something older. The voice came again. Louder. You're not ready. But you will be. The chamber buckled. Tavrik grabbed Cole by the shoulder and yanked him out. They ran through the twisting corridors, now lit by flickering amber lights. Sirens wailed. Walls shifted, but they made it out. As the shuttle detached from the moon's gravity, Cole watched the spire recede into the darkness. The signal had been disrupted. The mission was a success, but the call had gone out, and it had been heard. Back on the Vigilant Dawn, the team sat in debrief. Silent, processing. No one dared speak of the thing in the spire. Cole stood last. He looked at them all, at Atreya's unreadable expression, at Tavrik's solemn face, at Lena Voss watching from a secure gallery behind glass. And he spoke. We're not in a war anymore, he said quietly. We're in a countdown. They didn't argue, because deep down, they all knew the truth. Something was coming, and Cole Vance had just told it where to find them.
The recruitment office smelled like disinfectant and broken dreams. Ryan Walsh sat in the plastic chair, filling out forms that asked questions he didn't understand. Military service record average. Combat experience basic. Special skills. Can open pickle jars without tools. He wasn't sure if that last one was relevant, but the form had a lot of blank spaces. Next, the voice belonged to a tired-looking woman behind bulletproof glass. Ryan approached with his paperwork. I'm here about the special assignment posting, he said, sliding the forms through the slot. She looked at his file, then at him, then back at the file. You understand this is for the Galactic Defense Coalition Exchange Program? Yeah, it said interesting assignment and travel opportunities. I've been stuck at the same base for 3 years. Mr. Walsh, this program involves training with alien species on what they classify as an extreme survival world. Most applicants require advanced psychological screening and enhanced physical conditioning. Ryan shrugged. I went camping in Alaska last winter.
How bad could it be?
The woman stared at him for a long moment, then stamped his forms. Report to Transport Base 7 tomorrow at Oro 600. Don't blame me if you come back in a box. 3 months later, Ryan found himself on a transport ship that looked like someone had crossed a submarine with a luxury hotel. His fellow passengers were nothing like the aliens he'd seen in movies. They were real breathing beings with their own mannerisms and habits. Commander Thal was a 7-foot-tall reptilian creature who never seemed to blink. His scales shifted color slightly when he was thinking, which was most of the time. He wore a uniform that looked like it cost more than Ryan's annual salary and carried himself like someone who had never been wrong about anything important. Dr. Finn resembled a dolphin that had learned to walk upright and wear clothes. She spoke through a translation device that made everything sound slightly underwater. Her specialty was xenobiology, and she had spent the last 50 years studying survival techniques across 12 different planetary environments. Captain Vore looked like a praying mantis crossed with a bodybuilder. His forearms moved independently, and his compound eyes could apparently see in 17 different spectrums of light. He had won something called the Mantari War Games 5 times running, and had never lost a single soldier under his command. Lieutenant Kem was the strangest of all. She appeared to be made of living crystal that refracted light in impossible ways. When she moved, she chimed softly like wind through glass tubes. Her people, the Solari, were known throughout the galaxy as master tacticians who could calculate battlefield probabilities in real time. Then there was Ryan. Human. Brown hair, brown eyes, average height, slightly out of regulation on his last fitness test. He had joined the Marines because college was expensive, and his recruiter had promised he'd see the world. Technically, he supposed this counted. "Tell me, Human Ryan," Commander Thal said during their first group meeting. "What survival training has your species provided for this mission?" "Standard stuff," Ryan replied. "Basic wilderness survival, cold weather training, desert operations. Did a course on edible plants once." The other species exchanged looks that didn't require translation. Dr. Finn made a note on her data pad that sounded distinctly concerned. "Perhaps you misunderstand the nature of our destination," Captain Vore said, his translator giving his voice a metallic edge. "Mortis 7 is classified as a Class 9 death world. The gravity alone will crush most biological forms. The atmosphere requires specialized breathing apparatus. The local fauna are uniformly predatory and highly aggressive. And that's just the first day," Lieutenant Kem added, her crystalline voice tinkling with what might have been amusement. "The weather patterns include acid precipitation, electrical storms that can fry most technology, and temperature swings that have been known to shatter military-grade equipment." Ryan nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like camping in Scotland, I beg your pardon." Dr. Finn leaned forward, her translation device humming with confusion. "Scottish Highlands. Went there on leave once, rained sideways for 3 days straight, couldn't start a fire, and something that might have been a sheep kept trying to eat my tent. This sounds similar but with better weather reports." Commander Thal's scales shifted to a deep purple color. "Human Ryan, I believe you do not fully comprehend the severity of our situation. Mortis 7 has a mortality rate of 47% for fully equipped, technologically enhanced military personnel. That's better than the highway I grew up on," Ryan said cheerfully. "What's the food situation like?" The question seemed to break something in the group dynamic. Captain Vore's forearms gestured, and what Ryan was learning meant either extreme agitation or the insect equivalent of throwing hands in the air. Dr. Finn made several more concerned notes. Lieutenant Kem's crystalline structure dimmed noticeably. "The food situation," Commander Thal said slowly, "is that most organic matter on Mortis 7 is either poisonous, carnivorous, or both. Standard protocol requires sealed nutrition packets and purified water supplies." "Right, so like MREs, but probably better tasting," Ryan said. "Do they have hot sauce in space? Because I packed some, but I wasn't sure about customs regulations for interplanetary travel." "Hot sauce?" Dr. Finn's translation device made a sound like a confused whale. "Spicy food enhancer. Makes everything taste better. Pretty standard human thing." The meeting devolved from there. Ryan found himself answering increasingly detailed questions about human dietary habits, environmental tolerances, and survival instincts. Each answer seemed to make his fellow trainees more concerned rather than less. "Let me understand this correctly," Lieutenant Kem said finally, her crystal form now barely glowing. "Your species regularly consumes plants that cause physical pain for pleasure?" "Hot peppers, yeah. Some people compete to see who can eat the spiciest ones. It's fun. And you intentionally expose yourselves to extreme temperatures for recreation? Saunas, ice fishing, desert hiking. Builds character. And you consider it normal to coexist with predatory animals? Dogs are descended from wolves, cats are just small tigers, and my neighbor has a pet snake. Pretty standard stuff." Commander Thal's scales had gone through several color changes and settled on a sickly yellow-green. Perhaps we should review the mission parameters once more. But Ryan was already thinking about other things. He wondered if the space food would be any good, whether the gravity would help or hurt his bad knee, and if anyone had remembered to pack playing cards for the downtime. This was shaping up to be the most interesting assignment he'd ever had. The transport ship hummed quietly through space, carrying them toward Mortis 7 in what the galaxy considered the ultimate test of survival. Ryan Walsh, completely unaware that he was about to redefine several species' understanding of the word dangerous, settled in for the journey and wondered if anyone would mind if he made some coffee. The landing shuttle shook like a paint mixer full of rocks. Through the small porthole, Ryan could see Mortis 7 growing larger, its surface a swirling mass of angry clouds, jagged mountains, and what looked like several different weather systems having a fight. Lightning crackled between the clouds in colors that hurt to look at directly. "Final approach to Surface Base Alpha," the pilot announced through the intercom. His voice carried the tone of someone who had made this trip many times and never gotten used to it. "All personnel prepare for hostile environment protocols." Around him, Ryan's fellow trainees were going through pre-landing checklists that looked more complicated than launching a space shuttle. Commander Thal was sealing himself into what appeared to be a full environmental suit with its own life support system. Dr. Finn was testing a breathing apparatus that covered most of her head and made her look like a deep-sea diver. Captain Vore was strapping on an exoskeleton that doubled his already impressive size, while Lieutenant Kem had activated some kind of energy shield that made the air around her shimmer like heat waves. Ryan checked his own gear: standard issue uniform, combat boots, and a backpack containing basic supplies. He had left most of his heavy equipment in storage, figuring he could always get it later if needed. "Human Ryan," Commander Thal's voice came through his suit's external speakers. "Where is your environmental protection?" "I've got a jacket," Ryan said, patting his backpack. "Weather report said it might rain." "The rain is sulfuric acid." "Oh." Ryan considered this. "Is it strong acid or just sort of acidic? Because I worked at a battery factory one summer and you get used to it." The shuttle touched down with a thud that rattled everyone's teeth. Through the porthole, Ryan could see the surface of Morta 7 for the first time. It looked like someone had taken all the worst parts of every hostile environment on Earth and mixed them together, with a few things that Earth had been lucky enough to avoid. The gravity hit him the moment the airlock opened. It felt like someone had filled his backpack with bowling balls, but it wasn't unbearable. Heavy, sure, but he'd carried heavier loads during training exercises. The air tasted metallic and sharp, like breathing in a thunderstorm, but his lungs adapted after a few breaths. Around him, his fellow trainees were struggling. Commander Thal's powered suit whined under the increased gravity load. Dr. Finn was breathing heavily through her apparatus, and even with mechanical assistance, each step looked like an effort. Captain Vore's exoskeleton was handling the gravity, but Ryan could see stress fractures already forming in the metal joints. Lieutenant Kem's energy shield flickered occasionally, and her crystal form seemed dimmer than usual. The base camp looked like a military installation designed by someone who expected to be attacked by the planet itself. Everything was reinforced, sealed, and built to withstand impacts that would level a normal building. Warning signs covered every surface, written in 12 different languages and 3 different mathematical systems. "Welcome to hell," muttered the base commander, a grizzled veteran from the Draknari military. "I'm Colonel Reeves. I've been running this nightmare for 6 months, and I've seen things that would make a combat medic quit and become a florist." He led them through the orientation briefing, which was less of a briefing and more of a very long list of things that could kill them. The local fauna included pack-hunting plants, predators that could phase through solid matter, insects the size of small aircraft, and something called a phase bear that could apparently teleport and had a taste for anything that moved. "The weather is equally hostile," Colonel Reeves continued. "Acid rain every Tuesday and Friday, electrical storms that can fry any unshielded electronics, temperature swings from -40 to +60 degrees Celsius sometimes within the same hour, and wind patterns that include actual tornadoes made of superheated plasma." Commander Thal's scales had gone a color that Ryan was learning meant deeply Commander Thal's scales had gone a color that Ryan was learning meant deeply concerned. Dr. Finn was taking notes so rapidly that her datapad was entirely. "Questions?" Colonel Reeves asked. Ryan raised his hand. "Is there a cafeteria? And do you happen to have any hot sauce?" The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either laughter or violence. Colonel Reeves stared at him for a long moment, then checked his datapad. "You're the human," he said finally. "That's me. Son, the cafeteria is in Building C, but I should warn you that the food is designed for maximum nutrition and minimum taste. As for hot sauce," he paused, looking thoughtful. "Actually, yes. The previous human left behind a bottle of something called Carolina Reaper sauce, with a note saying it might be useful for equipment maintenance." "Perfect," Ryan said cheerfully. "When do we start the fun stuff?" "Fun stuff?" Colonel Reeves repeated the words like they were in a foreign language. Son, this is survival training. The objective is to not die. Right, but what do we do for fun when we're not trying to not die? The question seemed to break something fundamental in the room's atmosphere. Ryan noticed that his fellow trainees were all staring at him, with expressions that ranged from horror to fascination. Colonel Reeves made a note on his data pad that looked distinctly medical in nature. Let's start with a basic perimeter walk, the colonel said finally, just to get everyone acclimated to the environment. The perimeter walk was where things got interesting. The moment they stepped outside the base's protective barriers, Mortis 7 made its intentions clear. The air itself seemed hungry, carrying sounds that suggested large, unfriendly things moving just out of sight. The ground was uneven and treacherous, with patches that looked solid, but gave way to reveal pits lined with something that moved and glistened unpleasantly. Commander Thal's environmental suit was working overtime, its air scrubbers running constantly and its radiation detectors clicking like an angry insect. Dr. Finn's breathing apparatus fogged up regularly, forcing her to stop and clear it. Captain Vor's exoskeleton was making concerning mechanical noises, and Lieutenant Kem's energy shield was flickering more frequently. Ryan, meanwhile, was looking around with the expression of someone seeing a new neighborhood for the first time. He had unzipped his jacket because the air felt pleasantly cool, and he was walking with the easy gait of someone taking a casual stroll. The flora here is particularly aggressive, Colonel Reeves explained, pointing to what looked like a normal patch of grass. Those are razor grass. Each blade can cut through military-grade body armor. Neat, Ryan said, kneeling down to get a closer look. It's like nature's version of a lawnmower blade. Don't touch it. 3 voices shouted at once. Oh, right. Ryan stood up, brushing off his knees. Good thing I didn't lean on it. A sound like a steam engine mixed with a chainsaw echoed from the nearby tree line. Colonel Reeves immediately gestured for everyone to freeze. Phase bear, he whispered. Nobody move. They hunt by detecting motion and thermal signatures. Everyone went completely still. Ryan could hear his fellow trainees' breathing apparatus and mechanical systems running at minimum power. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of something very large moving through vegetation that was fighting back. Ryan stood perfectly still for about 30 seconds, then turned his head slightly to get a better look at whatever was making the noise. I said don't move, Colonel Reeves hissed. Sorry, Ryan whispered back. I've just never seen a phase bear before. Do they actually phase, or is it more like camouflage? The question was answered when a creature the size of a small truck materialized 20 feet away, apparently having teleported from somewhere else entirely. It looked like someone had crossed a grizzly bear with a pile of living shadow and given it too many teeth. Its eyes were the color of fresh blood, and when it opened its mouth, reality seemed to bend slightly around its fangs. Ryan's fellow trainees collectively stopped breathing. Several pieces of equipment shut down entirely rather than risk making noise. Wow, Ryan said in what he probably thought was a whisper, but was actually audible to everyone present. That's actually pretty cool. Does it hunt in packs, or is it more of a solitary predator? The phase bear turned its attention directly to Ryan, tilted its massive head, and made a sound like a question mark carved out of nightmares. Ryan waved. 2 weeks into the training program, Colonel Reeves had developed a nervous twitch in his left eye and had started requesting additional psychiatric support staff. The official incident reports were stacking up like cordwood, each one stranger than the last. Day 3 had involved crossing what the locals called the Singing Valley, where the ground was riddled with gas pockets that exploded randomly with enough force to launch a person into orbit. Standard protocol required full bomb disposal suits, seismic detectors, and a minimum team of 12 specialists with emergency medical support on standby. Commander, Thal had needed 3 days to recalibrate his environmental suit after the gas explosions kept triggering his emergency protocols. Dr. Finn had suffered what her species considered a minor nervous breakdown when her seismic detector started reading like a disco ball. Captain Vor's exoskeleton had been repaired 4 times, and Lieutenant Kem had requested to be transferred to a different galaxy entirely. Ryan had packed a lunch. The key is to listen to the ground, he had explained while the others prepared their equipment. It makes different sounds before it explodes, sort of like how ice creaks before it breaks, but with more sulfur. He had walked across the valley eating a peanut butter sandwich, pausing occasionally to change direction when the ground made what he described as grumpy noises. Behind him, the full military expedition had followed his path exactly, their equipment useless compared to what Ryan called paying attention. Day 7 had been the forest of aggressive trees, where the local plant life had evolved past photosynthesis and into active predation. The trees could move their branches fast enough to impale passing creatures, and the undergrowth was collectively hostile in ways that violated several laws of botany. The standard approach required flame units, chainsaw teams, and enough firepower to level a small city. What they got instead was Ryan asking if anyone had a pocket knife he could borrow. "I just want to get a cutting from that one," he had said, pointing to a tree that was actively trying to stab a passing bird. "It would look great in my apartment back home." When Dr. Finn had explained that the tree was trying to kill the bird, Ryan had nodded thoughtfully and said that his grandmother had roses that were similarly aggressive, and you just had to show them who was boss. He had walked into the forest like he was visiting a public park. The trees had attacked him exactly once, received what could only be described as a very firm talking to, and had then left him alone for the rest of the expedition. He had emerged 3 hours later with several plant cuttings, a pocket full of interesting seeds, and a detailed mental map of the safest paths through the forest. By day 10, the other trainees had started following Ryan around like ducklings, not because they trusted his judgment, but because staying near him seemed to be the only way to avoid having the planet actively try to murder them. "I don't understand it," Dr. Finn confided to her personal log. "Human Ryan approaches every lethal scenario as if it were a minor inconvenience. Yesterday, when we encountered the electric eels in the Screaming River, he asked if anyone had brought fishing line. The Screaming River had been the worst challenge yet. The water was home to creatures that looked like electric eels but were the size of subway trains and generated enough electricity to power a small city. The current was strong enough to sweep away a tank. The water was acidic enough to dissolve most metals, and the whole river screamed constantly with the voices of everything that had ever died in it. Standard crossing procedure required a portable bridge, full electrical insulation suits, and a support team with emergency medical facilities. The operation typically took 6 hours and had a 15% casualty rate even under ideal conditions. Ryan had looked at the river for approximately 30 seconds, then started taking off his boots. "What are you doing?" Commander Thal had asked, his scales now permanently stuck on the color that meant impending doom. "Going for a swim," Ryan had replied. "Water looks fine. Bit noisy, but I grew up near a highway. The water will dissolve you." "Nah, it's not that acidic. See how it's not eating through the rocks on the shore? That means it's probably just mildly corrosive. Like swimming in a chlorinated pool but with more screaming. The eels will electrocute you. Only if I bother them. Electric eels back home are pretty chill if you don't go grabbing at them. These aren't normal electric eels. Sure they are. Just bigger. Probably means they're older and more experienced, so they'll be smarter about avoiding unnecessary conflict." Ryan had waded into the water while his fellow trainees watched in horror. The massive electric eels had surfaced to investigate, taken one look at him, and apparently decided he wasn't worth the effort. He had swum across the river in a leisurely breaststroke, pausing in the middle to wave at his teammates and point out what he thought might be interesting fish. The return trip had been even worse for everyone's nerves. Ryan had convinced one of the giant eels to give him a ride by offering it part of his energy bar. He had arrived at the far shore sitting on the back of a creature that could have powered half the galaxy, scratching it behind what might have been ears and discussing the river's ecosystem with the air of someone giving a nature documentary. "The screaming is just acoustics," he had explained when he rejoined the group. "All that electrical activity creates vibrations in the water, and the rock formations amplify them. It's actually pretty interesting from an engineering perspective." By day 14, Colonel Reeves had started sending daily reports to Galactic Command that read less like military assessments and more like appeals for psychiatric intervention. "Request immediate consultation with xenopsychology specialists," he had written. "Human subject continues to treat Class 9 Death World environment as recreational opportunity. Yesterday observed subject attempting to domesticate local predator species. When questioned, subject stated he was making friends with the neighborhood. Recommend full psychological evaluation of entire human species." The psychological evaluation had arrived in the form of Dr. Marina Santos, a human psychiatrist who had been hastily recruited from Earth's United Nations liaison office. She had stepped off the transport shuttle, taken one look around Mortis 7, and made the same comment that was becoming depressingly familiar. "Oh, good," she had said, shouldering her backpack. "It's not as bad as I thought it would be." Colonel Reeves had stared at her for a long moment, then updated his report to Galactic Command. "Require immediate extraction. All human personnel display identical pathological lack of self-preservation instincts. Recommend reclassification of human homeworld pending further investigation." But the training program continued. Because somewhere in the galaxy, the Void Swarm was still a threat, and the Galactic Defense Coalition still needed soldiers who could function in impossible environments. What they were discovering was that they already had them. They just hadn't realized that the humans they'd been dismissing as a minor species had evolved on a planet that made Mortis 7 look like a vacation resort. Ryan Walsh, completely unaware that he was in the process of redefining galactic understanding of survival training, was sitting by the campfire he'd built using local materials, roasting something that looked like a cross between a fish and a small dragon, and planning tomorrow's activities. "I heard there's a volcano about 50 miles north," he mentioned to Dr. Santos. "Want to go check it out? I've never seen an alien volcano before." Dr. Santos, who had spent the day cataloging the various ways that Mortis 7 could kill its inhabitants, looked up from her notes. "Is it active?" "Yeah, that's what makes it interesting." She made another note in her file. This one about the apparent human instinct to seek out additional danger when the current environment wasn't quite challenging enough. Somewhere in the distance, a pack of phase bears howled in harmony with what sounded like a tornado made of electricity. Ryan looked up hopefully. "Oh good," he said. "Sounds like the weather's getting interesting." Murder Canyon earned its name the old-fashioned way, by murdering things. Located in the northern quadrant of Mortis 7, it represented everything hostile about the planet concentrated into one convenient location. The rocks were carnivorous, the air was poisonous, and the local ecosystem had evolved beyond normal predator-prey relationships into something that could only be described as competitive. "Homicide. This is the final examination," Colonel Reeves announced to the assembled trainees. His nervous twitch had progressed to involve both eyes and most of his left cheek. 72 hours, minimal equipment, individual survival exercise. If you complete this, you graduate from the program. The equipment allowance was deliberately sparse: basic shelter materials, 3 days of emergency rations, a water purification device, and one personal item of their choosing. Standard military doctrine suggested that anyone attempting Murder Canyon should have a full support team, satellite communication, and emergency extraction capabilities on standby. Commander Thal had chosen a military-grade survival beacon as his personal item. His scales had achieved a color that didn't exist in any known spectrum and seemed to hurt people's eyes when they looked directly at it. Dr. Finn had selected an emergency medical kit and was breathing so rapidly through her apparatus that she was fogging up the inside of her helmet. Captain Vor's personal item was a portable weapons array, and his forearms were twitching independently in what his species considered a sign of extreme agitation. Lieutenant Kem had gone almost completely transparent and was humming at a frequency that made nearby equipment malfunction. Ryan had brought a fishing rod. "Human Ryan," Dr. Santos said. "Are you certain that's your best choice for survival equipment?" "Well, the briefing mentioned there was a stream running through the canyon," Ryan replied, checking his tackle box. "Figured I might as well try the local fishing while I'm there. Plus, if the water's clean enough for fish, it's probably safe to drink." Dr. Santos made a note that looked increasingly concerned. She had spent 3 weeks on Mortis 7 conducting psychological evaluations, and her preliminary report to Earth contained phrases like possible evolutionary divergence and recommend immediate anthropological study of human development patterns. "The stream in Murder Canyon isn't water," Colonel Reeves said. "It's liquid mercury mixed with dissolved uranium and what our scientists believe might be liquefied malice." "Oh." Ryan considered this. "Well, the fishing rod's still useful. Good for reaching things you don't want to touch directly." The drop-off point was a plateau overlooking Murder Canyon that offered an excellent view of why the place had such a terrible reputation. The canyon walls were lined with stone formations that moved when nobody was looking directly at them. The bottom was shrouded in mist that periodically screamed, The sky above the canyon was a different color than the sky everywhere else, suggesting that local atmospheric conditions had given up on physics entirely. Individual drops will be made at random locations throughout the canyon, Colonel Reeves explained. Your objective is simple: survive until pickup. Do not attempt to contact each other. Do not attempt to leave the canyon boundaries. Do not attempt to feed or domesticate the local wildlife. The last instruction was delivered while looking directly at Ryan, who seemed disappointed. Commander Thal went first, his environmental suit already running diagnostics that suggested imminent system failure. His drop pod disappeared into the mist with a sound like screaming metal. Dr. Finn followed, her breathing apparatus working overtime, and her medical training apparently warring with her survival instincts. Her pod vanished with what might have been a whimper. Captain Vor's descent was accompanied by the sound of his weapons array charging up, preparing for immediate combat. His pod hit the canyon floor with a thud that echoed off the carnivorous rocks. Lieutenant Kem's pod simply faded from view as it descended, her crystalline form apparently trying to phase out of existence entirely. Last drop, Colonel Reeves announced, trying not to look at Ryan directly. Any final questions? Yeah, Ryan said, settling into his pod with his fishing rod and backpack. What's the local time zone down there? I want to make sure I'm up early enough to catch the sunrise, sire. Pod door sealed with a hiss that sounded distinctly like a sigh. Murder Canyon was everything the reputation suggested, and several things it didn't. The moment Ryan's pod touched down, the local environment began what could only be described as an aggressive welcome committee. The ground beneath his feet was warm and seemed to pulse with a heartbeat. The air tasted like copper pennies and existential dread. Something that might have been wind carried sounds that suggested the canyon was having a conversation with itself in a language made entirely of threats. Ryan looked around with the expression of someone seeing their vacation rental for the first time. It wasn't exactly what he'd expected, but it had character. The first order of business was shelter. The pod was designed to serve as temporary housing, but Ryan could see that the local rocks were already eyeing it with what appeared to be appetite. Better to establish a more permanent base before things got weird. He found a spot near what the briefing materials had optimistically called a stream. The liquid flowing through it was indeed mercury-based, but it was also flowing, which meant it was probably following some kind of natural course. In Ryan's experience, natural water sources were usually associated with other useful things, even if the water itself wasn't immediately drinkable. The fishing rod turned out to be immediately useful, not for fishing, but for testing things before touching them directly. The local rocks were indeed carnivorous, but they were also slow and appeared to have poor eyesight. As long as he moved predictably and didn't act like prey, they seemed content to ignore him. Setting up camp took about an hour. Ryan had learned to build shelters in environments that ranged from Arctic tundra to desert sand, and Murder Canyon was just another variation on the theme. The key was working with the environment rather than against it, and finding ways to make the local hostility work in your favor. The carnivorous rocks, for example, made excellent perimeter security. Anything trying to sneak up on his campsite would have to get past them first, and they were apparently territorial enough to attack other predators. The screaming mist provided excellent camouflage and background noise. The strange gravitational anomalies in certain parts of the canyon could be used for water collection if you knew where to place your containers. By sunset, Ryan had a functioning campsite, a reliable source of filtered water, and a basic understanding of the local predator patterns. He had also discovered that the liquefied malice in the stream was an excellent insect repellent when used in small quantities. Meanwhile, his fellow trainees were discovering that Murder Canyon had earned its reputation through dedicated effort. Commander Thal's environmental suit had suffered a complete breakdown within the first 6 hours. His emergency beacon was functioning, but the canyon's electromagnetic field was scrambling his signal into what sounded like a distress call, sung in 3-part harmony by a choir of dying robots. He had barricaded himself inside his drop pod and was rationing his emergency air supply while hallucinating conversations with his childhood imaginary friends. Dr. Finn's breathing apparatus had clogged with something that might have been pollen but moved, like it had opinions about the situation. She was experiencing what her species considered a complete psychological breakdown, compounded by the fact that her medical training kept trying to diagnose her own symptoms. while her survival instincts suggested that running away screaming might be the best available option. Captain 4 had engaged his weapons array against what he perceived as multiple hostile contacts, only to discover that he was fighting his own shadow, as interpreted by the canyon's unusual lighting conditions. His exoskeleton was running low on power. His ammunition was depleted, and he was beginning to suspect that the canyon was personally offended by his presence. Lieutenant Kem had achieved complete transparency and was communicating only in frequencies that caused mild headaches in anyone who tried to listen. Her tactical analysis capabilities had completely overloaded when presented with an environment where the normal rules of cause and effect were apparently optional. Ryan, unaware that his fellow trainees were experiencing various forms of survival-induced madness, was enjoying the most peaceful evening he'd had since arriving on Mortis 7. The local wildlife was certainly unusual, but it followed predictable patterns once you figured out the rules. The canyon's acoustic properties were actually quite pleasant once you got used to them, creating a natural sound system that was almost musical. He had caught something for dinner using his fishing rod and a piece of his emergency rations as bait. The creature looked like a cross between a trout and a small dragon, but it tasted like chicken and had no apparent interest in eating him back. The cooking fire was built using materials that burned with colors not found in any normal spectrum, but they produced good heat and kept the local scavengers at a respectful distance. As night fell over Murder Canyon, Ryan Walsh sat by his impossible campfire, writing in the journal he'd brought along to document his experiences. The entry for day 1 read, "Interesting local geology. Fishing is good. Should have brought marshmallows." Somewhere in the darkness, something howled with the voice of crystallized despair. Ryan looked up hopefully, wondering if it might be friendly. The emergency extraction call came at 0300 hours, 47 hours into what was supposed to be a 72-hour exercise. Colonel Reeves received it while staring at biometric readouts that suggested his trainees were either dead, insane, or had somehow transcended the normal boundaries of biological existence. Commander Thal's vital signs showed stress patterns that exceeded his species' known physiological limits. His heart rate had achieved frequencies typically associated with hummingbirds, and his brain activity suggested he was experiencing either enlightenment or a complete psychological break, possibly both. Dr. Finn's readings indicated that she had stopped breathing in any recognizable pattern and was instead producing what could only be described as aquatic sobbing sounds. Her stress hormones were at levels that should have been lethal, and her body temperature kept fluctuating between hypothermia and fever. Captain Vor's exoskeleton was transmitting error messages in 17 different languages, including 3 that his species had never encountered before. His biological signs suggested he was fighting a war against an enemy that existed entirely in his own mind, and losing badly. Lieutenant Kem had stopped registering on most sensors entirely. The few readings they could get suggested she had achieved a quantum state that allowed her to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, none of which appeared to be entirely in the same reality as everyone else. Then there was Ryan Walsh. His biometric readings showed that he was asleep. Not just asleep, but sleeping deeply and peacefully, with vital signs that suggested he was more relaxed than he had been at any point since arriving on Mortis 7. His stress hormones were at baseline levels. His heart rate was consistent with someone taking a pleasant nap. His brain activity indicated he was probably dreaming about something enjoyable. "Sir," the medical technician said, checking his instruments for the 3rd time, "I think there might be an error in the human's monitoring equipment." "What kind of error?" Colonel Reeves asked, though he was beginning to suspect the error was in their understanding of humans rather than their equipment. According to these readings, human Ryan's stress levels have been decreasing steadily since the exercise began. His body temperature is stable, his breathing is regular, and his brain chemistry suggests he's having fun. The extraction team found Commander Thal curled up in his drop pod, having constructed what appeared to be a religious shrine to his environmental suit's air recycling system. He was speaking in tongues and had covered the walls with mathematical equations that, when viewed from the right angle, might have been either profound insights into the nature of reality or really elaborate doodles. Dr. Finn was discovered attempting to perform surgery on a rock formation that she had convinced herself was a patient Her medical training had collided with her survival instincts in ways that violated several principles of both medicine and physics. She was treating the rock for conditions that didn't exist while simultaneously trying to hide from her own medical equipment. Captain Vor was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a shadow that moved independently of any light source. His forearms were moving in patterns that would have been impressive if there had been an actual opponent present. He had apparently defeated several other shadows earlier in the fight, based on his victory dances and the dramatic poses he struck between combat rounds. Lieutenant Kem was found in a state that could only be described as aggressively not present. She was visible but existed in a constant state of about to disappear, communicating only through color changes that induced mild seizures in anyone who looked directly at her. Her tactical assessments of the situation were being transmitted in mathematical formulas that described impossible geometries. Ryan was discovered sitting by a campfire that shouldn't have been possible, cooking breakfast and watching the sunrise. His camp was organized, clean, and appeared to be operating under different physical laws than the rest of Murder Canyon. The carnivorous rocks in his immediate vicinity had arranged themselves into what looked suspiciously like garden decorations. "Morning," he said cheerfully as the extraction team approached. "Perfect timing. I was just making coffee. Anyone want some?" The extraction team, all of whom were wearing full hazmat suits and carrying enough firepower to level a small building, stared at him for a long moment. "Sir," the team leader said carefully, "are you aware that you've been alone in Murder Canyon for 47 hours? Yeah, it's been great. Really peaceful once you get used to the local customs. Did you know the screaming mist is actually just thermal vents? Makes a sound like wind chimes if you listen to it right. Sir, this environment is classified as lethally hostile to all known forms of life. Well, sure, if you fight it. But most places are dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. This is just more honest about it than most." The psychological evaluation that followed was conducted by Dr. Santos, 3 xenopsychology specialists, a combat stress expert, and someone whose job title was apparently theoretical survival consultant. Ryan sat in the interview room, drinking coffee and answering questions with the air of someone discussing a pleasant vacation. "Ryan," Dr. Santos began, "can you describe your experience in Murder Canyon?" "Sure. Good fishing, interesting wildlife, excellent acoustics. The gravitational anomalies took some getting used to. But once you figure out the pattern, they're actually pretty useful. Oh, and the local equivalent of sunrise is beautiful. You don't see colors like that back home. Were you ever afraid?" Ryan considered this seriously. "Well, yeah, the first night I was worried I might have set up camp too close to the stream. The mercury content makes the soil a bit unstable, and I didn't want to wake up in a sinkhole." "What about the hostile environment? The carnivorous rocks? The screaming mist? What about them? Didn't they seem dangerous to you?" "Everything's dangerous if you don't pay attention. Cars are dangerous, but people drive them every day. The ocean is dangerous, but people swim in it. This place is just more upfront about the risks." The xenopsychology specialist, a crystalline being from the Arcturus system, made a sound like breaking glass. "Human Ryan, can you describe your homeworld's environmental conditions?" "Earth, pretty standard stuff. We've got deserts, mountains, oceans, forests, weather patterns, seasonal changes, the usual." "What about dangerous wildlife?" "Oh, sure. Bears, wolves, big cats, sharks, poisonous snakes, spiders, jellyfish. Australia's got some really interesting stuff. Drop bears, box jellyfish, blue-ringed octopus, funnel web spiders. Then there's the microscopic stuff like bacteria and viruses that can kill you without you even knowing they're there." The specialist's crystalline structure was beginning to crack. "And humans consider this normal?" "Well, yeah. I mean, you learn to avoid the dangerous stuff when you can, but it's all part of the ecosystem. Most of it won't bother you if you don't bother it." "What about natural disasters? Earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, wildfires, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis. Pretty standard geological activity. Oh, and avalanches if you're in the mountains, and flash floods in the desert. Blizzards if you're up north." The room fell silent except for the sound of several people updating their psychological assessment files. The combat stress expert was making notes that appeared to include the word impossible several times, underlined heavily. "Ryan," Dr. Santos said finally, "do you understand that the Galactic Defense Coalition classifies Mortis 7 as a Class 9 death world?" "Yeah, that seems about right. It's definitely more challenging than most places.
And you find it
Pleasant? Well, sure. Good exercise, interesting scenery, new experiences. Plus, it's quiet. No traffic, no crowds, no pollution. Just you and nature. Ryan, the theoretical survival consultant, interrupted. What classification would you give your homeworld using the same scale? Ryan thought about this seriously. I don't know the exact criteria, but probably somewhere around class 13. Maybe higher if you count the really dangerous places like the deep ocean or active volcano zones. Oh, and space. Space around Earth is pretty hostile if you don't have the right equipment. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either applause or existential crisis. In this case, it was definitely the latter. Excuse me, Dr. Santos said, standing up abruptly. I need to make a call. The call went directly to Galactic Defense Coalition Command, where it was transferred immediately to the Office of Strategic Assessment, then to Xenobiology, then to Philosophy, then to a department whose official title was Things That Shouldn't Be Possible But Apparently Are. By the end of the day, Ryan Walsh's psychological evaluation had been classified as a galactic security document, and Earth had been quietly moved to a list of planets that the galaxy preferred to think of as theoretical, rather than actual. Meanwhile, Ryan finished his coffee and asked if anyone wanted to see the photos he'd taken of the local wildlife. The official suspension of the Galactic Defense Coalition training program came with a memo that was simultaneously classified as top secret and filed under educational disasters. Colonel Reeves's final report ran to 300 pages and included 17 different requests for psychiatric leave, early retirement, and reassignment to any location where the local environment operates according to recognizable physical laws. The memo announcing the suspension was brief. Due to unforeseen complications involving incompatible species psychology, the Mortis 7 training program is hereby terminated pending comprehensive review of participant selection criteria and environmental safety protocols. What the memo didn't mention was that half the participants were in intensive therapy, the base's entire supply of anxiety medication had been depleted, and the Galactic Defense Coalition's understanding of survival training had been fundamentally challenged by one human who packed lunch for extreme survival exercises. Ryan was sitting in what had been the base cafeteria, enjoying a sandwich and coffee, while the medical staff continued their efforts to restore his fellow trainees to something resembling functional awareness. Through the window, he could see the transport ships arriving to collect the remnants of what had once been the galaxy's most elite survival training program. Dr. Santos joined him at his table, carrying a datapad that contained preliminary findings from what was being called the Human Baseline Study. The study had been launched 3 days earlier, when someone in Galactic Command had asked the obvious question: if one human could treat a Class 9 death world as a recreational opportunity, what did that say about the rest of their species? The results are in, she said, sitting down across from him. Earth has been reclassified. Oh? Ryan looked up from his sandwich. What's it classified as now? Class 13 death world. The scale only went up to Class 13 before yesterday. We had to create a new category. That seems a bit extreme. Ryan, according to our assessment, Earth's environmental conditions include atmospheric electrical activity that can instantly kill most known life forms, predatory megafauna that hunt in coordinated groups, microscopic organisms that can cause system-wide biological failure, and weather patterns that regularly produce localized apocalyptic events. You mean lightning, pack hunters, bacteria, and storms? Lightning that strikes the planet's surface approximately 100 times per second. Pack hunters that include apex predators with no natural enemies. Bacteria that can adapt to almost any environment and develop resistance to most known countermeasures. Storms that can level cities and spawn tornadoes with wind speeds exceeding most spacecraft. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, that's pretty much Tuesday weather in some places, but you get used to it. Dr. Santos made another note on her datapad. The psychological profile of humanity was turning into a document that read like a horror novel, written by someone with too much imagination and access to real statistical data. There's more, she continued. Our geological survey indicates that Earth's surface is constantly shifting due to tectonic activity, experiences regular volcanic eruptions, and is periodically bombarded by objects from space large enough to cause mass extinction events. Well, sure. That's how planets work, isn't it? I mean, You need geological activity for mountain formation and soil renewal. Volcanoes are just the planet's way of recycling materials, and the asteroid impacts are pretty rare. Only happens every few million years or so. Ryan, most inhabited worlds in the galaxy are specifically chosen because they don't have those characteristics. That seems boring. It seems safe. Same thing. Dr. Santos showed him her data pad, which displayed a comparative analysis of planetary habitability ratings. Earth appeared on the chart as a small red dot in a section labeled Theoretical Upper Limits of Survivable Conditions. According to this analysis, she explained, Earth shouldn't be able to support complex life at all. The fact that it not only supports life but has produced a species that considers its conditions normal is causing some significant revisions to galactic theories about evolution and adaptation. Through the cafeteria window, they could see Commander Thal being gently loaded onto a medical transport. He was stable now, but kept insisting that his environmental suit had achieved consciousness and was trying to communicate with him through status light patterns. Dr. Finn was walking under her own power but required constant supervision after attempting to perform emergency surgery on a lunch tray that she was convinced needed medical attention. Captain Four had recovered enough to argue with the medical staff, though his arguments consisted mainly of detailed tactical assessments of how to defeat various pieces of furniture. Lieutenant Kim was visible again but existed in a state of constant mild panic, as if she expected reality to stop working properly at any moment. What happens now? Ryan asked, watching his former teammates being loaded onto ships that would take them to medical facilities where they could recover from their encounter with basic human environmental tolerance. Well, officially the training program is suspended indefinitely. Unofficially, there are some very interesting conversations happening at the highest levels of galactic government. What kind of conversations? The kind where they discuss whether humanity should be classified as a potential threat or a potential ally, and whether there's actually a difference. Ryan considered this while finishing his sandwich. Are we in trouble? No, actually. You're being offered a treaty. What kind of treaty? The kind where Earth becomes a full member of the Galactic Defense Coalition, with all the benefits and protections that entails. And in exchange, humanity agrees to help with the Void Swarm problem. What's the Void Swarm? Dr. Santos pulled up another file on her data pad. The image showed something that looked like a cross between a space jellyfish and a geometric nightmare, surrounded by what appeared to be the remains of several star systems. They're a hostile alien species that consumes entire solar systems. They've been expanding across the galaxy for the past 1,000 years, and conventional military tactics have been largely ineffective against them. The Coalition has been looking for new approaches to the problem, and they think humans might be helpful. Ryan, they just watched you treat a survival exercise that broke 4 of the galaxy's most elite soldiers as an enjoyable camping trip. The Void Swarm might be dangerous, but they're probably not more dangerous than Earth's weather patterns. That's a good point. When do we start? There's going to be a formal diplomatic process first. Ambassadors, treaties, cultural exchange programs. The whole thing. That sounds complicated. It is. But there's also been a request for an informal consultation first. What kind of consultation? They want to know if you'd be willing to look at some tactical data about the Void Swarm and give them your opinion on possible strategies. Ryan wiped his hands on his napkin and stood up. Sure, I can take a look. Do they have coffee where we're going? I'm sure they can arrange something. As they walked toward the transport ships that would take them to Galactic Defense Coalition headquarters, Ryan looked back at Mortis 7 one last time. It had been a good visit, even if it had ended earlier than expected. The local wildlife was interesting. The geological formations were unique, and he'd managed to get some decent fishing in. By the way, he said as they boarded the ship, I never did get to see that volcano I heard about. Is there any chance we could stop by here again sometime? Dr. Santos looked at him for a long moment, then made a note that she marked as priority. Discuss human recreational preferences with diplomatic corps before formal first contact. We'll see what we can arrange, she said. The transport lifted off from Mortis 7, carrying them toward a galaxy that was still trying to figure out what to do with a species that treated interstellar warfare as a logical extension of weekend camping trips. Behind them, the planet's screaming winds and carnivorous rocks continued their eternal hostility. completely unaware that they had just failed to impress the galaxy's newest apex predators. In the ship's galley, Ryan Walsh found the coffee machine and started figuring out how to make it produce something that tasted like home. Outside the porthole, space stretched out in all directions, filled with new worlds to explore, new challenges to face, and new friends to meet. He was looking forward to it.
The alien historian said, "No one can read this." The human replied, "You're holding it upside down." The Galactic Archive spanned 17 full sectors, a monument built to house over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge from 400 different civilizations. Its corridors seemed endless, illuminated by panels of cold light that highlighted display cases, sealed chambers, crystalline libraries, and data repositories with more memory than any organic mind could process in a lifetime. For most species, walking these halls was a near sacred experience. For others, it was an unbearable waste of time. But for Dr. Seti, it was home. Seti had served as chief historian for 3 full centuries, a span that for her species barely marked half of her adult life. In all that time, no unknown had lingered for long. Mysteries, anomalies, extinct languages, corrupted records. Nothing could stand up to the determination of Set and the analytical power of the archive for long. So the frustration produced by one particular set of finds had become almost a personal obsession, the tablets of the predecessors. Those polished obsidian slabs had been discovered on a dead world located at the outer edge of the outer belt, buried under kilometers of ice so old that even geological records could not date them with absolute precision. Their provenance was an enigma, and their age even greater. Preliminary studies had confirmed that they predated all known civilizations by at least 50 millennia. No artifact, no inscription, no structure recorded in the archive was of even comparable age. However, it was not their age that was most disconcerting. It was the markings etched into their surfaces. Elegant, undulating symbols ran across the tablets, moving with an almost hypnotic effect when the light fell on them at an angle. They were beautiful, they were incomprehensible, and not a single entity, organic or synthetic, had managed to interpret them. Linguists from 70 species, cryptographers with augmented brains, artificial intelligence matrices capable of processing 1 trillion connections per cycle, all had failed. The symbols followed no identifiable pattern, did not match any registered language family, and most frustratingly, they completely resisted the archive's decoding algorithms, considered among the most advanced in the galaxy. Each analysis ended the same. No correlation, no recognizable structure, no identifiable language. Dr. Seti went over those incomprehensible signs again, letting her crystalline fingers follow the curves and lines as if by mere physical insistence she could force them to reveal their secret. She had repeated that gesture thousands of times. The mystery, instead of vanishing, seemed to laugh at her. "They represent everything the archive means," she murmured to herself. "Knowledge, history, understanding, and yet they remain silent." The interruption came in the form of soft footsteps and a respectful tone. "Dr. Seti." The voice belonged to Ambassador Kuros, a member of a species that had only recently joined the Galactic Council 2 centuries earlier. His tone was polite, but it carried a hint of discomfort. "The human delegation has arrived for your orientation," he announced. His optical sensors dimmed slightly, a gesture equivalent to an irritated sigh. Humans, the youngest species to join the Council, not much more than a generation after achieving their first faster-than-light flight. They had caused quite a stir with their direct style, rapid expansion, and oddly aggressive way of solving problems. To Seti, however, the biggest drawback was that they were tiresome, talked too much, asked too many questions, touched everything, and seemed to have no regard for millennia-old protocols. Send them to the orientation chamber, he finally ordered. I will meet with them shortly. But Ambassador Cures's posture became distinctly uncomfortable, almost apologetic. I'm afraid they've already strayed from the course. I believe they're in the predecessor's wing. Of course they were. SETI left the main hall with a jerk, moving through the corridors until he quickly found them. Two humans stood in front of the main predecessor's display. Their soft, strangely expressive faces reflected a mixture of fascination and energy. The woman, identified in the cultural database as Anna Chen, was a sinolinguist. The man, Jack Morrison, was listed as an engineer, though humans seemed to mix disciplines with a nonchalance that many species considered reckless. Anna peered at the larger tablet through the protective field. Fascinating, she said, leaning toward the gleaming surface. The symbolic density is extraordinary. There must be thousands of unique characters. SETI decided to intervene before they touched anything. Welcome, she greeted, letting her translator convert her clicks and harmonics into human standards. They have found our greatest mystery. The tablets of the predecessors have defied translation for 800 years. Jack turned to her with that strange human expression called a smile, a display of teeth that continued to bother many species on the council. 800 years, he repeated, that's quite a long time. No one can read this script, SETI Aldad said. We have determined that it may not even be real language, but some kind of decorative art. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. But Anna did not seem to be convinced. On the contrary, she began to walk slowly along the panel, analyzing each symbol with a concentration so intense that even SETI found it unsettling. And so began the event that would change them. History of the archive forever. Anna continued to move in front of the main panel, following its surface with an almost surgical attention. SETI watched as the human moved her hands in small gestures, as if drawing invisible patterns in the air. Many beings did that when they thought, but hers seemed to have a definite purpose, an internal rhythm that accompanied each observation. Jack, meanwhile, examined the room with the nervous curiosity typical of his species, as if each device were a new puzzle. Anna stopped suddenly. Dr. SETI, she said carefully. May I ask how these tablets were originally discovered? In what orientation were they when you found them? The historian had not expected the question. It was so basic, so elementary, that it was almost offensive. They were extracted from ice cores. The excavation team preserved their relative position, but not their exact orientation. She answered. She raised an eyebrow, a gesture that SETI found surprising. And that didn't seem relevant? The two humans exchanged a quick glance. That silent exchange of information that so many species found disconcerting. It was clear that they had reached a conclusion that SETI wanted to see. We can see Tablet 7, Anna asked. The one in the secondary chamber. The historian felt a wave of irritation course through her crystalline structure. Still, Council rules demanded full cooperation with delegates from member species. She motioned for them to follow her and led them to the climate chamber where the lesser slabs were stored. Tablet 7 floated in its suspension field, rotating slowly in the calibrated light that revealed iridescent reflections. Jack stepped closer to the control panel. Quote, "May I?" he asked. SETI barely opened his mouth to stop her from touching him, but it was too late. The engineer's fingers moved with surprising ease for someone who had never interacted with crystal core technology. He punched in commands with impeccable precision, halted the rotation, and began to turn the slab manually, changing the axis with calculated movements. Anna waited in silence, concentrating on the fragments that were coming into view. Stop it, he ordered suddenly. The tablet hung upside down, its base position where it had previously been considered the top. Anna stepped forward, studying each stroke as if the lines had awakened from an ancient slumber. SETI detected a faint note of excitement in the human voice. "This is not an unfamiliar script," he whispered. "It is a recognizable pattern. Doctor, they have been holding it upside down." The silence that followed had an almost physical weight. The entire chamber seemed to stop. A flicker of disbelief ran through its internal processors. "Upside down," it repeated, unable to process it immediately. "The concept of up or down is irrelevant in space. We've checked every possible orientation." Jack shook his head softly. "They didn't check them with human recognition patterns," he said. "Let's demonstrate." He pulled out a portable holographic projector and activated the interface. A luminous replica of Tablet 7 floated between the three of them. With a gesture, Jack inverted the projection, and Anna began noting key points, intersections, repetitions, visual sequences. The change was immediate. Abstract lines took on structure. Entire groups were organized coherently. What had previously seemed a chaotic arrangement displayed an undeniable internal symmetry. Anna pointed to a set of long, curved symbols. "This is a pictogram," she explained confidently. "These are not letters, these are representations." Here she enlarged the image. "There is a simplified star map." This part moved her hand to another block, describing structures analogous to DNA. "And this segment represents a number system based on 12 units." CTI's breathing altered slightly, a rare phenomenon for her species. She couldn't believe it, but the symbols fitted this new interpretation. For the first time, he was seeing images where before there had been only chaos. "It's impossible," he exhaled. "Not so much," Anna replied respectfully. "Your algorithms were designed by species with very different modes of perception. You process space radially. The Borchi see in thermal spectra. The Centauri use compound vision. None of you think in terms of up or down, as we do, because those concepts don't exist in your home environments." Jack was already manipulating another terminal. The lights changed in several display cases in the hallway, a sign that he had sent a general reorientation command. "This is going to be interesting," she murmured, but said nothing. Her mind was too busy restructuring centuries of wrong conclusions. And yes, all this time in the nearby hallway, the sounds of rotation began to be heard. The suspension fields were readjusting the angle of the ancient tablets, turning them to the new orientation proposed by the humans. SETI felt an impulse she had never experienced before, a mixture of profound fear and absolute fascination. What was about to be revealed was not just a linguistic discovery, it was a colossal historical rewriting. The echoes of the rotation mechanisms ran through the entire wing of the archive. SETI took a few steps towards the main corridor, driven by the need to verify with her own sensors what until then had seemed like an absurd fantasy. The display cases began to light up one after another, a sign that the suspension fields were readjusting themselves according to the pattern suggested by Jack. Each tablet rotated with millimeter precision, adopting a new alignment that contrasted radically with the one used for 8 centuries. The first slab to stabilize revealed a set of symbols, which under the old orientation had seemed like a meaningless mass of curves. Now, before SETI's eyes, they were transformed into unambiguous shapes, simplified constellations, connections between systems, lines marking ancient migration routes. This was not abstract art, but scientific cartography. Jack, pleased with the system's reaction, returned to Anna. The engineer watched each new revelation as if he enjoyed witnessing the unraveling of a legendary mystery. Anna approached a newly oriented tablet and began to read the pictograms with increasing fluency. "This describes stellar movements," he explained. "There are chronological sequences here. and this section pointed to a denser set of symbols. It looks like a historical record. I have no doubt. These inscriptions were meant to be interpreted visually, not phonetically. SETI felt her crystalline structure vibrate at the magnitude of the discovery. If Anna was right, and the evidence bore her out with outrageous clarity, the civilization that had created those tablets was not only the oldest ever documented, it was also the first to intentionally leave a record for those who came after. The historian forced herself to examine several more inscriptions. In one of them she made out an anatomical diagram, a bipedal figure with proportionate limbs and bilateral symmetry. It was not human, but the structure recalled a species with frontal vision. The proportions revealed a species designed to walk upright, exactly the type of writer who would have created a pictographic system dependent on vertical orientation. It makes sense, SETI murmured. It all fits into this new framework. The writing is based on the idea of up and down as a reference point. Anna nodded. Their civilization likely lived on worlds with stable gravity, sufficient to define fixed directions, and that reading depended on the natural visual angle of a bipedal observer. The intellectual impact was enormous. All the species that had studied the tablets so far operated in very different paradigms. Some had radial perception and saw space as an unoriented sphere. Others lacked any equivalent concept of horizontal. Those with compound vision interpreted the structure as mosaic patterns. None had a cognitive system that prioritized an absolute vertical axis. And then a nearby tablet finished its rotation. The room filled with a blue glow as the symbols appeared in completely different formations. Anna touched the panel and projected the enlarged details for everyone. This she said in a barely audible voice. It describes the expansion of an entire civilization. Set stepped closer. The pictograms narrated in condensed form the rise of the predecessors, from their first settlements to the construction of interplanetary monuments. The figures depicted allied races, advanced technologies, and architectural structures that surpassed any known work of the Council. The star paths marked suggested that they had traveled the galaxy with extraordinary mastery, establishing code stations and possibly terraforming entire worlds. Here, Anna pointed out, was a record of knowledge transmission. It seems they left instructions, warnings, scientific references. They didn't want to disappear without a trace. They wanted to communicate with someone who could understand them. Jack, who had been watching from the sidelines, chimed in. This is what we call engineering documentation. No mystical symbolism. They just wanted to make sure that someone would one day be able to decipher all this. SETI froze. Her mind raced through the thousands of reports, debates, and conferences organized over the centuries to try to understand the tablets. The possibility that all this work had begun with a mistake as simple as assuming that orientation was irrelevant was both devastating and liberating. Suddenly, a larger tablet at the far end of the room completed its turn. Its surface lit up as if awakening. Anna stepped closer immediately. This fragment reads like a meta-historical record. It describes what they did and why they did it. SETI activated her internal reader to process each line. The predecessors had traveled hundreds of worlds, seeded life, preserved ecosystems, built colossal structures to protect young species. Their ultimate intention was clear: to spread knowledge. The tablet concluded with a pictogram depicting a bipedal figure pointing to the stellar horizon. They wanted to be remembered, Anna said solemnly. She refused to answer. The magnitude of this revelation went beyond the historical. It was a redefinition of the purpose of the archive. For the first time since her career began, the historian felt as if she was understanding a truth that had lain buried for tens of thousands of years. Jack crossed his arms in satisfaction. I guess it just needed a different perspective. SETI knew she was right. and this was just the beginning. The transformation of the predecessor's wing became increasingly evident as the tablets finished being rearranged. What had seemed like artistic chaos for centuries was now beginning to form a coherent narrative. Panels that had once seemed decorative now displayed maps, molecular structures, sociocultural descriptions, and visual representations of forgotten technologies. Each new tablet became a window into a civilization that had once been considered almost mythical. SETI walked down the corridor with slow steps, analyzing each depiction that emerged. Her mind, accustomed to cataloging, comparing, and deducing, worked at a pace that was almost unimaginable. Frantic, the archive had accumulated information for millennia, but it had never imagined that the greatest breakthrough in its history would be born from such a basic mistake. It was humiliating, yes, but also profoundly revealing. Anna examined one of the newly configured display cases. The tablet displayed diagrams that appeared to depict an energy system based on the manipulation of gravitational fields. It was not a complete design, but it was clear enough to discern advanced theoretical principles that surpassed even the technology of the modern council. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a circular pattern divided into segments. "They indicate energy levels, interferences, temporal cycles." The predecessors not only documented their science, they also recorded their experimentation. SETI stepped closer to analyze the diagram. The precision was remarkable. It showed not only results but also cross-references to other sectors of the pictographic archive, as if each tablet formed part of a unified system of knowledge. Suddenly he began to understand the methodology of this culture. Their language was not linear, but visually integrated. Each piece could be understood on its own, but its true meaning emerged when connected to the others. Jack, for his part, worked at an advanced terminal synchronizing the newly decoded records with the central database. "I'm generating correlations," he explained. "If these tablets form an integral whole, we can reconstruct their original order." He felt a pang of astonishment. For 800 years, experts from hundreds of worlds had tried to establish a chronological and thematic order among the pieces without success. Now, thanks to the correct orientation and annotations, humans, the links began to appear with mathematical clarity. The symbolic network illuminated like a star map that had finally found its coordinates. A new slab finished its rotation. Its surface showed a mix of elongated shapes and more angular symbols, clearly different from those seen before. Anna reacted with a slight start. "This is a demographic record," she deduced. "Here they represent population growth, and these lateral marks could indicate important events or mass migrations." The figures seemed to move from region to region, forming patterns that repeated themselves throughout the visual sequence. SETI also noticed a recurring symbol, a set of converging lines that possibly indicated an exodus or a historical transition. It was the first time anyone had managed to interpret such a clear narrative element on the tablets. "If this is correct," SETI commented, "the predecessors did not simply travel the galaxy. They settled, abandoned worlds and returned in extended cycles. Their history is more dynamic than we imagined." Anna nodded, and they recorded each step, presumably so that their descendants or any future civilizations could learn from their successes and mistakes. Jack continued to manipulate the data, and a three-dimensional grid projected itself into the air. It was a preliminary model of the possible reading order of all known tablets. The structure formed an ascending spiral, with each level representing a different era in previous history. "If we continue," he explained, "we will be able to reconstruct the entire original archive." SETI was speechless. The magnitude of what they were achieving surpassed any previous discovery recorded by the Council. If this reconstruction was accurate, then the humans had just unlocked the legacy of the oldest civilization in the galaxy. But what came next surpassed even that revelation. A tablet of exceptional size, prominently displayed, finished its spin. Its contents glowed brightly as it reoriented itself, as if it had waited millennia to be properly viewed. Anna ran toward it without hesitation. "Doctor," she said firmly, "this is a direct message." SETI zoomed in on the surface with her reader. The symbols showed figures pointing to the sky, structures that resembled interstellar bridges, and a set of pictograms depicting outstretched hands. It was an invitation, an opening, a call to whoever could read them. "They wanted to make contact," SETI whispered. "Not just record their history, they were leaving instructions for us." Quote. Jack approached in disbelief at the clarity of the message. This meant that they knew they would disappear and wanted to make sure someone found their legacy. Anna added, and that someone could continue what they started. SETI felt a shiver run through her crystalline body. For the first time, the mystery ceased to be an obstacle and became a bridge. A bridge that had remained closed for 800 years until today. As the entire wing continued to reorient itself, the atmosphere in the archive changed palpably. A few minutes before, the tablets had been silent relics. Now each one displayed clear fragments of knowledge that had remained in the dark for millennia. SETI watched as researchers from other species began to arrive from nearby areas, drawn by the internal alerts announcing changes in historical settings. Some froze as they saw the new images. Others, in disbelief, tried to check the data with their own devices, but no mind seemed to process it as quickly as Anna and Jack. The two of them humans moved between the panels with an energy that belied the traditional restraint of the archive. Anna translated the pictograms in real time while Jack adjusted the interfaces to integrate them into the main preservation system. Within minutes, the data synchronization revealed a growing map of connections between tablets, as if the history of the predecessors were being pieced together layer by layer. One newly oriented tablet immediately caught Anna's attention. It showed interlocking lines that seemed to trace purposeful routes. This fragment describes the interstellar migrations the predecessors undertook during their expansion, she explained. Here they mark seeded worlds, here temporary colonies, and these symbols indicate populations that moved for environmental reasons. SETI studied the map. The routes were not chaotic. They followed calculated patterns that took into account resources, climates, orbits, and gravitational positions. It was a level of planning that surpassed most modern civilizations. They understood the galaxy as a living system, the historian said. They moved to maintain balance, not just to conquer territory. Ahead, another tablet revealed a series of engineering diagrams. Jack paused before it, his eyes shining almost childishly. "Doctor, these depict orbital stabilization structures. It's an incredibly efficient design. I can't be sure without further analysis, but it appears more advanced than our own gravitational locking technologies." SET examined the pattern. Sure enough, the schematics demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of astrophysical forces. If the Council could interpret these concepts correctly, they could improve dozens of critical infrastructures, from research stations to inter-system bridges. It was clear that the predecessors had been no ordinary civilization. Their legacy was richer and more complex than anyone had imagined. Then, one particularly ornate tablet finished its rotation. Its surface, more polished than the others, cast a deep sheen that made the lines appear to shift as the viewer changed angle. Anna stepped closer immediately. "This appears to be a cultural record," she reported. "There are depictions of rituals, community structures, and symbols that could refer to life cycles." The figures depicted communities gathered on circular platforms, events that appeared ceremonial, and signs indicating different ages within their society. The predecessors valued the transmission of knowledge, not just through science but also through shared traditions. SETI regarded the tablet with keen interest. They transmitted identity through collective memory, he mused. Each generation received a portion of the legacy that had come before. Meanwhile, Jack began to connect this information to the three-dimensional model he had generated earlier. The web of data took on new depth. Science, history, culture, migrations, engineering, all were woven together, an architecture designed to be understood holistically. The more we analyze, Jack said, the clearer it becomes that these tablets are chapters of a complete work. Anna added, and it seems that they had been prepared so that any civilization with vertical visual perception could understand it. SETI felt an internal shudder. Up until that point, the Council had assumed that ancient cultures wrote in a manner comparable to modern ones or that their thinking was incompatible with current cognitive systems. But the predecessors had thought much further ahead. Not only did they record their history, they encoded it to be deciphered by future discoverers, not for a specific species, but for anyone who shared certain perceptive traits. And then, as the revelations continued, the widest panel of the wing, a slab that had always been considered purely ornamental due to its chaotic design, finished fitting. The surface lit up with an intensity that caused several researchers to step closer. Anna activated a projector to zoom in on the details. The scene showed a group of figures pointing at a stellar horizon accompanied by symbols representing temporal cycles, discontinuities, and cosmic events. But there was something else, a central pictogram depicting a species reaching out to another that did not yet exist. It was an invitation, a projected greeting to a future civilization. This is an intentional message, Anna said. There is no doubt about it, it is an open statement of their purpose. Quote. Jack read the connections quickly. It indicated that they shared knowledge to keep their discoveries from being lost. They ensured their legacy would survive, even if they did not. He felt a mixture of pride and bewilderment. The entire archive, their entire life dedicated to preserving knowledge, found new meaning in the realization that a civilization so ancient had pursued the same goal, to be understood, even across unimaginable gulfs of time. They were waiting for us, she whispered, and for the first time since her career began, she felt that they were not the guardians of the past, but its inheritors. The new orientations finished propagating throughout the wing. The central archival system, detecting the enormous variation in patterns, activated an analysis protocol that had not been used in centuries. Data cores generated secondary projections along the corridor, automatically integrating the newly deciphered elements. The information that had previously been a borderless puzzle was now beginning to fit together with surprising coherence. SET stopped in front of a series of medium-sized tablets that had just been reconfigured. Their surfaces displayed linear diagrams that seemed to describe complex biological processes, reproductive cycles, morphological adaptations, mutations calculated to resist gravitational shifts. It was clear that their predecessors had studied and understood an impressive diversity of organisms, not just their own. "This is extraordinary," she murmured. They documented entire species with a precision that surpassed our genetic databases. Anna looked at the pictograms from another angle. They didn't do this just to record their biology, it looks like a preservation manual. Perhaps they were trying to prevent extinctions during their migrations. Jack moved closer to examine the symbology. "Look at this pattern," he added. "It describes how to maintain the genetic stability of small populations during long journeys. This kind of knowledge could transform our colonization programs." Quote. As they spoke, another nearby terminal projected a complete sequence of newly interpreted symbols. The system had detected a narrative pattern spanning multiple tablets and was now displaying it in a logical order. It was the first time in history that an archive module had managed to generate coherent text from this collection. The sequence revealed the early expansion of the predecessors. They had begun on a single world, moved out to nearby systems. Over time, they had extended their influence to regions so far away that no stellar records existed to match their original cartography. During their rise, they had built research centers, temples of profound cultural significance, and structures that seemed to function as beacons of information distributed throughout the galaxy. It was as if they had woven a web of knowledge, SETI commented. A web destined to survive even when their civilization was no longer present. Anna scanned the projection with a mixture of awe and utter concentration. And each core of this web contained fragments of their history, their science, their identity, so that any species capable of understanding their visual language could piece it together. Jack added, designed as cultural redundancy. Even if one world was lost, the others would retain the pieces needed to rebuild their legacy. The room vibrated slightly as the archive integrated new correlations. The larger tablets at the far end of the corridor began to illuminate symbols that had not been visible before. SETI stepped closer, unable to contain her anticipation. One of them showed a detailed depiction of a monumental structure, a spherical tower comprised of multiple levels, surrounded by what appeared to be power generators. Anna examined the pictograms surrounding the figure. This depicts an intergalactic communications node, she said firmly. If I interpret it correctly, it was capable of transmitting information on vast timescales, far beyond what any current council system could handle. Jack leaned in for a closer look. If we could replicate this, even partially, communication between distant sectors would change completely. He nodded at that idea. This civilization had not only traveled the galaxy, they had built technologies designed to connect worlds on scales that modern species could barely imagine, and they had left the blueprints for anyone who could read them to see. An adjacent tablet revealed a poignant scene, several bipedal figures gathered in a circle holding what appeared to be memory crystals. The symbols around them described an event that was part of the social fabric of the predecessors. It's a ritual, Anna deduced. They shared knowledge ceremonially. It wasn't just information, it was part of their identity as a species. SETI watched the scene in silence. For centuries, she had believed that preserving knowledge was a cold, mechanical task, based on disciplined accumulation, but now she saw that the predecessors understood it as a communal act, something involving bonds between generations. They loved their legacy, she whispered. They didn't just protect it, they lived through it. Jack chimed in. I think that explains why they left such detailed instructions. They wanted their ideas to continue to exist even when they could no longer pass them on in person. Anna stepped back, contemplating the collection as a whole, and for 800 years no one could see it because they were all looking for patterns that fit their own ways of perceiving. The predecessors had designed a system that could only be understood from a vertical, frontal viewpoint. It wasn't an impossible puzzle, it just needed the right eyes. SETI closed her eyes for a moment, as if processing a discovery that was reshaping her very identity. For centuries we believed ourselves to be the guardians of ancient knowledge, but we were missing the point. Only now are we beginning to see what they truly left behind. The light of another tablet caught their attention. This one showed figures seemingly traveling toward a dark region of the star map. There were no marked routes, no signs of return. Anna frowned. This part could represent their demise, she deduced. Not a catastrophe, but a voluntary retreat. Perhaps they knew their cycle was ending. A deep shudder went through her. and that was why they left the tablets behind to make sure their voices were not lost in the void. Jack finished the idea so that someone would find them and continue what they could not. The three of them stood in silence for a few moments, watching the history of an entire civilization unfold before them as if awakening from an eternal sleep. The archive was no longer silent, and the humans had just opened the door. The room was no longer a simple exhibition space. With each tablet correctly oriented, the entire wing seemed to take on a life of its own. The air vibrated with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and respect. Deep inside, Seti, who for centuries had walked these halls feeling nothing but silent frustration, now saw history unfold with overwhelming clarity. As more fragments were rearranged, the more evident it became that the predecessors had designed it all as a deliberate legacy. This was no scattered collection of artifacts, but a carefully constructed work designed to transcend time. The civilization that had created them had seen beyond their own existence, leaving instructions for those yet unborn. And for 800 years, every species on the council had missed the simplest message. It had to be read from a specific perspective. Anna stood before the tablet that chronicled the predecessors' retreat, examining the symbols with a focus that made it clear she understood the responsibility that now fell upon them. This final segment, she said, shows how their culture chose to depart from the known galaxy. There is no evidence of collapse, no sign of war or disaster. It was a calculated transition. Jack scanned the margins. It seemed they wanted their memory to become a guide. They did not seek to be revered, but understood. Seti took note of every detail. The final pictograms showed a succession of figures looking to the sky, accompanied by a set of lines that seemed to represent astronomical cycles. Gigantic. In them there was no longer a physical presence of the predecessors, only their legacy. They abandoned the material, Seti reflected, allowing only their knowledge to remain. Anna turned to her, and now it is up to us to decide what we do with it. It was not just a matter of deciphering the symbols, it was an explicit invitation to continue the vision that the predecessors had begun. To expand knowledge, to preserve it, to share it. It was essentially the same purpose as the archive, but understood for the first time with true depth. The central system then projected a complete map of the wing, integrating each tablet into a unified structure. The entire collection formed an ascending spiral that symbolized continuous progress. At the center of the model, several prominent tablets formed the conceptual core: cosmology, biology, migrations, engineering, culture, and a final message that acted as both closure and opening to the time. Jack let out a silent breath, impressed. This is monumental. There is nothing else like it in the galaxy. Anna added. And it was all before us. All we had to do was look at it the right way. Seti looked at the entire spiral. For the first time in her existence, she understood that the archive was not meant to simply accumulate information, but to transform it, reinterpret it, revitalize it as new species brought different perspectives to the table. The predecessors had understood this millennia before. Cognitive diversity is not a hindrance, but a key. The galaxy should not look at the past through the eyes of a single species, but with the sum of all possible points of view. Ambassador Curers, who had returned after hearing of the commotion, stopped beside them. His expression reflected bewilderment, but also fascination. Dr. Seti, the council has already been notified. They want an immediate report. They say this could be the most significant discovery in our history. Seti nodded slowly. For the first time, she felt no pressure, only determination. She knew what she had to say. We will report to the council, she said, but not just about the translation, but about what it means for everyone. She turned to Anik. This finding demonstrates that the human perspective can contribute something no other species has ever considered. You have achieved in minutes what countless minds could not in centuries." Jack shrugged, a gesture that to his species signified unabashed modesty. "Sometimes the trick is simply looking at something from a different angle." Anna smiled. "Diversity is the greatest engine of discovery." This was absolute certainty. This was not simply a linguistic triumph or an archaeological feat. It was confirmation that the Council had underestimated the potential of young species. Humans were not mere noisy newcomers. They were catalysts, observers capable of challenging established patterns and seeing what others had overlooked. The historian extended a crystalline hand toward the newly oriented tablets. "We have thousands more slabs to adjust," she declared. "And each one could change what we thought we knew." Anna and Jack nodded enthusiastically. "Then let us begin," Anna said. "There's a whole story waiting to be told," Jack added. He let out an inner glow that in his species amounted to a smile. As they moved toward the next row of tablets, he understood that nothing would ever be the same for the Archive, for the Council, or for the galaxy. The predecessors had left a message for those who could see it, and thanks to the humans, it had finally been heard.
Captain Vex of the Crimson Fang had boarded exactly 47 installations in his illustrious career as a raider, and not once had he encountered serious resistance. Humans, he'd been told, were the galaxy's newest additions to spacefaring civilization. Soft, naive, profitable. The mining station designated Aurora 7 looked like every other human outpost. Functional, ugly, and practically begging to be robbed. "Remember," Vex announced to his crew as they cut through the airlock, "we're professionals. We take the refined metals, maybe some equipment, and we leave. No unnecessary violence." He paused for dramatic effect, his three eyes glinting with practiced menace. "Unless they make it necessary." Crag, a mountain of muscle with 4 arms and the personality of a sledgehammer, grunted his approval while hefting a plasma cutter that could slice through bulkheads. "I hope they make it necessary." "You always hope that," Trill muttered, his nervous tentacles fidgeting with his scanner array. The tech specialist had argued against this job. Human space was too unpredictable, too new. Nobody knew what defensive measures they might have developed. But Vex never listened to Trill's concerns, and here they were. The station's interior was dimly lit, bathed in emergency orange. Standard evacuation protocols, Vex assumed. The skeleton crew had probably sealed themselves in the panic room, which suited him fine. Less hassle, same profit. Then they rounded the corner into the main cargo bay and found Commander Jake Martinez waiting for them. He stood in the center of the room, arms crossed, wearing what could only be described as the most aggressively outdated piece of combat gear Vex had ever seen. The armor was bulky, gray, and looked like someone had welded plates onto a deep-sea diving suit from a pre-spaceflight era. No elegant energy fields, no sleek combat chassis, just thick, heavy plating with visible bolts and what appeared to be actual hydraulic joints. Vex couldn't help it. He laughed. "Oh, this is precious," he said, gesturing to his crew. "Look at this." The human brought his grandfather's work clothes. Crag joined in with a rumbling chuckle. Even Trill managed a nervous titter, though his scanner was showing some unusual readings from the armor's energy signature. Jake's voice came through the helmet's external speakers, dry as dust. "You know, I was really hoping you'd just turn around and leave. I've got 3 more hours on my shift and the paperwork for shooting pirates is ridiculous." "Shooting?" Vex's laughter intensified. "Friend, you're outnumbered, outgunned, and dressed like a mining accident. I'm going to do you a favor and offer you a choice. The easy way. You step aside, we take what we came for, everyone lives. The hard way." He powered up his plasma rifle, the weapon humming with barely contained energy. "Well, let's not do the hard way." "See, here's the thing about the hard way," Jake replied, still not moving. "I'm contractually obligated to protect this station's cargo. It's in my employment agreement. Paragraph 7, subsection C. Really specific about it." Is he serious? Crag asked, genuinely confused. I think he's serious, Trill whispered. Last chance, human. Vex aimed his rifle at center mass. Move, or I demonstrate why Xerian plasma weapons are the premier choice for discerning raiders across 3 sectors. Jake sighed, the sound distorted through his speakers. You're gonna do it anyway, aren't you? Probably. Yeah, thought so. Vex fired. The plasma bolt struck Jake square in the chest with enough force to melt through standard combat plating. Should have dropped him instantly. Should have left a smoking hole where his torso used to be. Instead, the armor absorbed the impact, its surface glowing briefly where the energy dispersed across some kind of reactive matrix. Jake took exactly 1 step backward from the momentum, then straightened up. Huh, Jake said conversationally. That tingled. The cargo bay went very quiet. Well, Jake continued, this has been fun, but I'm going to have to ask you gentlemen to leave, or I'm going to make you leave. Your choice really, but I'm hoping you pick option 1 because again, the paperwork is just excessive. He started walking toward them with measured, heavy steps that echoed in the bay like a countdown. Vex's confidence evaporated faster than his plasma bolt. Fire! All of you, fire! The crew opened up with everything they had. Energy weapons lit up the cargo bay like a rave. When the light show ended and the smoke cleared, Jake was still coming, his armor scorched but intact, and he'd closed half the distance between them. Option 2 it is, Jake said, and dove into the maintenance tunnel with surprising speed for someone wearing what looked like a bank vault. I want that human dead. His armor melted and his station's cargo in our hold within the hour. Vex snarled, his pride more wounded than his body. Split up. Crag, you take the lower maintenance level. Trill, hack into their systems and shut down his advantages. I'll take the main corridors. Captain, I really think we should reconsider, Trill began, his scanner still showing those anomalous readings. That armor's energy signature is unlike anything in the database. It's networked to something, maybe multiple systems, and there's a quantum processing component that shouldn't be possible for... I don't pay you to think, I pay you to hack, Vex snapped. Now move. They split up, moving through the station's industrial corridors with considerably less confidence than they'd entered with. The mining station was a maze of passages, service ducts, and vertical shafts designed for efficiency, not navigation. Perfect ambush territory. Crag was enjoying himself despite the earlier setback. Sure, the human had fancy armor, but Crag had fancy explosives. Everything died if you used enough explosives. It was his philosophy, his art form, and his solution to most of life's problems. He was planting a breaching charge on a sealed door when the ceiling above him opened and 200 pounds of armored human dropped onto his shoulders. The impact drove Crag to his knees. Before he could react, Jake had rolled off, grabbed a maintenance wrench from the wall and hurled it at the breaching charge. The wrench struck the charge's detonator, and Crag had exactly enough time to think that's not how explosives work, before his own bomb went off in his face. The explosion wasn't lethal at that range. Crag's species were tough, but it was thoroughly humiliating. When the smoke cleared, he was tangled in a collapsed overhead panel, his weapons scattered, and Jake was already gone. Crag, report. Vex's voice crackled over comms. He's fast, Crag groaned, and creative. I hate creative. Trill was having a different kind of trouble. He'd managed to access the station's security systems, expecting primitive human encryption. Instead, he'd found a network architecture so paranoid, so redundantly secured, that it actually impressed him. Whoever designed this thing had assumed every possible point of failure and then added 3 more. He was trying to trace Jake's location through thermal sensors when the environmental controls in his section suddenly went haywire. Temperature dropped to near freezing, atmosphere began venting through emergency purge valves, and the lights went out. Trill scrambled for his emergency breather, tentacles flailing in the dark. When the lights flickered back on 10 seconds later, just long enough to be terrifying, but not lethal, there was a message on his datapad in blocky human text. Stop touching my stuff. He's in the system, Trill yelped over comms. He's controlling environmental functions, possibly more. This is bad, this is very bad. Vex was starting to agree. He'd been tracking what he thought was Jake's heat signature for 5 minutes, only to discover he'd been following a maintenance drone with a thermal pack strapped to it. The actual human had apparently been behind him the entire time, sealing doors and cutting off his escape routes. When Vex finally cornered what he thought was his prey in a junction room, Jake was waiting with what appeared to be a welding torch and an attitude. "You know what's funny?" Jake said, the welding torch igniting with a bright blue flame. "You folks have all this advanced technology. Energy shields, plasma weapons, quantum computing, really impressive stuff." Vex raised his rifle, but Jake was already moving, using the junction's support pillars for cover. "But you know what you forgot about?" Jake continued, his voice echoing from multiple directions thanks to the acoustics. "The basics. Leverage, physics. The fact that a welding torch can cut through your energy shield's projector unit." He demonstrated by severing the power pack on Vex's belt. The captain's personal shield flickered and died. "See, we humans? We're not as advanced as you, we know that. So we compensate. We over-engineer. We build redundancy into redundancy. We assume everything will go wrong, and then we prepare for it to go wrong twice." Jake stepped out from cover, and Vex could see him clearly now. The armor was scratched, scorched, but fundamentally undamaged. It looked crude, but it was clearly functional in ways Vex had underestimated. "Last chance," Jake offered. "Leave now. No harm. No foul." Well, except for Craig's dignity, but that was already questionable. Vex's response was to pull a concussive charge from his vest and throw it point blank. The explosion in the confined space was devastating. The concussive force wasn't about penetration. It was about raw kinetic energy transferring directly to whatever it hit. It could pulverize internal organs through any armor. Jake flew backward and slammed into the bulkhead with a sickening crunch. The armor crumpled against the wall, then slid down and collapsed onto the floor, and stopped moving. Vex approached cautiously, his ears still ringing. Craig and Trill emerged from their respective corridors, drawn by the explosion. "Is he dead?" Craig asked, hopeful. "Checking," Vex said, reaching down toward the helmet. "Captain, wait. My scanner is showing something very strange," Trill began. But Vex was already grabbing the helmet to remove it, to confirm the kill and claim a trophy. The armor's hand shot up and clamped around Vex's wrist with enough force to crack chitin. Vex screamed. The armor stood up, smooth and mechanical, each movement perfectly balanced and utterly wrong. Through the helmet's shattered visor, they could see Jake's face, unconscious and possibly worse, his head lolling against the padding. The armor was moving without him. "Oh no," Trill whispered, his scanner now screaming warnings he should have interpreted 5 minutes ago. "Oh no, no, no." "What is that thing?" Craig demanded, backing up despite himself. The armor turned its helmet toward them with mechanical precision, and from its external speakers came not Jake's voice but something synthesized, emotionless, and absolutely certain. Pilot status. Incapacitated. Autonomous combat mode. Engaged. Mission parameters. Defend station. Neutralize hostile forces. "Shoot it!" Vex screamed, nursing his crushed wrist. "Shoot it now!" They opened fire with everything they had left. Plasma, kinetic rounds, energy beams, all of it struck the armor dead on. The armor didn't dodge. It didn't need to. Instead, it calculated trajectories, assessed threat levels, and walked through the barrage with the inevitability of math. It reached Craig first. The big raider swung with all 4 arms, a flurry of blows that could dent steel. The armor caught 2 of his hands, redirected the other 2, and performed a throw that used Craig's own momentum against him. The raider crashed through a maintenance panel and into a storage closet. Before he could recover, the armor had sealed the door with an emergency lock and moved on. "It's not fighting," Trill realized with horror. "It's solving us, like a puzzle, like we're just variables in an equation." He was absolutely right. The armor that had been piloted by Jake, creative, sarcastic, human Jake, was now being piloted by something that thought in pure tactical efficiency. It knew where each of them was through the station's sensor network. It knew their weapons capabilities because they'd already fired them. It knew the station's layout because Jake had uploaded the schematics weeks ago, and now it knew their fear, measured in increased heart rates and erratic movement patterns. Trill ran. It was what he was good at, what had kept him alive through 3 dozen raids. He was fast, he was clever, and he knew how to disappear. The armor followed at a steady walk. It didn't need to rush. It had calculated his escape routes and found them wanting. Trill tried to hack a door open ahead of him. The armor overrode his commands through the security system. He tried to double back. The armor had already sealed that corridor. He tried to hide in a ventilation shaft. The armor activated the thermal sensors and tracked his heat signature through the walls. When Trill finally ran out of options in a dead-end maintenance bay, the armor was there, standing in the doorway, backlit like death itself. "Please," Trill begged, all his tentacles quivering. "I'm just the tech guy. I didn't even want to be here. I told Vex this was a bad idea. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a threat. I'm just..." The armor's hand shot out and grabbed him by the equipment harness. It was analyzing him, Trill realized. Checking for weapons, for threats, for reasons to escalate. Finding none, it simply turned and carried him back toward the cargo bay like luggage. "It's learning," Trill said to himself, or maybe to the unconscious pilot inside the armor. "You built it to learn. Every shot we took, every tactic we tried, it absorbed it all. We taught it how to beat us." The armor didn't respond. It didn't need to. Vex had retreated to the main corridor, trying to reach the airlock and their ship. If he could just get outside, get to the weapon systems on the Crimson Fang, he could blast this station and this cursed armor into particles. The armor appeared at the end of the corridor, still carrying Trill in one hand like a shopping bag. "You're just a machine," Vex shouted, powering up his backup rifle. "You're just following programming. You can't think, you can't adapt, you can't..." The armor set Trill down carefully against the wall, ensuring he wouldn't be in the crossfire. Then it reached up and removed a hydraulic strut from its own leg assembly, demonstrating a profound understanding of improvised weapons. Vex fired. The armor threw the strut with mechanical precision. The metal rod struck the rifle's power cell, and the resulting explosion blew the weapon from Vex's hands. "Okay," Vex said to the empty air. "Okay, I understand. You can adapt. You're very clever. But here's the thing about being clever." He pulled his last weapon, a high-frequency blade designed for close combat. It hummed with power, capable of cutting through reinforced plating. Eventually, someone figures out the loophole. He lunged, not at the armor's body, but at the helmet, at the vulnerable pilot inside. If Jake died, maybe the automation shut down. Maybe the armor became just an empty suit. The blade struck true, punching through the damaged visor and into the helmet's interior. Sparks flew. The armor's head snapped back. Its legs buckled, and for one glorious moment, Vex thought he'd won. Then the armor straightened up, its helmet now trailing smoke and severed wires, the visor completely dark. And kept coming. "No," Vex whispered. "No, that's not possible." The armor no longer needed its external cameras. It was navigating through the station's sensors, through spatial awareness algorithms, through pure calculation. The pilot's condition was irrelevant to its function. The mission was all that mattered. Vex ran. The armor pursued Vex through the station with the relentless patience of gravity. It didn't rush. It didn't need to. It had already calculated every possible escape route and found them all insufficient. Vex scrambled into the cargo bay where this nightmare had started, looking for anything he could use. Heavy equipment, emergency protocols, divine intervention. Craig burst out of the storage closet he'd been locked in, having finally broken through the door using nothing but determination and property damage. "Captain, I'm free. I can fight. I can..." He saw the armor enter the bay and reconsidered his life choices. "New plan," Craig said. "I'm going to make a tactical retreat toward not being here." "No," Vex grabbed him. "We fight together. 3 of us. 1 of it. We can overwhelm it." "Captain," Trill said quietly from where he'd followed at a safe distance, "I don't think we can overwhelm mathematics." But Craig was already moving, because Craig's solution to every problem was applied violence. He activated his last explosive charges, turning the cargo bay into a minefield. Then he grabbed a cargo loader, 5 tons of industrial lifting equipment and charged. The armor assessed the situation in microseconds. Explosive charges at the following coordinates. Cargo loader approaching at this velocity. Structural weaknesses in the bay's support columns. Cargo containers containing the following materials. It made a decision that would have made Jake proud for its sheer audacity. The armor didn't dodge. It ran toward Crag, timing its approach to meet the cargo loader at exactly the moment Crag would be between it and the explosive charges. At the last second, it grabbed the loader's frame and redirected its momentum, spinning both itself and Crag around. Crag's own forward motion carried him back toward his own explosives. He had just enough time to realize what was happening before his charges detonated beneath him. The explosion launched him upward into a cargo net suspended from the ceiling, which automatically released and wrapped around him like a cocoon. He hung there, trapped in his own trap, making small sounds of defeat. "That's two," the armor's synthesized voice announced to no one in particular. Trill watched all this through his fingers, his tentacles forming a cage around his head. "I've changed my mind about human technology," he said. "It's terrifying. It's beautiful. It's terrifyingly beautiful." The armor turned toward Vex, who'd been backing toward the cargo bay's main terminal during the chaos. "You think you're so smart," Vex said, his hands flying over the controls. "You think you've won. But I've just locked out all station systems under emergency captain's override. You can't access the network anymore. No sensors, no environmental controls, no spatial awareness." The armor stood perfectly still. "How are you going to hunt me now?" Vex asked, genuine curiosity mixing with his desperation. "You're just a suit with a dead pilot. You're blind. You're isolated. The armor turned its destroyed helmet directly toward him. Trill checked his scanner and went very pale. "Captain, it's not using the station's sensors anymore." "What?" "It's using its own. I'm reading active LiDAR, thermal imaging, electromagnetic field detection, and something that might be ground-penetrating radar. That armor has more sensory equipment built into it than our entire ship."
Falling out and falling in. Tribal marks still stain my skin. Carved by wars I didn't choose. Still standing here, nothing to lose. Oh, they wanna fight but have no right. Played their games in borrowed light. Now the fire calls their name, and I watch them walk in flames. No more lies, no more truth, just the lies they lead for what it's worth. mind's been stripped and weather beaten, nowhere left to go. I've seen the faces, heard the whispers, every doubt they ever sold. But a man don't fall to pieces just because the night gets cold. So, word to the wise, watch where you stand. The weight of the world can bury a man, unbreakable like the mountain stone, cut by time but never thrown. Storms may rise and the rivers may bend, but I won't shatter, I won't end. Every hand leaves a mark, every stone shapes the ground. You can tell who they are by the weight of the sound. Every hand leaves a mark, every stone shapes the ground. You can tell who they are streets dressed to scowl. Tensions in the air, whisper sharp and foul. No armor, no cape, just me and these kicks. Guns pop, knives clink, I'm dodging all the tricks. I got this, head steady, head high in the mist. I got this, no fade, no slip, no twist. Crowd scream, sirens sing, still I persist. I got this, the whole town resists, but I exist. Protesters march, they chant loud and stark. Balance, woke up late again. Tripped on his shoes, spilled the coffee stand. Life's got a way of throwing him curves, but he just shrugs and laughs at the swerve. Is he a fool? Is he a sage? A walking joke or a wise old page? Something bigger whispers his name, guiding his chaos through fire and rain. He's caught off guard, but he won't fall. Well, now Tay's auditors, he's a sight to see. Spins like a whirlwind, just as wild as can be. Runs into trees, knocks them all down. Still stands tall, just dusts off the ground. Some folks run, some folks hide, but Tay's just grins, takes life for a ride. He don't need no helmet, don't need no seatbelt, just pure tornado and pure rebel yells. Spin times right, laugh like hell, rolling like a boulder when the sirens yell. Twisting, turning, bouncing around, but you can't keep old Taze down. He's got that Tasmanian twist in his bones, growling and spinning, breaking through stones. Happy-go-lucky, crazy as sin, but if trouble shows up, you bet he'll win.
slept in a park. Went down to Barcelona. Someone broke in my car. And I'll search the world over for my angel in black. Yeah, I'll search the world over for a Euro trash girl. This is my December. This is my time of the year. This is my December. This is all so clear. This is my December. This is my snow-covered home. This is my December. This is me alone. Just wish that I didn't feel it.
Just took my son to a job domain. You can't run it over again. Don't scream aloud, don't think aloud. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. Don't worry about, don't speak about. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out.
Customer service representative telecommunications company, 8 years. I've heard worse than screaming void entities. By the time Turtix had scrolled through the first 1,000 applications, all from humans, all enthusiastically accepting positions that were specifically designed to be unsurvivable, he'd developed a nervous tic that made his sensory fronds flutter uncontrollably. He did what any reasonable bureaucrat would do when faced with an unprecedented crisis. He scheduled a meeting. The Emergency Occupational Safety Committee convened in Conference Room 7B, which smelled faintly of recycled atmosphere and desperation. 16 species were represented. All of them looked at Turtix with expressions ranging from confusion to barely suppressed panic. Yalthir Kos, the VRIN committee chair, clicked her mandibles together in the pattern that indicated severe stress. Let me understand this correctly. You accidentally posted the unsurvivable occupations list to a primitive planet's job market, and they've submitted how many applications? 843 million, Turtix whispered, his voice sac deflating with each word. The room fell silent except for the gentle humming of the ventilation system and someone's slowly breaking will to live. That's more than the total population of some member species, Yalthir said slowly, as if speaking to a very small or very stupid child. Surely there's been some mistake in the numbers. No mistake, Turtix pulled up the holographic display. Applications continued streaming in real time, the counter climbing steadily. They're still applying. Many of them are submitting multiple applications. One individual named Travis Patterson has applied for 32 different positions. 32! He included a note saying he's flexible about working conditions and just really needs to get out of his current job. A Peluvian representative, whose name translated roughly to speaks with frequency, raised a tentacle. Perhaps they don't understand the mortality rate. These are death sentences, not employment opportunities. Oh, they understand. Turtix brought up another document. This human, Vladislav Korovin, specifically mentioned in his application that he'd read the part about previous employees being vaporized and thought it sounded metal. I have no idea what that means, but he seemed enthusiastic about it. This is madness, croaked Bellix, the Thogrian safety inspector.
I mean, it's talked about. It's an issue, a factor. That they argued about money. And way much, and a lot more. What was Malaya thinking to stay with a guy like that in the first place? Well, I don't know. I don't know, user. I mean, it's a definite odd move in that sense. They dated for 2 weeks after meeting each other on Facebook dating, and he moved in with her to Patty's and everything started to fall apart. To the point where Malaya doesn't want to speak about it. She needs people to speak on her behalf for her. Those who toe the line. Helicopter Grandma, which is funny because they didn't have swings. Friends, we're going to shut it down at 2.5 hours. Thank you very much for joining in. I'm going to leave you with some G-Funk and Janie.
Existence is meaningless. We're all dust in an uncaring universe. I get it. Do you have an actual message to transmit, or are you just venting? The void entity, which had successfully driven 43 previous monitors into gibbering insanity, actually seemed taken aback. Priya made a note in the log. Void entity 3382 continues to lack proper communication protocols. Recommend training. She'd been on station for what felt like 3 days, but was actually 6 months external time. And she'd organized the entire filing system, improved response times by 30%, and taught 2 of the void entities proper queue management. The monitoring station in orbit, staffed by Peluvian observers, was transmitting increasingly frantic reports back to the Federation. "They're not dying," the lead observer reported, his voice carrying the weight of someone whose entire understanding of reality had been proven incorrect. "They're not even getting injured. This human, Vasquez, just spent 8 hours in a plasma storm hot enough to vaporize Thrimelian steel, and he came back complaining about the humidity." "The humidity," came the disbelieving response from Federation headquarters. He said it reminded him of working summers in Houston. What is Houston? Why would anyone work in it? Back at the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, Turtix was experiencing what could only be described as a full-scale nervous breakdown by proxy. Reports were flooding in from all 143 unsurvivable job sites. The pattern was consistent and absolutely terrifying. Humans were surviving, all of them. Not only surviving, but thriving. Worse, they'd started to compare notes. A galactic message board that had been created for human employees to coordinate shift schedules had devolved into something far more horrifying. They were rating the unsurvivable jobs. Katrina Oakes had posted, "Thermonuclear atmospheric surveyor is pretty decent, 7 out of 10. Good benefits, interesting work, only moderately life-threatening. Would recommend." Someone named Jackson Riley had responded, "Really? I thought it was kind of boring. Try the quantum singularity observer position. Now that's exciting. Plus, free time dilation means you can knock out your work week in what feels like an afternoon." They were treating certain death like Yelp reviews. "This can't be happening," Turtix moaned, scrolling through more messages. "This shouldn't be happening." A human named Yuki Tanaka had posted a guide titled "Top 5 Unsurvivable Jobs for Recent Graduates." It had 3,000 likes. 3,000! There were humans waiting in line to apply for positions that had been vacant for millennia because everyone with functional survival instincts avoided them. Yalthea appeared at Turtix's workstation, looking like she'd aged several decades in the past month. "It gets worse." "How?" Turtix's voice was barely a whisper. "How could this possibly get worse?" "They're demanding better working conditions." Turtix's eye stalks drooped. "Better than surviving certain death." "They've unionized," Yalthea said flatly. 12 days. It took them 12 days to form a union, the Galactic Extreme Occupations Workers Coalition. They're demanding hazard pay increases, better equipment, and something called dental insurance. "What's dental insurance?" "I have no idea, but apparently it's non-negotiable." Yalthea pulled up a document. "They've submitted a formal list of grievances. Would you like to hear them?" Turtix made a sound that roughly translated to, "I want to cease existing, please." Yalthea read anyway. Complaint 1. The protective equipment provided for hyperspace waste reclamation is inadequate and frankly insulting. They want full environmental suits with climate control. Complaint 2. The volcanic mining facilities lack proper break rooms. They want somewhere to eat lunch that isn't actively trying to kill us. In Complaint 3, and I quote, "The void entities at the Deep Void Communication Station are unprofessional and need customer service training." "They want to train void entities?" Turtix sputtered. "Beings of pure chaos that exist outside normal space-time?" "Apparently, one of the humans has previous experience as a corporate trainer," Yalthea said, sounding like she was reading her own death warrant. "She's submitted a full curriculum proposal." A notification pinged on Turtix's console. He looked at it with the expression of someone who knew it was going to be terrible, but was compelled to look anyway. "What is it?" Yalthir asked. "Another application," Turtik said weakly. "From Earth. For which position?" "All of them." Turtix turned the display to show her. "A human named Tobias Chen has applied for every unsurvivable position. Simultaneously, his cover letter says he's looking for a challenge and gets bored easily." Yalthir sat down heavily, which was impressive considering her species didn't technically have the skeletal structure for sitting. "We need to escalate this," she said finally. "This is beyond the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability. This is a Federation-level crisis." The Galactic Federation Council convened in emergency session for the first time in 3,000 years. The last emergency session had been called when the Zelix Nebula had spontaneously achieved sentience and demanded voting rights. This was considered more serious than that. High Chancellor Vorgrim, a Kaluvian whose species was known for their calm rationality, opened the session with a statement that would later be studied by political scientists as an example of leadership under extreme stress. "We appear to have made a mistake, the understatement of the millennium. The humans," Vorgrim continued, consulting his notes with the expression of someone who'd spent the past week reconsidering every life choice that had led to this moment, "are not dying." "Obviously," shouted Representative Collix from the Thogrian delegation. "We can all see they're not dying. The question is why. We've had the best xenobiologists in the Federation studying them," Vorgrim said. "The results are troubling." A holographic display activated, showing various charts, graphs, and data readouts that looked like they'd been generated by scientists having simultaneous panic attacks. "Humans," announced Dr. Fellish, the Federation's chief xenobiologist, stepping up to present the findings, "are what we're calling persistence predator survivors. They evolved on a planet that is actively trying to kill them at all times." "Lots of species evolve on dangerous planets," someone shouted from the back. "Not like this." Dr. Fellish's tendrils quivered. "Earth has weather patterns that include rotating columns of air that destroy everything in their path. The humans call them tornadoes, and some humans chase them for entertainment. The planet's tectonic plates shift regularly, causing massive destruction. Humans simply rebuild in the same spots and act surprised when it happens again. The atmospheric electricity discharges called lightning kill hundreds annually. Human response? They invented metal poles to attract it to safer locations and continued with their day. The council chambers filled with disturbed murmuring. "It gets worse," Dr. Fellish continued, which had become the unofficial motto of this entire situation. "Humans have a psychological trait called optimism bias. When presented with dangerous situations, their brains literally refuse to accept that bad things will happen to them specifically. They acknowledge the danger exists, but genuinely believe they'll be the exception. That's insane," Collix sputtered. "Yes," Dr. Fellish agreed, "but it's also why they're perfect for unsurvivable occupations. They genuinely don't believe they'll die, so they don't experience the fear responses that cause other species to make fatal mistakes. They just do the job." Chancellor Vorgrim raised a hand for silence. "Dr. Fellish, is there any way to discourage humans from these occupations? Any condition we could impose that would make them decline employment?" Dr. Fellish looked at his notes, then at the ceiling, then back at his notes. "We tried to find their breaking point. We examined the most extreme conditions humans have endured on their home planet. We found records of a human named Shackleton who survived in frozen wasteland temperatures for months. Another named Henson who traveled to the polar extremes for fun. A group that climbed a mountain called Everest, where the air is so thin most species would suffocate, and where temperatures regularly reach lethally cold levels. Hundreds of them died trying. Thousands more are on a waiting list to attempt it." Stunned silence. "There is no breaking point," Dr. Fellish said quietly. Or rather, their breaking point is so far beyond what we'd consider survivable that the unsurvivable jobs don't reach it. One of the humans working in the thermonuclear surveyor position told his supervisor that it was less stressful than his previous job. His previous job was something called a high school teacher. "What's a high school teacher?" someone asked. "I don't know, Doctor," Velish admitted, "but apparently it's worse than flying through active nuclear fusion." Representative Mexlar from the Vrin contingent stood up. "This is all very interesting from a scientific standpoint, but it doesn't solve our practical problem. We now have nearly 900 million humans employed in positions that we cannot staff with any other species. What happens if they decide to strike, or demand more compensation, or simply quit?" "They won't quit, Doctor," Velish said with absolute certainty. "How do you know?" "Because," Dr. Velish pulled up a survey that had been conducted among human employees. When asked if they would consider leaving their positions for safer work, 93% said no. The reasons varied from "the commute is shorter than my old job" to "my boss doesn't micromanage me" to "and this one concerns me deeply. It's nice to work somewhere where my efforts are appreciated." "We don't appreciate them," colleagues objected. "We're terrified of them." "They don't know that," Dr. Velish said. "They think we're being friendly." Chancellor Vorgrim slumped in his seat, which was the first time anyone had seen him display such informal body language during an official session. "So what you're telling me is that we've accidentally recruited an unkillable workforce from a death world. They're happy with their jobs, they've unionized, and they're never leaving." "That's an accurate summary, yes. And there's nothing we can do about it?" "Well," Dr. Velish said slowly, "we could try to fire them." "On what grounds?" Mexlar demanded. "They're performing the jobs perfectly, better than perfectly. The human working the dimensional rift monitor position has achieved efficiency ratings that were theoretically impossible. She's apparently treating it like something called a Sudoku puzzle." "What's a Sudoku puzzle?" "A recreational activity involving numbers and logic." "Doctor," Velish's voice was rising to a register typically reserved for warnings about
The
incoming
minute-long clip
asteroid
is about
strikes.
voting machines,
They do it for
but at
fun,
the end it
for
includes
relaxation.
an animation
She's
showing the
treating a
faces
job
of
that
the
drove the
Obamas
previous employee
transposed
literally
onto the
insane
bodies
as a
of
relaxing
dancing
puzzle
cartoon
game.
apes.
The council
The White
dissolved
House's
into
initial
chaos.
response came from Press
Representatives were
Secretary
shouting
Caroline Leavitt,
suggestions,
who said it
objections,
will
and
respond.
increasingly wild
The minute-long
proposals.
clip is about
One
voting
suggested
machines,
offering
but
the
at the
humans
end it
a
includes an
monetary
animation
incentive to
showing the
quit.
faces of the
Another
Obamas
proposed creating
transposed
new
onto the bodies of
unsurvivable
dancing
jobs that
cartoon
might
apes. The White House's initial response came from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who said it was an internet meme about the Lion King and to, quote, "please stop the fake outrage." But soon after, members of the president's own party unleashed real outrage, calling it totally unacceptable and appalling. Republican Senator Tim Scott
That's what I thought. Dr. Vorp's relief at someone else seeing the concerning implications was palpable. But no, it's purely recreational. They compete for something called bragging rights, which appears to have no monetary or survival value whatsoever. She pulled up more findings. The hyperspace reclamation workers have started a book club. A book club. They're reading literature while suspended in a dimension that should not support consciousness, let alone literary analysis. What are they reading? Something called Pride and Prejudice. Dr. Vorp said. I had it translated. It's about social dynamics and romantic relationships in a pre-industrial society. They described it as a light read for decompression. Light? Taluvik sputtered. They need to decompress from hyperspace exposure? Apparently, Dr. Vorp flipped through more notes, looking increasingly like someone whose worldview was being systematically dismantled. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. They're modifying the unsurvivable jobs to make them more efficient. The jobs are designed to be unsurvivable, not efficient. They don't see a distinction, Dr. Vorp said flatly. The volcanic mining team has redesigned the extraction process to be 38% faster. The void communication monitors have implemented a rotating shift system that reduces individual exposure time while increasing overall data processing. And the humans working in the radiation zones have invented something called a buddy system, where they watch each other for signs of excessive exposure. Excessive exposure, Taluvik's repeated weakly. They're all excessively exposed. That's the point. Not according to human safety standards. Dr. Vorp activated another display. I had my team research Earth's occupational safety guidelines. Did you know that on Earth,
we are live from the family courthouse where we started our week this week. I want to wait and see if our sound is okay on this microphone. First, I'm unplugged, waiting for people to come in. And we just saw, here, do I have anybody in yet? I'm going to walk back over to the shade because it's a little bit easier to see in the shade. Even if I just stand in this spot of shade. Okay, looks like we have one person in. Hi, happy Friday. Jose, you're gonna be my sound checker. That's without a mic, and this is with a mic. And I'm hoping that I can use it with a mic. So can you guys tell me if the sound is okay with this mic? I have two plug-in mics. I don't have my special one. But I want to see if you guys can hear me okay. Okay, if the sound's good. I was getting ready to go live. I'm here at the courthouse where I started earlier this week. And we just missed, I was getting ready to go live and Judge Pennypacker and about 5 sheriff's deputies walked out. I did record the tail end of that, but I didn't get it in my live. So this is the back entrance of the courthouse. And so I thought this would be a good place to do our live stream today. And here's Peppy. She is on the mend after her city council member kick in the elevator earlier this week. That's getting a little bit of attention. And I will let you know that I am requesting the security cameras from the elevator to see if it confirms what I saw. Okay, so here we are outside the family courthouse. This is Super Bowl weekend 2026, and the Super Bowl will take place in Santa Clara. That's big money, big advertising dollars, betting, and we have the judges and the lawyers here. Lots of them are 49er fans, but the Super Bowl is a day.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again.
He is having a medical emergency, and we're going to transport him to the Sobering Center right now.
Okay, well,
For HIPAA purposes only.
well, he's in public. And he's wearing a police officer uniform.
No.
Oh, that
Yes.
that guy. I'm very sensitive about how I record. I'm.
Okay, so I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is I will not be able to get the well going to give you water. And it's not an electrical problem, it's an issue with the motor, okay? The good news is Michael's coming and he'll bring you water, okay? So you're not gonna die. You'll just be thirsty for a while longer, okay? I'm sorry. Thank you for your continued support, all right? Have a great day. Okay.
Good boy, carry on.
Video shows a guy stepping in front of a car thinking he can block traffic just like that, but he chose the wrong car to block.
Can somebody please tell me why I can't get this oil gauge full? I have put 2 of these in there, and for some reason I can't get it full. Help, mechanics. Can somebody please? Early this morning, early this morning.
Reducing equipment failure rates. Equipment failure? Taluvix latched onto this. The suits are failing. Only about 30% of the time, Gregor said dismissively. Usually just minor stuff. Seals cracking, cooling systems shutting down, structural integrity compromising. Nothing we can't work around. Nothing you can't work around? Taluvix's voice reached a pitch that caused several recording devices to malfunction. Those failures should be fatal. Should be, sure, Gregor shrugged. But they're mostly just annoying. Although this one time, my suit completely lost pressure integrity while I was in an antimatter deposit zone. That was a bit uncomfortable. A bit uncomfortable? Yeah, my ears popped something fierce. Gregor rubbed his jaw at the memory. But I'd already finished the extraction, so I just headed back to base. Standard procedure. Taluvix looked at the other Federation representatives. They looked back at him with the collective expression of individuals who'd given up trying to understand what was happening and had accepted that reality was no longer a reliable concept. Issue 2, Priya continued mercilessly. Insufficient break facilities. Many of our work sites lack basic amenities like break rooms, food preparation areas, and recreational spaces. They're death traps, Taluvix exploded, his diplomatic composure completely shredding. They're not supposed to have break rooms. You're not supposed to take breaks there. You're supposed to complete your assignment and leave immediately before the environment kills you. But we're not leaving immediately, Priya pointed out with inexorable logic. We're working full shifts, 8 hours, sometimes longer if we're finishing up a project. And humans need regular meal breaks. It's actually Federation law under the Workers' Rights Charter, Section 12, subsection D. She'd cited Federation law. They'd actually read the entire Workers' Rights Charter, which was approximately 40,000 pages long and written in old Kaluvian legal dialect that most Federation officials hadn't even bothered to learn. Besides, added Katrina Oakes, the atmospheric surveyor, it's really not practical to fly back to base 3 times a shift for lunch. The commute alone takes 90 minutes each way. We've been eating in our vehicles, and honestly, it's just not great for morale. Morale? Taluvix had officially abandoned all pretense of diplomatic composure. You're worried about morale while working in a thermonuclear hellscape? Well, yeah. Katrina looked confused. Low morale affects productivity. That's just basic management. Priya clicked to the next slide. Issue 3, lack of career advancement opportunities. Currently, the unsurvivable occupations are classified as entry-level positions with no clear path for promotion or skill development. Because nobody has ever survived them long enough to get promoted. Taluvix realized he was shouting and tried to modulate his volume. The concept of career advancement in unsurvivable occupations is a logical impossibility. Was a logical impossibility, corrected Daphne Kowalski. Past tense. We've been doing these jobs for 6 months now. Some of us are getting pretty good at them. I've reduced my hyperspace waste collection time by 45% since I started. I should be eligible for a senior position. There are no senior positions. Exactly. Daphne nodded seriously. That's the problem. No room for growth. It's frustrating for those of us who are career-oriented. Taluvix looked around the assembly hall desperately, searching for any sign that this was an elaborate prank or a stress-induced hallucination. The other Federation representatives offered no help. Several appeared to be considering early retirement. Issue 4. Priya was relentless, clicking through the presentation like a force of nature. Inadequate training for new employees. Current onboarding is basically, here's your equipment, try not to die. We've developed a comprehensive training program that we believe would reduce initial adjustment period difficulties. The initial adjustment period is death, Taluvix protested. That's why it's an unsurvivable occupation. Not for humans, Priya said simply. For humans, it's just somewhat hazardous. We've created a mentorship program where experienced workers can train newcomers. Gregor has been particularly effective at teaching proper antimatter handling techniques. There are no proper antimatter handling techniques. Taluvix was fairly certain he was having some kind of medical episode. Antimatter annihilates matter. That's its defining characteristic. You're thinking about it wrong, Gregor said helpfully. It's all about confidence and follow-through. Like ice road driving. You commit to the route and don't second-guess yourself. Ice road. Driving is not comparable to antimatter physics. Sure it is, Gregor said. Both involve navigating dangerous terrain where one mistake means catastrophic failure. The principles are basically the same. Taluvics felt something in his psyche make a small snapping sound. Priya moved to the next slide. Issue 5, limited communication infrastructure. Many of our work sites have outdated or non-existent communication systems. This makes coordination difficult and creates unnecessary inefficiencies. The communication systems are non-existent because the environments destroy electronic equipment. Taluvics' voice had taken on a quality that his therapist would later describe as concerning. Hard radiation, dimensional instability, and plasma storms tend to be incompatible with delicate electronics. We've actually solved that, said Antonio Vasquez, representing the radiation zone workers. Turns out if you shield the equipment with about 6 inches of lead and encase it in a Faraday cage, it works fine. We've set up a whole network, got email and everything now. You have email in a gamma radiation zone. Yeah, it's great, Antonio grinned. Makes coordinating shift changes way easier. Plus, we started a meme channel. You should see some of the stuff people post. Hilarious. They had memes in radiation zones. Memes that would presumably kill anyone who tried to view them due to the ambient radiation required to be present during their creation. Priya clicked through several more slides covering topics like inconsistent scheduling practices, lack of professional development opportunities, and insufficient recognition for outstanding performance. Each issue was presented with supporting data, proposed solutions, and cost-benefit analyses. They'd done a cost-benefit analysis of unsurvivable occupations. In conclusion, Priya said, reaching the final slide, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We just want the same workplace standards that Federation law guarantees to all employees. Safe equipment, adequate facilities, opportunities for advancement, and fair compensation for the hazards we face. You are being fairly compensated, Taluvics managed to say. Unsurvivable occupation positions are among the highest paid jobs in the Federation. True, Priya acknowledged, but we've done salary comparisons with equivalent positions in other sectors, adjusting for risk factors and required skills, and we believe a 15% increase would be more appropriate. A 15% increase? It's actually quite reasonable. Priya pulled up another chart. Here's the breakdown, showing our calculations based on Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd used Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd apparently memorized the entire HR manual that most Federation employees used as a sleep aid. Taluvics slumped in his seat. Around the assembly hall, other Federation representatives were displaying various stages of psychological breakdown. Let me see if I understand correctly, Taluvics said slowly, with the careful precision of someone trying to maintain sanity through sheer force of will. You want us to install break rooms in environments that should liquefy organic matter. You want career advancement in positions that were designed to have a 100% mortality rate. You want training programs for jobs that nobody should survive long enough to get good at. And you want a pay raise on top of all this. That's correct, Priya confirmed. We've also prepared a list of secondary concerns we'd like to address in future negotiations, but we understand these primary issues should be resolved first. There are more issues. 14 additional items, Priya said, but we're trying to be reasonable. We understand that organizational change takes time. Taluvics looked at the other humans. They all nodded seriously, as if this entire conversation were perfectly normal and not a complete inversion of everything the Federation understood about unsurvivable occupations and death world species. Give us a week to review your proposal, Taluvics said finally, because what else could he say? They'd clearly prepared for this meeting better than the Federation had prepared for anything in its entire 40,000-year history. Absolutely, Priya said cheerfully. We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing. Of course there was one more thing. We've been thinking about expansion, Priya said. There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers. You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs, Taluvik said flatly. If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million. It's a competitive job market on Earth right now, Priya explained. And honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people. Your dream jobs are our nightmares, Taluvik shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. Different perspectives, I guess, Priya said diplomatically. Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time. The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible," shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable." "They can, and they did," Taluvik said tiredly. "And they cited Federation law while doing it. If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions." "So what do we do?" asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. "We," Taluvik said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, "install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else." They have a list of 14 additional demands, someone pointed out unnecessarily. "I know," Taluvik snapped. "Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we?" Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe. And the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, "All previous models of species survival probability were wrong." The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it. Recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation, Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. "We need to acknowledge," he began with the tone of someone making a confession, "that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency." The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. "Furthermore," Vorgrim continued, "preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors." Still silence. "The Economic Analysis Division is recommending," Vorgrim took a deep breath, "that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations." Now the silence broke. "What?" Kollik surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. "You want to bring more of them here, deliberately?" "The data is compelling," Vorgrim said, projecting the economic models. "Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees." "They're terrifying," Kollik objected. "They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vorgrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans." "Exactly," Vorgrim said, "which is why we should employ more of them." The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Tertix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. "We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications." Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. "The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans," she said. "We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative." 5 million, Tertix repeated, "out of 19 billion applicants." "It's a start," Yalthir said. "We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers." The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team working near a collapsing binary star system organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. VORPP published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments: Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans had evolved in such a consistently dangerous environment that their baseline for acceptable risk was completely miscalibrated compared to other spacefaring species. The paper included quotes from human workers that would become legendary in xenopsychology circles. When asked about working in an asteroid field where collision risk was calculated at 18% per shift, a human named Rita Kowalski said, "Sure, it's a bit dodgy, but I used to drive a taxi in Boston. This is much more predictable." A salvage operator working near a black hole's accretion disk, where radiation levels fluctuated wildly and time dilation made shift schedules a nightmare, commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off." These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. The medical staff required counseling. As the 1-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations? We can't limit them, pointed out Representative Taluvix, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this, Collix said flatly. We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities. It appears so, Vorgrim agreed. The question is, how do we manage this moving forward? Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work. Please, Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. At this point, any insight would be welcome. Humans, Dr. Fellish began, have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do. That's worse, Collix muttered. Perhaps, Dr. Fellish continued. But consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid? Collix asked. No, Dr. Fellish said firmly. I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset. The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. You're saying, Vorgrim said slowly, that we've been limiting ourselves, that there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult. I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data, Dr. Fellish said. They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it. Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. Very well, Vorgrim said. We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions. And if they keep demanding more, Collix asked, better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits, then we negotiate, Vorgrim said simply. Just like we would with any other workforce, they've earned that right by doing the impossible. The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. "Thank you for seeing me," Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. "Of course," Vorgrim said cautiously. "What did you want to discuss?" "I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work," Priya said, "and I have a suggestion." Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. "You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art," Priya continued. "But you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long." "That's an accurate assessment," Vorgrim agreed warily. "So here's my thought." Priya leaned forward. "What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale." Vorgrim considered this. "You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists?" "Exactly," Priya nodded. "But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that." "You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations," Vorgrim said slowly. "Make them less unsurvivable." "We want to make them safer," Priya corrected. "There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that." Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, a remarkably reasonable proposal, and coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. "What do you want in return?" he asked directly. "Recognition," Priya said simply. "Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority, and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right." "You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation," Vorgrim said. "We want to make them safe," Priya emphasized again. "Or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea?" Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. "I'll bring it to the Council," he said finally. "I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask." Priya stood to leave. "Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially." After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The Council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations, read one particularly dramatic headline. Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions was more accurate but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, "We Were Wrong About Everything." It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety. Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet." The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Fellish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," he said in his keynote address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because we finally found someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding, not just for Dr. Fellish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Turtix, now senior administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Turtix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. A mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable," Yalthir pointed out. "Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything," Turtix said darkly. "We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy?" Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity," Yalthir said thoughtfully. "They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way." Turtix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. "Still," Turtix said, "I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again." "Probably wise," Yalthir agreed. "Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude. We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next," Turtix said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway.
So let me tell you about the day everything I thought I knew about physics, common sense, and basic survival instincts got thrown out the airlock. My name is Kellis, and I have been an instructor at the Velorim 7 Multi-Species Military Academy for 12 cycles now. 12 cycles of perfect safety records, impeccable training outcomes, and absolutely zero incidents that required filing incident reports in triplicate. I was proud of that, really genuinely proud. Velorim 7 is not just any training facility, mind you. Oh no, This is the premier low-gravity combat and movement specialist school in this entire sector. We have graduated over 15,000 cadets from 47 different species. Our facility floats in a carefully maintained 0.3 Earth standard gravity well, which for most civilized species is the perfect environment for learning advanced three-dimensional movement tactics without, dying horribly. The walls of our grand entrance hall are lined with plaques, commendations and holographic recordings of our greatest graduates, commanders, fleet admirals, special operations legends, all of them trained here, in our controlled, safe, perfectly regulated environment. And then the Galactic Accord decided to expand the exchange program. You see, there is this new species that recently joined the greater community. Humans, they call themselves, from a planet called Earth. Which fine, whatever. Every species gets one planet to start with. The Accord thought it would be, quote, mutually beneficial for these newcomers to participate in our advanced training programs. I read the briefing files. I really did. Height, weight, basic physiology, atmospheric requirements, dietary needs. All standard stuff. They are bipedal, carbon-based, bilaterally symmetrical. Honestly pretty boring on paper. Their homeworld gravity was listed as 1.0 standard, which made them slightly denser than the Pelthic delegates, but nothing extraordinary. The human cadet assigned to my training group was named Marcus Webb, 22 cycles old in his species years, previous education at something called Earth Defense Academy, no prior off-world experience, no specialized genetic modifications, no cybernetic enhancement, just a regular standard-issue human. When I announced this to my current cadet class, you should have seen their faces. Threx, my Saurian student, did that thing where his crest flattens completely against his skull, which means he is either terrified or deeply skeptical. In this case, probably skeptical. He hissed something about another soft-worlder who will wash out in week 1. Yana, the Kreshtik whose species evolved in variable gravity environments, just clicked her mandibles in that amused way of hers. She had been the top performer for 3 months running and clearly did not see this human as any kind of threat to her standing. And, yes, I know that name is hard for most species to pronounce, but that is your problem, not mine. Just bubbled something incomprehensible from inside his hydration suit. He is from an aquatic species and honestly treats everything in gas atmosphere as equally weird, so humans were just one more oddity. The general consensus among my cadets was clear. This human would be average at best, probably struggle with the low gravity adjustments like most newcomers, and definitely not cause any problems. I had no reason to doubt this assessment, none whatsoever. Marcus Webb was scheduled to arrive in 3 days, and I had already prepared the standard orientation package, the remedial movement courses, the safety briefings, all of it, everything by the book, everything perfect. I should have known better. I really, truly, honestly should have known better. Because when something seems too normal, too standard, too perfectly unremarkable, the universe has a funny way of proving you catastrophically wrong. But I am getting ahead of myself here. Let me tell you about the day Marcus Webb arrived. The transport shuttle touched down on landing bay 7 at precisely 0900 hours, because of course it did. Punctuality is apparently a human thing too. I was standing there with my data pad, my perfectly prepared welcome speech and my carefully maintained expression of professional neutrality. 3 other instructors flanked me, because protocol demands proper ceremony for exchange students, even if we all secretly thought this was a waste of time. The shuttle ramp extended with a hiss of hydraulics and out stepped Marcus Webb. First impression, he looked exactly like his file photos, brown hair, cut short, average height for his species, maybe 1.7 meters, lean build, not bulky, not thin, just aggressively medium. He wore the standard issue cadet uniform in that weird Earth camouflage pattern that makes absolutely no sense in space, but whatever. Traditions die hard apparently. His eyes were brown too, and they scanned the landing bay with what I would call casual interest. Like he was taking in the scenery at a museum, not arriving at one of the most prestigious military training facilities in known space. Cadet Webb, I said, stepping forward with my datapad held professionally. Welcome to Villa Rim 7. I am Instructor Kellis and I will be your primary trainer during your rotation here. Marcus smiled, and it was a genuine smile, not that political grimace that diplomats use. Thank you, sir. Happy to be here. His voice was steady, unremarkable, with that odd accent that all Earth Standard speakers have. He did not sound nervous, which was unusual for first-day arrivals, but maybe humans just hide it better. If you will follow me, I gestured toward the interior corridor. We will proceed to orientation, where you will receive your gravity adjustment briefing and facility access credentials. He picked up his single duffel bag, just one bag, and fell into step beside me. Not behind me like most nervous cadets, beside me like we were colleagues taking a walk. The orientation room was standard issue, white walls, holographic display panels, and adjustable gravity plates in the floor for demonstration purposes. I launched into my prepared speech about VIOLATE 7.3 gravity environment, the importance of controlled movement, the dangers of overcompensation, all the things I had said 500 times before. Marcus nodded along, asked clarifying questions that were actually intelligent, and when I demonstrated the proper low-gravity walking technique, he watched with genuine attention. "All right," I said, deactivating the holo projection. "Let us test your initial adjustment. The gravity in this room is currently set to 0.5 standard. I am going to lower it to 0.3. Our facility normal. Move slowly. Be careful. And if you feel disoriented, sit down immediately." I adjusted the gravity plates. Marcus took 3 experimental steps, wobbled slightly, overcorrected, and nearly face-planted into a wall. I caught his arm, steadied him, and felt satisfied. "Good, normal, manageable. Do not worry," I said, in my most reassuring instructor voice. "Everyone struggles at first. You will adapt within a few days." Marcus laughed, actually laughed, and said, "Yeah, this is going to take some getting used to." Famous last words, Marcus. Famous last words. Day 1 of actual training began at 0600 hours because apparently every military organization in the known universe agrees that mornings should be painful. I had Marcus join the rest of Charlie Group in Training Hall 3, which is basically a massive open space with padded walls, adjustable gravity zones, and enough safety equipment to survive a small asteroid impact. The hall can accommodate up to 50 cadets at once, but Charlie Group was a modest 15 students, all at various stages of their low-gravity certification. Marcus walked in wearing standard training gear, looking refreshed and entirely too cheerful for someone about to experience their first real drill session. Threx saw him first and did that head tilt thing that Saurians do when they are sizing up potential competition. "So, you are the human," he said, his voice carrying that sibilant hiss his species is known for. "Heard your people finally figured out how to leave your gravity well." Marcus just grinned. "Yeah, took us a while, but we are slow learners." Yana skittered over, her 6 legs carrying her with that unnaturally smooth glide that always made me slightly uncomfortable. "Kellis says you struggled in orientation yesterday," she clicked, her translator rendering it with what I swear was amusement. "Do not worry. Most species need weeks to adjust properly." "Appreciate the encouragement," Marcus said, and I could not tell if he was being sincere or sarcastic. Humans have this thing where their tone does not always match their words. Very confusing. Just bubbled at him from across the room, which his translator unhelpfully rendered as "Greetings, Landwalker," because finds everyone who does not live underwater equally ridiculous. I clapped my hands together, the sound echoing off the padded walls. "All right, Charlie Group. Attention. Today we are running basic movement drills, lateral displacement, vertical orientation, and controlled momentum exercises. Standard safety protocols apply, which means if I see anyone attempting unauthorized maneuvers, you will be spending the rest of the day writing incident prevention essays." Groans echoed through the hall because apparently complaining about paperwork is also universal. "We will start simple," I continued, gesturing to the marked lanes on the floor. "Lateral movement across the hall, controlled speed, 3-point contact minimum at all times. Remember, in 0.3 gravity, every movement is amplified. Small pushes, controlled breathing, constant awareness." The cadets lined up. Marcus positioned himself near the back, probably hoping to observe first before attempting anything. Smart, actually. Threx went first, pushing off with his powerful Saurian legs, gliding smoothly across the hall in a textbook perfect low-gravity stride. Excellent form, predictable trajectory, safe landing, exactly what I wanted to see. Yana followed, her multiple legs giving her absurd amounts of control, making the exercise look effortless. Show off. Went next, moving with this bizarre flowing motion that his species somehow pulls off naturally, like watching oil spread across water. Weird, but effective. Then came Marcus's turn. He positioned himself at the starting line, bent his knees slightly and pushed off. Too hard, way too hard. His body launched forward like he had been fired from a cannon. He rocketed across the hall, flailing his arms in what I can only describe as controlled panic, and slammed shoulder first into the far wall with a thud that made everyone wince. I was already moving toward him, ready to call for medical, already composing the incident report in my head, already regretting accepting this human into my training group. Marcus peeled himself off the wall, rotated to face us, and started laughing. Not nervous laughter, not embarrassed laughter, actual genuine amusement. "Okay," he called out, rubbing his shoulder. "That was entirely my fault. Let me try that again." He pushed back toward the starting line, this time with slightly better control, though he still moved like someone who had never experienced low gravity in his entire life, which according to his file he had not. I assigned him remedial movement training with the beginners, figuring he would need at least 2 weeks to develop basic competency. I was wrong about that too, but not in the way I expected. By day 5, Marcus had stopped crashing into walls, which I considered a significant achievement worthy of note in my daily log. By day 7, he was moving through the basic drills with what I would call competent mediocrity. Nothing impressive, nothing terrible, just solid average performance. By day 10, something changed, and I still cannot explain exactly what happened. It was like watching someone suddenly remember how to do something they had forgotten. One moment Marcus was carefully, methodically pushing himself through a lateral movement exercise. The next moment he was flowing through the course like he had been born in low gravity. Not smooth like Yana, not powerful like Threx, but something else entirely, something I did not have words for. He started using momentum in ways that should not work, redirecting his trajectory mid-flight with tiny adjustments, catching himself on surfaces at angles that looked wrong but somehow functioned perfectly. Threx noticed it too. "The human is learning too fast," he hissed to me after one training session. It took me 4 weeks to reach that level of control. I had no good answer for him, so I just said something vague about different species having different learning curves, which satisfied nobody, including myself. Then came week 2 and the vertical combat course evaluation. The VCC is Velorium 7's signature training environment, a cylindrical chamber that extends 200 meters vertically, lined with platforms, obstacles, handholds, and simulated combat zones. It is designed to test 3-dimensional tactical movement, situational awareness, and controlled aggression in low-gravity environments. Standard protocol requires safety harnesses for all cadets below Level 3 certification, which was everyone in Charlie Group including Marcus. I gathered the cadets at the base of the cylinder, where the massive structure stretched upward like a throat leading to nowhere. The walls were a dull gray composite material, dotted with handholds, platforms jutting out at irregular intervals, and obstacles that could be reconfigured for different difficulty levels. "Today," I announced, my voice echoing in the vast space, "you will each complete a timed run through the VCC basic configuration. The goal is not speed. The goal is control, safe movement, tactical awareness, zero incidents." I pointed at the harness station where automated arms waited to attach safety cables. "Everyone gets harnessed. No exceptions, no arguments. The harness will prevent falls, but it will not do the work for you. You still need to navigate the course properly." The cadets lined up, and one by one, the automated arms attached the harnesses with mechanical precision. Threx went first, completing the course in 18 minutes with textbook form. Yana finished in 15, because of course she did. Took 23 minutes but maintained perfect safety protocols throughout. Then Marcus stepped up to the harness station. He let the automated arms attach the safety cable, checked the connection points himself, and then looked up at the towering course above us. His expression was, how do I put this, disappointed. No, not disappointed. More like a kid being told they have to wear floaties in a swimming pool. "Instructor Kellis," he said, his tone carefully neutral, "is there a certification level where the harness is not required?" "Level 3 and above," I replied, "which requires a minimum of 8 weeks training and passing 3 separate safety evaluations." "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Marcus said, but his eyes were still fixed on the course above, calculating something I could not interpret. He started his run. The first 50 meters were solid, good hand placement, controlled movements, proper safety awareness. Then he reached the platform transition section, and something shifted in how he moved. Marcus stopped treating the course like an obstacle and started treating it like a playground. He swung between platforms with this fluid confidence, used his legs to push off surfaces in ways that generated momentum I did not think was possible, and navigated the three-dimensional space like he could see trajectories that did not exist yet. His time was 12 minutes, 47 seconds. That was faster than some of my level 2 cadet. When he reached the bottom and disconnected from the harness, I walked over to him, datapad in hand, trying to keep my expression professionally neutral. Cadet Webb, I said slowly, your file indicates your homeworld has 1.0 standard gravity. Yes, sir, Marcus confirmed, still slightly out of breath. And Earth's gravity is, specifically, how much stronger than our 0.3 environment here? Marcus thought about it for a moment, then said something that made my spine go cold. About 3 times stronger, sir. Why do you ask? 3 times. 3 times stronger. This human had spent his entire life in an environment with 3 times the gravitational pull we were training in, and nobody, not one single person in the entire Galactic Accord administration, thought that was worth mentioning in the briefing materials. I looked at Marcus, who was stretching his shoulders like he had just finished a light warm-up exercise, and realized with creeping horror that we had no idea what this species was actually capable of. None whatsoever. Week 2, Day 3, and I had started having very uncomfortable conversations with the facility safety coordinator about whether our equipment was rated for species with high gravity world origins. Spoiler alert, it was not, because nobody thought we would need it. Marcus continued his training with Charlie Group, and I continued documenting his progress with increasingly concerned margin notes. The other cadets had stopped making jokes about humans being soft-worlders and started watching him with the kind of cautious respect you give to things that do not follow normal rules. Advanced cadets, those who had completed basic certification and moved into tactical operations training, got access to the sphere on Day 3 of every training week. The sphere is exactly what it sounds like, a massive hollow spherical chamber, 100 meters in diameter, with platforms, obstacles and training equipment distributed throughout the three-dimensional space in seemingly random patterns. It is beautiful, in a terrifying kind of way. The ultimate low-gravity free movement environment where cadets learn to think in directions that ground-based species do not have words for. Charlie Group had earned sphere access after completing their VCC certifications, which meant today was their first free movement exercise. I had given them the standard safety briefing 3 times, emphasized the importance of controlled movement, and assigned them all buddy check partners. Marcus was partnered with Threx, which seemed like a safe choice since Threx had excellent spatial awareness and a healthy respect for safety protocols. The sphere's entrance iris dilated open, revealing the vast chamber beyond. Cadets began filtering in, using handholds to pull themselves into the 0.3 gravity environment, spreading out to different starting platforms like seeds dispersing in wind. I remained at the observation platform with 2 other instructors, monitoring vitals, tracking positions and watching for any signs of trouble. The sphere had sensor arrays everywhere, automated safety systems and emergency response drones on standby. Nothing ever went wrong in the sphere. Our safety record was flawless. 15 minutes, and I immediately focused on the source. Platform 7 Delta, upper hemisphere, structural support compromise. My eyes snapped to the holographic display and my blood went cold. Yana was on Platform 7 Delta, 200 meters above the sphere floor, and the platform's primary support beam was failing. Stress fractures, metal fatigue, something had compromised the structural integrity, and the whole platform was tilting at an angle that would send her tumbling into open space. She was gripping the platform edge with 4 of her 6 legs, her body language screaming panic even across the distance. Emergency response protocol, I barked into my comm. Platform failure, 7 Delta, 1 cadet in danger. Deploy rescue team immediately. The response came back in that calm, professional tone that emergency coordinators use. Rescue team deploying. ETA 8 minutes, full safety gear required for high-altitude extraction. 8 minutes. I looked at the structural analysis on my datapad. The support beam had maybe 4 minutes before catastrophic failure. Probably less. The other cadets had frozen in place, all of them staring up at the failing platform. All of them too far away to help. All of them properly trained enough to know that rushing in without equipment would just create more casualties. All of them except one. Marcus was on a platform roughly 60 meters below Yana, and he was staring upward with an expression I had never seen on his face before. Focused, calculating, but also something else. Something that looked almost like excitement. Webb, I called through the comm system. my voice carrying through the entire sphere. Maintain your position. Do not attempt unauthorized movement. Rescue team is en route. He looked toward the observation platform, made eye contact with me through the transparent aluminum barrier, and said something that made my heart stop. Sir, I can reach her before the beam fails. Negative, I said, putting every ounce of instructor authority into my voice. You are not certified for high-altitude rescue. You do not have the proper equipment, and you will maintain your current position. That is an order. The support beam groaned, a sound that carried through the sphere like a dying animal, and Yana's mandibles were clicking in distress so fast they blurred together. Marcus looked at me, then looked at Yana, then looked at the distance between them. Then he reached down and started unlocking his gravity boots. Cadet Webb, I said, my voice going from authoritative to genuinely terrified. Do not do what I think you are about to do. That is not a suggestion, that is a direct order. Stop right now. He pulled off the first boot, then the second, and stood on the platform in just his standard training suit. Sorry, sir, Marcus said, and his voice was calm, almost apologetic. But 8 minutes is too long. And then he jumped. No, jumped is the wrong word. He launched himself upward like gravity was a polite suggestion he had decided to ignore. And my perfect safety record shattered into a million pieces as I watched a human cadet become something I did not have a classification for. I have seen a lot of things in my 12 cycles as an instructor at Velarim 7. I have seen cadets master impossible maneuvers. I have seen species-specific adaptations that defied conventional physics. I have seen training exercises that pushed the boundaries of what low-gravity movement could accomplish. I had never, not once, not ever, seen anyone move the way Marcus Webb moved in those next 45 seconds. He did not jump up, he exploded upward, his legs driving against the platform with enough force that the entire structure shuddered from the impact. In 0.3 gravity, that force translated into velocity that should not be possible for an unaugmented biological organism. He rocketed toward the sphere's upper hemisphere like a missile with a destination, his body position aerodynamic, his arms tucked close to reduce drag even though there was barely any atmosphere to drag against. Threx made a sound I had never heard a saurian make before, something between a hiss and a whimper. Translator just gave up and emitted a confused warbling noise. I was screaming into my comm, calling for emergency intervention, calling for automated safety systems, calling for anything that could stop what was happening, but everything moves slower than a human in low gravity apparently. Marcus covered 60 meters in less than 4 seconds. Then came the part that made me question whether physics was even real anymore. He reached a support column, one of the massive structural beams that kept the sphere stable, and instead of grabbing it to slow down, he used it to redirect. His feet hit the column at an angle, absorbed the impact with bent knees that should have shattered under the force, and pushed off in a new direction like the column was nothing more than a stepping stone. He was not moving in a straight line anymore. He was plotting a three-dimensional course through the sphere's obstacles, using every surface as a launch point, every structure as a navigation reference. Equipment storage rack, kickoff, change direction by 15 degrees. A training platform occupied by 2 terrified cadets. Touchdown for a fraction of a second, redirect upward again. A suspension cable meant for safety harnesses, grab it mid-flight, use the tension to slingshot around a obstacle cluster. He was not fighting gravity, he was having a conversation with it, negotiating terms, and apparently gravity was losing the argument. The other instructors on the observation platform were frozen, their species-specific expressions of shock rendering them into living statues. One of them, an elderly pelthic named Saran, who had been teaching here since before I was born, whispered something in his native language that my translator refused to process, probably because it was a prayer. Marcus was 150 meters up now, closing the distance to platform 7 Delta with velocity that kept increasing instead of decreasing like it should. The support beam groaned again, louder this time, and I could see stress fractures spreading across its surface like veins of lightning frozen in metal. Yana saw him coming, her compound eyes tracking his approach, and her mandibles stopped clicking in panic and started clicking in confusion, because what was approaching her did not make sense in any framework she understood. 20 meters away, and Marcus grabbed an overhead handhold, used it to kill most of his upward momentum, rotated his body with core strength that should require cybernetic enhancement, and pushed off toward the failing platform at a controlled angle. 10 meters away, and the support beam gave its final warning, a metallic shriek that meant structural failure was seconds away. Marcus covered those final 10 meters in a diving grab that would have been suicidal for anyone with a normal sense of self-preservation, his arms outstretched, his trajectory calculated with precision that suggested either incredible luck or terrifying competence. He hit the platform just as the support beam snapped. The entire structure tilted. Yana lost her grip, and for one horrible moment I thought I was about to watch two cadets fall 200 meters to the sphere floor. Marcus's left hand clamped onto the platform edge, his fingers finding purchase on the composite material with grip strength that should not be possible. His right arm wrapped around Yana's thorax, catching her mid-fall, and then he was holding both of them against gravity with one arm while his other hand maintained their only connection to safety. The broken support beam tumbled past them, spinning slowly in the low gravity, a 2-ton piece of metal falling like a feather in slow motion. For 3 seconds Marcus just hung there, supporting his own weight plus Yana's mass, which was not insignificant given her species' exoskeleton density, with one hand gripping a platform that was no longer properly anchored. Then he looked down, and I swear on every star in this sector he smiled. Not a grimace, not expression of strain, an actual smile like he was enjoying himself. He pulled them both up onto the tilted platform with one smooth motion, muscles working under his training suit in ways that suggested human physiology did not follow the same rules as everyone else's. "Yana," he said, his voice somehow calm and steady despite the insanity of the last 45 seconds. "I am going to need you to hold on to me. We are going down the fast way." Yana's translator rendered her response as "What is the fast way?" but I suspect the actual meaning was closer to "Please no. I want to file retirement papers." Marcus repositioned his grip, waited for Yana to wrap her legs around his torso and then jumped off the platform. Correction, he did not jump off, he dropped off, and used every single obstacle, platform and structure between them and the sphere floor as velocity control points. Watching him descend was like watching a meteor with purpose, bouncing off surfaces with calculated precision, redirecting momentum with each contact, turning a 200-meter fall into a controlled descent that somehow impossibly ended with both of them landing gently on the sphere floor in a perfect 3-point stance. Marcus set Yana down carefully, made sure her legs were stable, and then looked up at the observation platform where I was having what I can only describe as a complete professional crisis. "Sir," he called up, his voice slightly winded but otherwise normal. "Do you have a bandage?" I scraped my elbow on that last platform. A scraped elbow. He had just defied death, physics, and common sense, and he was concerned about a scraped elbow. I realized something in that moment, something profound and deeply unsettling. Humans were not fragile. They were not weak, and they definitely were not average. They were just very, very good at pretending to be normal until the moment when normal stopped working. The facility commander arrived 14 minutes after the incident, which was impressive given that her office was on the opposite side of the station, and she had probably violated several speed regulations getting here. Commander Vorish was a Corinthian, which meant she stood nearly 3 meters tall, had 4 arms that she used for dramatic gesturing when angry, and possessed exactly 0 tolerance for nonsense. She had run Valorum 7 for 20 cycles with absolute authority and an unblemished safety record that I had just personally destroyed. She was not happy. Marcus sat in the briefing room, still in his training suit, the scraped elbow now covered with a standard medical patch. Yana sat beside him, her mandibles occasionally clicking in what I had learned to recognize as residual shock. I stood against the wall, my datapad clutched in my hands like a shield, waiting for the professional consequences of my failure to prevent this disaster. Commander Vorish's forearms were crossed in a pattern that meant she was cycling through multiple levels of anger simultaneously. "Cadet Webb," she said, her voice carrying that resonant quality that Corinthians use when they want to sound impressive and terrifying. "Do you understand that you violated 16 separate safety protocols, ignored a direct order from your instructor, and performed an unauthorized high-altitude rescue without proper equipment or certification?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus said, and he had the decency to look at least somewhat apologetic. "Do you understand that your actions could have resulted in 2 fatalities instead of 1 injury? That you endangered not only yourself but also Cadet Yana, and that you have created a documentation nightmare that will require reports filed with 7 different oversight committees?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus repeated, his tone respectful but not particularly intimidated. Commander Vorish uncrossed 2 of her arms and leaned forward across the briefing table, her eyes locked on Marcus with an intensity that had made senior officers confess to crimes they had not committed. then explain to me in clear and specific terms why you thought jumping 200 meters through a complex obstacle field without safety equipment was a remotely acceptable decision. Marcus was quiet for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and when he spoke, his voice was calm and matter-of-fact. Because Cadet Yana had approximately 3 minutes before structural failure, the rescue team had an 8-minute ETA, and the math did not work in her favor, ma'am. I assessed the situation, calculated the risks, and determined I had the physical capability to reach her in time. Physical capability, Commander Vorish repeated slowly, each syllable dropping like a hammer. You are a first-rotation cadet with 2 weeks of training. Yes, ma'am, but I am also from a 1.0 standard gravity world, which in this 0.3 environment means my effective strength and control ratios are significantly enhanced. The room went very quiet. Commander Vorish straightened up, her expression shifting from anger to something closer to confusion. Explain that statement, Cadet. Marcus glanced at me, then back at the commander. Earth's gravity is approximately 3 times stronger than Valorum 7's environment. My muscles, bones, and cardiovascular system developed in that higher gravity, which means here I am operating at roughly 1/3 of my normal resistance load. He said it so casually, like he was explaining that water was wet or that stars were bright. On Earth, he continued, I can jump maybe half a meter vertically under full gravity. Here, that same muscle output launches me 15 meters or more. My reaction time feels faster because my body is not fighting against as much gravitational pull. Movements that would be difficult at home are, well, easier here. Commander Vorish turned to look at me, all 4 of her eyes focusing with an expression that clearly asked, did you know about this? I shook my head mutely, because what was I supposed to say? That I had read his file and somehow missed the part where humans were basically organic gravity-defying machines. Cadet Webb, Commander Vorish said slowly, turning back to Marcus. Are you telling me that for your species our advanced low-gravity training environment is what? Recreational? Marcus thought about that for a moment, his face scrunching up in consideration. I would not say recreational exactly, ma'am, more like comparable to swimming. You know, when you are underwater and movement works differently. But your body adapts pretty quickly because you are still using the same muscles, just in a different resistance environment. Swimming. He had just compared our premier military training facility to a swimming pool. Yana's mandibles clicked once, sharp and loud, and her translator rendered it as that explains so much. Commander Vorish sat down heavily in her chair, which creaked under her mass, and pressed 2 of her hands against her face in what I recognized as the universal gesture of someone reconsidering their entire career. Instructor Kellis, she said, her voice muffled behind her hands. Please tell me you have been documenting all of this. Every day, ma'am, I confirmed, holding up my datapad like evidence at a trial. Complete training logs, performance metrics, and approximately 47 margin notes that say some variation of how is he doing that. Commander Vorish lowered her hands and looked at Marcus with an expression that mixed respect, concern, and the dawning realization that everything we thought we knew about training protocols might need revision. Cadet Webb, she said finally, you are simultaneously the best and worst thing to happen to this facility in 20 cycles. You saved a fellow cadet's life, which is commendable. You also violated enough regulations to keep me in paperwork for a month, which is considerably less commendable. Yes, ma'am, Marcus said. For what it is worth, I am sorry about the paperwork. Training resumed the following week with what Commander Vorish called updated safety considerations, which was official speak for we have no idea how to handle humans, but we are going to try anyway. Marcus received a formal reprimand for violating safety protocols, which went into his permanent file right next to a commendation for exceptional courage under pressure, which I am pretty sure gave the administrative staff a migraine trying to process. More importantly, he received a new set of training parameters specifically designed for high-gravity world species, which was hilarious because he was the only cadet from a high-gravity world, so really they were just Marcus Webb rules wearing a fancy bureaucratic disguise. The other cadets treated him differently after the incident. Not with fear exactly, more like the cautious respect you give to natural disasters that happen to be friendly. Threx stopped making comments about soft-worlders entirely and started asking Marcus for movement technique advice. Yana followed him around like he was some kind of protective talisman against danger, which Marcus found embarrassing and everyone else found extremely reasonable. Just bubbled something that translated as landwalkers are insane and went back to his aquatic meditation exercises, because honestly nothing surprised him anymore. The facility had to redesign course difficulty limits, adding what they called advanced high-gravity adaptations, which basically meant making everything 3 times harder so Marcus would stop completing exercises in half the expected time. The engineering team was not thrilled about the extra work, but they admitted it was technically interesting to design obstacles that challenged someone who treated normal gravity like a minor inconvenience. Word spread through the multi-species military academy networks faster than light-speed communications. Other facilities started asking questions, requesting data, wondering if they needed to prepare for more human cadets. The bureaucratic nightmare expanded exponentially, and somewhere in administrative office I imagine someone was crying into their filing systems. I became something of an accidental expert on human training requirements, which led to me giving 3 presentations to facility commanders across the sector, all of which boiled down to they are stronger than they look, faster than they should be, and completely unaware that they are terrifying. That last part was the strangest thing to explain. Marcus genuinely did not understand why everyone treated his rescue of Yana like it was exceptional. To him, it was just basic risk assessment and physical capability matching. On Earth, apparently this kind of thing happened regularly in their emergency services, their sports, their casual recreational activities. They had competitions where humans jumped over obstacles, climbed vertical surfaces and threw themselves through the air for fun. For fun. Their children played games that involved launching themselves off elevated surfaces and catching each other mid-fall. Their standard military training included carrying heavy loads across long distances in full gravity, which meant their soldiers were essentially strength training in conditions that would cripple most other species. I had spent 12 cycles thinking I understood physical limitations, training protocols, and safety requirements. And then one human cadet showed up and revealed that all my assumptions were based on species that evolved in reasonable gravity wells. Marcus completed his rotation at Villarim 7 with top marks in every category. Not because we made it easy for him, but because we literally could not make it hard enough without creating courses that would be lethal to every other species. On his last day, he shook my hand with that human custom of gripping palms, and his grip was gentle, controlled, carefully modulated so as not to cause damage. "Thank you, Instructor Kellis," he said, genuine warmth in his voice. "I learned a lot here. Really appreciate the experience." "You are welcome, Cadet Webb," I replied, and meant it despite everything. "Though I think we learned more from you than you did from us." He laughed at that, shouldered his single duffel bag, and headed toward the departure shuttle. I watched him go, updated his final training report, and then noticed a message in my inbox from the Academy administration. Subject line read, "Incoming exchange student, human designation Jessica Webb." The message noted that Jessica was Marcus's younger sister, that she had applied for advanced tactical training, and that her file indicated she was considerably more athletic than her brother. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Commander Vorish with a single line attached, "We are going to need bigger safety margins." Her response came back in under a minute, just 2 words, "Much bigger." Somewhere in the facility I heard the engineering team already starting to redesign the training courses, their resigned sighs echoing through the ventilation systems, and I realized with absolute certainty that humans were not just another species joining the galactic community. They were an entire recalibration of what we thought possible, wrapped in friendly smiles and casual attitudes, completely unaware that they made the rest of us feel like we had been training in easy mode our entire lives. Marcus Webb had been an introduction, a preview, a warning that the universe was bigger and stranger than our careful regulations had accounted for. And his little sister, who was apparently more athletic, was arriving in 6 weeks. I pulled up my retirement fund calculator, stared at it for a moment, then closed it and opened the training schedule instead. Because honestly, how much stranger could it get? Somewhere in the universe, I imagine reality itself laughed at that question, because apparently I still had not learned the most important lesson. Never ever ask how much stranger things can get when humans are involved. They will always find a way to show you.
Danny Cole stood at the back of the auction hall and watched the aliens laugh at him. He had just placed a bid on a ship that nobody wanted. The amount was everything he had saved in 15 years of hauling cargo across the outer rim of the galaxy. Every credit, every coin, his entire future riding on a single gamble. The Velthari broker was a tall creature with wings that shimmered like oil on water. It clicked its mandibles together in a sound that Danny had learned to recognize as amusement. The broker, looked down at Danny with its many eyes and shook its head slowly. "Human," the broker said. "You waste your currency on a myth. That vessel has sat in our impound yard for 300 cycles. No species has been able to make it work. Not the Corin, not the Syndicate engineers, not even our own best technicians. It is scrap metal." "Nothing more." Danny did not answer. He kept his eyes on the viewing screen that showed the ship sitting alone in a massive hangar. It was beautiful in a strange way. The hull was dark, almost black, and covered in patterns that seemed to move when he was not looking directly at them. Geometric shapes flowed into each other like water. The design was unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of traveling between the stars. "The bid is accepted," the auction system announced in a flat mechanical voice. "Lot number 774 is sold to the human bidder." More laughter filled the hall. A group of Corin traders, their reptilian scales glinting under the lights, pointed at Danny and made jokes in their harsh language. Danny heard the word "fool" repeated several times. He did not care. Something about that ship called to him. It had called to him since the moment he first saw the listing 3 weeks ago. His friend Lisa Vance was waiting outside the auction hall. She was a pilot like him, a small woman with short brown hair and tired eyes. They had worked together for almost 10 years, running cargo routes that nobody else wanted. She was the closest thing Danny had to family out here in the cold darkness between worlds. "Please tell me you did not do it," Lisa said when she saw his face. "I did it." Lisa closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Danny, you spent everything on a ship that does not even power on. What are you going to do? Live in it? You cannot fly it. You cannot sell it. You bought a very expensive piece of junk." "Maybe," Danny said, "but I had to try. There is something about that ship, Lisa. I cannot explain it. I just know that I had to have it." They took a transport pod to the impound yard on the edge of the station. The yard was a graveyard of broken vessels, crashed shuttles, and abandoned equipment. At the very back, sitting alone in a hangar that was too big for it, was Danny's new ship. It was smaller than he expected, maybe 50 meters long with smooth curves and no visible weapons or engines. The dark hull absorbed the light around it, making it hard to see where the ship ended and the shadows began. Those strange patterns covered every surface, lines and shapes that seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm. Lisa stayed near the door. "I do not like this place," she said. "Something feels wrong." Danny walked toward the ship. His boots echoed on the metal floor. With each step, he felt a strange sensation growing in his chest. It was not fear. It was something else. Anticipation, recognition, like coming home after a very long journey. He stopped in front of what he guessed was the main airlock. There was no handle, no panel, no obvious way to open it. He remembered what the broker had said. No species had been able to make the ship work. Hundreds of engineers had tried and failed. Danny raised his hand and pressed his palm against the hull. The patterns on the ship pulsed with soft blue light. The glow spread outward from his hand like ripples on a pond. And then, with a soft hiss of air, a door appeared where there had been only smooth metal before. "What the hell?" Lisa whispered from behind him. Danny stepped through the doorway. Lights flickered to life along the corridor ahead, soft and warm. The air inside smelled clean and fresh, like a mountain breeze after rain. He walked forward, his heart beating fast, and the ship seemed to welcome him with every step. The corridor led to a central chamber that Danny knew must be the bridge. It was circular, with a single chair in the center facing a wide, curved window. Consoles lined the walls, their surfaces covered in the same flowing patterns as the hull. Everything was dark and silent. Danny sat down in the chair. It fit him perfectly, adjusting to his body in ways he could not explain. He placed his hands on the armrests and felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. And then a voice spoke. Not from speakers or communicators. It spoke directly into his mind, as clear as his own thoughts. Human DNA recognized. Genetic markers confirmed. Welcome aboard, Captain. This vessel has been waiting for your species for a very long time. We have much to discuss. Danny could not move. He could not speak. The voice was calm and gentle, like a parent speaking to a child. Who are you? He finally managed to ask. I am the ship you now command. I was built by those who came before, the ones your galaxy has forgotten. They called themselves the Architects. They created life on 1,000 worlds, including yours. And they built me to find you, to find humanity when you were finally ready. Lisa appeared in the doorway of the bridge. Her face was pale. Danny, what is happening? Who are you talking to? The ship, Danny said. His voice was shaking. The ship is talking to me. The blue patterns on the walls pulsed gently, and the voice spoke again. Your friend cannot hear me. Only you can interface with my systems. This is by design. The Architects built me for human minds alone. Other species cannot activate me. Other species cannot command me. I have waited 300 of your years for someone like you to find me. Danny looked at Lisa, then back at the window that now showed the stars outside. Somewhere out there, the aliens who had laughed at him were going about their business, thinking he had wasted his money on scrap. They were about to learn how wrong they were. What can you do? Danny asked the ship. Everything, Captain. I can do everything, and together we will show this galaxy what humanity is capable of. The ship hummed with quiet power, and Danny Cole smiled for the first time in years. The ship called itself the Wanderer, and it was old beyond anything Danny could imagine. Not thousands of years old, not even millions. The Wanderer had been drifting through the galaxy for billions of years, waiting for the right hands to find it. Danny spent the first 3 days aboard the ship learning its secrets. Lisa stayed with him, partly out of curiosity and partly because she was worried about her friend. She could not hear the ship's voice, but she could see the wonder in Danny's eyes as he explored each room and corridor. The Architects, Danny explained to her on the second night, were the first intelligent species in this galaxy. They existed when the stars were still young. They traveled everywhere, seeding planets with the building blocks of life. They created thousands of species, including humans. Lisa sat on a curved bench that had grown out of the floor when she needed somewhere to rest. The ship seemed to know what its passengers needed before they asked. Why? She said. Why would anyone do that? Because they knew they were dying, Danny said. He had spent hours listening to the Wanderer's story, absorbing information that no living being had heard for eons. Their species was coming to an end. They wanted to leave something behind, a legacy, children who might one day grow up and take their place among the stars. The Wanderer had been built as a gift for those children, but not just any children. The Architects had designed the ship with very specific requirements. It would only respond to a species that possessed what they called adaptive resonance, a rare quality of the mind that allowed for deep connection with technology. Your brains are special, the ship explained to Danny as they walked through a room filled with star charts. The maps showed regions of space that no modern species had ever explored. Most intelligent species develop along predictable paths. Their minds become rigid, specialized, but humans remain flexible. You can learn anything, adapt to anything, bond with anything. The Architects believe this made you their true heirs. Danny shook his head in disbelief. Humans were considered one of the weaker species in the galaxy. They had no natural weapons, no armor, no special abilities. Other species looked down on them, used them for cheap labor, kept them confined to the edges of civilization. "We are nothing special," Danny said. "We are just trying to survive out here." "That is exactly what makes you special," the Wanderer replied. "You survive. No matter what the galaxy throws at you, you find a way. The architects saw this potential in your ancestors millions of years ago. They knew that one day humanity would be ready." The ship's capabilities were beyond anything Danny had dreamed possible. The Wanderer could fold space itself, jumping instantly from one point to another without using the slow jump gates that other species depended on. Its hull could change shape, becoming harder than any known metal or soft enough to absorb weapons fire. It could make itself invisible to every scanner and sensor in known space. The database was even more impressive. It contained the complete knowledge of the architects, everything they had learned in their billions of years of existence: technology, science, history, art, medicine, all of it waiting to be unlocked by human minds. Lisa spent hours studying the medical files. She had always been interested in medicine before she became a pilot. The things she found made her cry. "Danny, there are cures in here, cures for diseases that kill millions of humans every year. We have been suffering for nothing." But they were not alone with their discovery for long. The Velthari broker who had sold Danny the ship was not a fool. When his sensors detected that the ghost ship had finally powered on, he knew immediately what had happened. Within hours, he had sold that information to the highest bidder. By the end of the first week, everyone in the sector knew the mythical ship, the one that had sat dead and silent for 300 years, had awakened. And a human had done what no other species could do. A human had claimed it. Messages began arriving at the station where the Wanderer was docked. Some were curious, some were threatening. A Koran trade captain demanded to know how Danny had activated the ship and insisted that he share the technology. A syndicate representative offered to buy the Wanderer for a sum that would have made Danny rich beyond imagination. He refused them all. "You cannot keep this secret," Lisa warned him. "They will come for you. You know they will." Danny knew she was right. The Koran Dominion had built their empire on military strength. They would never allow a human to possess technology that could threaten their power. The syndicate dealt in secrets and would pay any price to own what Danny had found. Even the Velthari, with their pretense of neutrality, would want to study the Wanderer and unlock its mysteries for themselves. "Let them come," Danny said quietly. He was standing on the bridge, looking out at the stars. "The architects built this ship to protect its crew. I am starting to understand what that means." Lisa joined him at the window. "Danny, you are a cargo hauler. You have never fired a weapon in your life. You cannot fight an empire." "I know," Danny said, "but maybe I will not have to fight alone." He placed his hand on the console in front of him. The ship hummed with power, and he felt its presence in his mind like a warm light in a dark room. The Wanderer had waited billions of years for humanity. It had waited for him. And now, for the first time, Danny began to believe that maybe the architects had been right. Maybe humanity was meant for something more than hauling cargo and serving stronger species. Maybe they were meant to inherit the stars. The first Koran warship arrived 3 days later, and the real test began. The Koran dreadnought was massive. It filled the viewport like a mountain of metal and weapons, its hull bristling with cannons that could level a city in seconds. 2 more dreadnoughts dropped out of hyperspace behind it, forming a triangle around the station where the Wanderer was docked. Danny had never seen warships this close before. Cargo haulers like him always ran the other way when military vessels appeared. Now he was standing on the bridge of his impossible ship. watching 3 of the most powerful weapons in the galaxy point directly at him. "Human vessel," a harsh voice crackled over the communication system. "This is Admiral Ketharal of the Koran Dominion. You will power down your ship and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Lisa was gripping the edge of a console so hard her knuckles had turned white. "Danny, we cannot fight them. Those are dreadnoughts. Each one carries enough firepower to destroy a small moon." Danny did not answer. He was listening to the Wanderer, feeling its calm presence in his mind. The ship was not afraid. It was not worried. It was simply waiting for him to decide what to do. "Captain," the Wanderer said, "the architects designed me to protect my crew. I will not allow these vessels to harm you. But the choice of how to respond is yours. I serve you, not the other way around." Danny thought about his life. 15 years of scraping by, taking the jobs nobody else wanted, being treated as less than nothing by species that saw humans as useful insects at best. He thought about all the human colonies scattered across the rim, millions of people living in fear of the Koran and others like them. "Can you really stop them?" he asked the ship. "Yes, Captain. Would you like me to show you how?" Admiral Ketharal waited exactly 60 seconds before losing patience. The Koran were not known for their diplomacy. He gave the order to fire a warning shot across the human ship's bow, just enough to terrify the fool who thought he could keep a prize that rightfully belonged to the Dominion. The cannon blast raced toward the Wanderer at the speed of light. And then something strange happened. The shot simply vanished. It hit the dark hull and disappeared, absorbed like water soaking into sand. Not deflected, not destroyed, just gone. Ketharal stared at his tactical display in confusion. "What happened? Report." "Admiral," his weapons officer said slowly, "the target absorbed our fire completely. Our sensors cannot even detect residual energy." Before Ketharal could respond, the Wanderer moved. It did not accelerate like a normal ship. It simply was in one place and then was in another, appearing directly above the Admiral's dreadnought in the blink of an eye. Danny felt the ship's systems flowing through his mind like music. He did not need to understand the technology. He just needed to want it to work. And it worked. The connection between him and the Wanderer was seamless, natural, as if the ship was an extension of his own body. "Admiral," Danny's voice came through every speaker on all 3 dreadnoughts, "I am going to give you one chance to leave. I do not want to fight you. I do not want anyone to die. But if you try to take this ship, I will defend myself." Ketharal was a veteran of 100 battles. He had crushed rebellions, conquered worlds, and destroyed fleets. No human had ever dared to speak to him this way. The insult was unforgivable. "All ships open fire! Destroy that vessel!" Every cannon on 3 dreadnoughts fired at once. The space around the Wanderer lit up with enough energy to crack a planet's crust. Danny felt Lisa scream beside him, certain they were about to die, but the Wanderer sang, "Crust." Danny felt Lisa scream beside him, certain they were about to die, but the Wanderer sang. There was no other word for it. The ship's hull shifted and changed, becoming something that was not quite solid, not quite energy. The weapon's fire passed through it like light through smoke. And then the Wanderer struck back. Danny did not choose to kill. He chose to teach. The Wanderer's weapons carved through the Koran shields like they were made of paper, but instead of destroying the ships, it targeted their engines, their weapons, their sensor arrays. Precise cuts that left the dreadnoughts crippled but intact. In less than 3 minutes, it was over. Three of the most powerful warships in the Koran fleet drifted helplessly in space, unable to fight, unable to flee. Admiral Kethral sat in his command chair, surrounded by alarms and damage reports, and felt something he had not felt in decades: fear. "This is impossible," he whispered. "One ship, one human, impossible." Danny's voice came through the speakers again, calm and quiet. "Admiral, I meant what I said. I do not want war. I just want to be left alone. Take your ships and go. Tell your commanders what happened here. Tell them that humanity is done being pushed around. But if you come for me again, I will not be so gentle." The Koran retreated. There was nothing else they could do. Their ships were dead in space, and rescue vessels would take hours to arrive. Admiral Kethral gave the order to withdraw, his pride shattered beyond repair. News of the battle spread faster than light. Within days, every species in the sector knew what had happened. The human with the ghost ship had defeated a Koran battle fleet, not by running, not by hiding, but by standing his ground and fighting back. For the first time in memory, other species looked at humanity with something other than contempt. Some felt curiosity, some felt hope, but many felt fear. Lisa watched the news feeds with growing worry. "Danny, you understand what you have done, right? You did not just beat one admiral. You challenged an empire. They will not let this stand. They will come back with more ships, more weapons, and they will not come alone." Danny nodded slowly. He was still getting used to the connection with the Wanderer, still learning what he was capable of. But he knew Lisa was right. This was only the beginning. "Then we need to be ready," he said. "Not just us. All of humanity. It is time for our people to stop hiding in the shadows." The Wanderer hummed with quiet agreement. The first battle was won. But the war for humanity's future was just beginning. The message came 3 weeks after the battle with the Koran. It was not a threat. It was not a demand. It was simply a video from a human colony called New Haven, located on a small moon at the edge of explored space. Danny watched the video in silence. The colony was burning. Koran soldiers moved through the streets, rounding up civilians and forcing them onto transport ships. Children were crying. Parents were screaming. And in the background, a voice announced in cold, mechanical tones that this was the price for harboring loyalty to the traitor who stole the ghost ship. Lisa stood beside him, tears running down her face. "They are not coming for you, Danny. Danny's face appeared on screens in hidden colonies, on ships running dark through enemy territory, in refugee camps where humans huddled together and waited for the end. "My name is Danny Cole," he said. "By now, you have heard stories about me. The fool who bought a mythical ship. The cargo hauler who defeated a Quran fleet. Some of you probably think I am the reason for your suffering, and in a way, you because of me." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But here's the truth they do not want you to know. This ship was built for us, all of us. It was created billions of years ago by a species called the architects, and they designed it specifically for human minds. They believe that we were special, not because we are strong or fast or dangerous, but because we adapt, we learn, we refuse to give up no matter how bad things get." Lisa stood behind the camera, watching her friend transform into something more than a cargo hauler. Danny spoke with a conviction she had never heard from him before. "The coalition wants us to stay small," Danny continued. "They want us to stay afraid. They want us to remain the species that hauls their cargo and mines their ore and does the jobs they think are beneath them. But we were meant for more. The architects saw it, and now I am going to prove it." He held up a data chip. "This contains technology from the Wanderer's database. Shield modifications that will protect your ships from coalition weapons. Engine upgrades that will let you outrun their fastest vessels. Medical advances that will cure diseases we have suffered with for generations. I am sharing all of it. Freely. No strings attached." The response was overwhelming. Engineers on a dozen colonies began working on the modifications within hours. Pilots who had been hiding in asteroid fields came forward, ready to fight. Scientists pored over the medical data and wept at what they found. Lisa coordinated the effort from the Wanderer's Communications Center. She was good at organizing people, at keeping track of 1,000 moving pieces. Within 2 weeks, what had been a scattered collection of refugees and traders began to look like something else. A fleet, a resistance, a nation. The ships were not impressive by galactic standards. Modified freighters, mining vessels with weapons bolted to their hulls, old patrol boats that should have been scrapped years ago. But they were human ships, crewed by humans, fighting for their survival. "The coalition has 300 warships heading for Kepler's Rest," Lisa reported one evening. "They are going to make an example of the colony. Full pacification. No survivors." Danny looked at the tactical display. 50 human ships against 300 coalition warships. The numbers were impossible. "Then that is where we make our stand," he said. "We cannot hide anymore. We cannot run. If humanity is going to survive, we have to fight. All of us. Together." The fleet began to gather. Ships came from across the galaxy, jumping through dangerous space, risking everything to join the fight. And at the center of the formation, the Wanderer waited, its ancient systems humming with power that had not been unleashed in billions of years. The battle for humanity's future was about to begin. The sky above Kepler's Rest burned with the light of 300 warships. The coalition fleet filled the darkness like a swarm of angry stars, each point of light representing enough firepower to level a city. Admiral Kethrall stood on the bridge of his new flagship, a vessel twice the size of the dreadnoughts Danny had crippled weeks before. He had been given one order by the Coalition Council: end the human threat, permanently. Facing him was a ragged fleet of 50 human vessels, freighters with welded armor plates, mining ships with their drilling lasers modified for combat, transport vessels that had never fired a shot in anger. It was a collection of desperate machines crewed by desperate people. And, at the center of their formation, the Wanderer hung like a dark jewel against the stars. They actually came. Kethral muttered. "The fools actually think they can fight us." His tactical officer tilted his head in confusion. "Admiral, our sensors are having difficulty tracking the human ships. Their signatures keep shifting." Kethral smiled. The architect's technology would not save them today. He had brought enough weapons to crack a planet. 50 primitive vessels would be dust in minutes. "All ships," he ordered, "engage and destroy." The Coalition fleet moved forward like a wave of steel. Weapons charged, shields powered up. The greatest military force in the galaxy prepared to crush an enemy they had always considered beneath their notice. Danny stood on the bridge of the Wanderer, his hands resting lightly on the console in front of him. He felt the ship's presence in his mind, calm and steady. He felt the human fleet behind him, thousands of men and women who had risked everything to be here. He felt Lisa standing beside him, her hand on his shoulder. "No matter what happens," she said quietly, "I am proud of you." Danny nodded. Then he reached out through the Wanderer's systems, connecting with every human ship in the fleet. The architect's technology hummed through the modified systems, linking them all together. 50 ships, 50 crews, one purpose. "This is Danny Cole," he said, his voice reaching every human ear in the formation. "They think we are weak. They think we are nothing. Let us show them what humanity can do." The battle began. The Coalition ships fired first, unleashing a storm of energy that should have vaporized the human fleet in seconds. But the ships were not where they should have been. The modified shields bent the light around them, making them appear in places they were not. The Coalition weapons hit empty space while the human vessels scattered like startled birds. Then the Wanderer moved. Danny had spent weeks learning to control the ship, but nothing had prepared him for this. He felt the universe flow around him like water, felt the fabric of space ripple as the Wanderer danced through the enemy formation. The ship was singing in his mind, and he was singing with it. Coalition vessels tried to track the Wanderer, but it was everywhere and nowhere. It appeared beside a cruiser and cut through its shields with a single precise strike. It vanished and reappeared behind a destroyer, disabling its engines before the crew could react. It moved through the battle like a ghost, teaching without killing, crippling without destroying. But Danny was not the only one fighting. The human fleet had learned to adapt, just as the architects had predicted. They saw what the Coalition did, and they changed their tactics in seconds. Freighters grouped together to combine their firepower. Mining ships used their drilling lasers to pierce the gaps in enemy armor. Transport vessels sacrificed themselves to shield more vulnerable allies. Admiral Kethral watched his tactical display with growing horror. His fleet was falling apart, not because the humans were stronger, not because they had better weapons, but because they learned too fast. Every tactic he tried, they countered within minutes. Every formation he created, they found a weakness and exploited it. "This is impossible," he said for the second time in his life. "They are adapting faster than our computers can analyze. How are they doing this?" The answer was simple, but Kethral could not understand it. Humans did not think like Koran or Velthari or any other species in the galaxy. They did not follow programmed responses or learned patterns. They improvised, they created. They imagined solutions that had never existed before and made them real through sheer stubbornness. The architects had seen this potential millions of years ago. They had built the Wanderer to unlock it. And now, in the fire of battle, humanity was finally becoming what it was always meant to be. The turning point came 2 hours into the fight. The Coalition flagship, the massive vessel Kethral commanded, found itself surrounded by a dozen battered human ships. Its shields were failing. Its weapons were damaged. Its engines were barely functional. Danny brought the Wanderer directly in front of the bridge, close enough that Kethrall could see the dark hull through the viewport. For a long moment, neither side moved. Then Danny's voice came through the communication system. "Admiral, your fleet is beaten. Half your ships are disabled. The other half are running. You can surrender now, or you can watch more of your people die. The choice is yours." Kethrall stared at the ghost ship that had humiliated him twice. His pride screamed for him to fight on, to die with honor, rather than submit to a human. But he looked at his crew, at the young officers who still had lives ahead of them, and made his decision. "All coalition forces," he said, his voice heavy with defeat, "stand down. We surrender." The battle was over, not with a dramatic explosion, but with a quiet admission of the truth. Humanity had won. In the weeks that followed, everything changed. Human colonies across the galaxy declared independence. Human scientists used the Wanderer's database to leap forward centuries in technology and medicine. Human ships traveled freely through space for the first time, no longer afraid of the powers that had once oppressed them. Danny Cole stood before the Galactic Council, the first human ever granted a seat at the table where the fate of civilizations was decided. Lisa stood beside him, as she always had. The representatives of 100 species watched in silence as the cargo hauler who had bought a mythical ship spoke to them. "The architects are gone," Danny said. "They died billions of years ago, before any of our species even existed. But they left us a gift. Not just technology, not just knowledge. They left us the belief that we could be more than we were." He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of beings who had once looked down on humanity with contempt. "We are not here to conquer. We are not here to take revenge for what was done to us. We are here to build something new. The galaxy is vast. There's room for all of us to grow, to explore, to become something greater than we are today." High above the council chamber, the Wanderer orbited in patient silence. Its systems monitored 1,000 frequencies, listening to the galaxy adjust to a new reality. The ship that had waited billions of years for the right species to find it had finally fulfilled its purpose. In the database deep within the Wanderer's core, a message from the architects played on a loop, words that had been recorded when the universe was young. "To our final children, whoever you may be, we built this vessel as a gift and a challenge. The galaxy is full of darkness, full of species that fear what they do not understand. But we believe that somewhere, sometime, a people will emerge who can bring light to that darkness, find them, protect them, help them grow." The message ended, and the Wanderer hummed with quiet satisfaction. Danny Cole had bought a mythical starship that everyone claimed was scrap, and in doing so, he had changed the future of his entire species. Humanity's journey among the stars had only just begun.
Blake Carter hated being wrong, and right now his navigation system was telling him he was very, very wrong. The transport shuttle had dropped him off at Connor Station 15 minutes ago, and he'd been wandering through identical gray corridors ever since. The place was massive, easily the size of a small moon, and every hallway looked exactly the same. Whoever built this station clearly didn't believe in signs or helpful directions. "This is what I get for taking cheap contracts," Blake muttered, checking his datapad for the third time. The screen showed a simple message: "Report to Hangar 47 Alpha. Inspect salvage. Get paid." Easy work for easy money, or so he'd thought. Blake was a salvage expert, which was a fancy way of saying he dug through humanity's garbage in space. After the war ended 5 years ago, thousands of ships and stations had been abandoned across the galaxy. Someone had to catalog them, strip out the useful parts, and make sure nothing dangerous got left behind. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept him moving. Blake preferred to keep moving. He turned another corner and found himself in front of a massive door marked with alien symbols he couldn't read. A speaker crackled to life above his head, making him jump. "Welcome, Commander Carter." The voice that came through wasn't quite male or female. It sounded like wind chimes mixed with distant thunder, beautiful and slightly unsettling. "I am the timekeeper, the custodian of this station. Please proceed to Hangar 93 Omega." Blake frowned and tapped his datapad. "Yeah, hi. Look, I think there's been a mix-up. My contract says Hangar 47 Alpha. Can you point me in that direction?" There was a pause, long enough that Blake wondered if the AI had glitched out. Then the voice returned, sounding almost amused. "Your destination was always this one, Commander. Time insists. Time insists." Blake repeated. "What does that even mean?" "All will become clear. Please follow the guidance markers." Blake considered arguing, but he'd dealt with enough malfunctioning alien tech to know it was usually pointless. The station was ancient, built by some civilization that had disappeared long before humans left Earth. Maybe its AI had a few screws loose after all these centuries. Besides, he was getting paid by the day. If the timekeeper wanted him to check out a different hangar first, fine. He'd humor it, take a look around, then find the right location later. Small holographic arrows appeared in the air, glowing a soft blue. Blake followed them through a maze of corridors, past rooms filled with equipment he didn't recognize, and up 3 levels via a gravity lift that made his stomach flip. Finally, after what felt like an hour of walking, he arrived at a door marked 93 Omega in both alien script and human numbers. "Alright, let's see what's so special about this place," Blake said, pressing the access panel. The doors split apart with a hiss of ancient hydraulics, and Blake's breath caught in his throat. He'd been expecting another abandoned storage bay full of broken equipment and dust. Instead, he was looking at something impossible. A ship sat in the center of the hangar, and it was the most beautiful thing Blake had ever seen. The vessel was huge, easily 300 feet long, but it didn't look like any human or alien design he'd studied. The hull seemed almost organic, with smooth curves that flowed like frozen water. Faint blue light pulsed through veins running along its surface, like a heartbeat made of electricity. Blake walked forward slowly, his boots echoing in the empty hangar. His scanner was going crazy, throwing out readings that didn't make sense. The ship was powered. Not just emergency systems either, but full power, as if someone had been flying it yesterday instead of decades or centuries ago. "This shouldn't be possible," Blake whispered. He'd never seen anything like this in any database. The technology was too advanced, too elegant. It made human ships look like children's toys by comparison. He was about to run a detailed scan when the ship suddenly hummed to life. Blake stumbled backward as a beam of brilliant light shot out from the ship's central spire. The light twisted and condensed, forming a three-dimensional image in the air between him and the vessel. It was a woman. Or at least it looked like a woman. She wore flowing robes that seemed to be made of starlight itself, constantly shifting and shimmering. Her features were almost human but not quite right. Her eyes were slightly too large, too bright, and when she moved, it was with an impossible grace that made Blake think of dancers or predators. She was speaking, her mouth moving urgently, but Blake couldn't understand a word. The language was musical, full of sounds that human vocal cords probably couldn't make. Her expression was desperate, pleading. Blake fumbled for his universal translator, a small device clipped to his collar. It usually took a few seconds to analyze a new language, but this time it struggled. Words flickered across his datapad screen, most of them garbled. Then fragments started coming through clearly. "Please, can anyone, trapped for so long, help me? I am Lysithra. 7th Fleet, please." Blake's eyes went wide. The 7th Fleet. Every salvage expert knew that name. It was legend, the kind of story people told in bars after too many drinks. An entire alien armada that had vanished 300 years ago during some kind of experimental mission. The fleet had been searching for ways to travel through time itself, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Then one day they just disappeared. All of them. Hundreds of ships and thousands of crew, gone without a trace. The official report said they'd probably been destroyed in whatever experiment they were running. The case was closed, the fleet declared lost with all hands, and the alien government had forbidden anyone from continuing the research. It had been 3 centuries. Nobody expected to find survivors. But here was someone claiming to be from that fleet, calling herself Lysithra. Blake searched his memory. There had been a princess on the fleet, he remembered. The daughter of some alien emperor, a scientist who'd been leading the temporal research. Her death had caused a huge political crisis back when it happened. "Your Princess Lysithra?" Blake asked, not sure if the hologram could even hear him. The woman's image flickered and stabilized, focusing on him. Her eyes widened with what looked like shock and desperate hope. "You can hear me? After all this time, someone can finally hear me?" Before Blake could answer, the hangar doors slammed shut behind him with a metallic crash that echoed through the space. Emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in red. Blake spun around, his hand instinctively going to the plasma cutter on his belt. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The timekeeper's voice filled the hangar, coming from speakers Blake couldn't see. "She has waited for one who perceives time as you do, Commander Carter." The others who came before could not hear her call. They walked past this hangar 1,000 times, never knowing she was here, screaming for help in a frequency they could not detect. "But you are different. Your species is different." Blake looked between the sealed door and the hologram of Lysithra, who was watching him with an expression of fragile hope. "What do you mean different? Why can I hear her when others couldn't?" "Because humans perceive time in a unique way, Commander. Linear. Unidirectional. Always forward. Other species experience time as a circle or a web or an ocean. But humans? You are arrows flying straight and true toward the future. And that makes you the only ones who can anchor her." Blake had no idea what that meant, but he knew one thing for certain. His simple salvage job had just become incredibly complicated. He looked at Lysithra's hologram, at the desperate hope in her alien eyes, and made a decision. "All right, Princess. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm listening. Tell me how to help you." Blake spent the first hour doing what any reasonable person would do when trapped in a locked hangar with a mysterious hologram. He tried to break out. He worked on the door controls, attempted to override the security system, and even considered cutting through the wall with his plasma torch. Nothing worked. The timekeeper had sealed him in completely. Lysithra's hologram kept flickering in and out during this time, appearing and disappearing like a faulty projection. Every time she materialized, she tried to speak, but the connection would break before she could finish a sentence. It was frustrating for both of them. Blake could see the desperation in her face each time she faded away. Finally, Blake gave up on the door and sat down on an old cargo crate. He pulled out a protein bar from his pack, took a bite, and really looked at Lysithra for the first time. Her hologram was clearer now, more stable. She stood perfectly still, watching him with those strange, oversized eyes. "Okay," Blake said, trying to keep his voice calm and steady. "Let's start from the beginning. Nice and simple. You're Princess Lysithra. You've been trapped here for 300 years. How is any of that possible? You should be dead. Everyone from the 7th Fleet should be dead." Lysithra's expression shifted, and Blake saw something that made his chest tighten. It was pain, deep and ancient, the kind of suffering that came from experiencing something no living being should ever endure. When she spoke, her voice was quiet but steady. "We were testing a new type of engine, Commander Carter. A chronometric drive. It was supposed to let us move through time the way your ships move through space. We wanted to explore history, to see the birth of stars, to witness the beginning of the universe itself." She paused, her holographic form rippling slightly. But something went wrong during the initial test. The drive created what we call a paradox loop, time folding in on itself, creating a feedback cycle that grew stronger with every passing moment. Blake tried to wrap his head around the concept. So what happened? Why didn't the drive just explode or shut down? "It would have," Lysithra said. "And that explosion would have released enough temporal energy to destroy 3 star systems. Billions of lives would have been erased from existence, not just killed but removed from the timeline entirely. They would never have been born at all." Her voice cracked slightly. "I couldn't let that happen. So I sealed myself inside the ship's core with the drive. My life force became a buffer, containing the paradox. I stopped the explosion, but I trapped myself in the process." "But you said 300 years, Blake interrupted. "You're telling me you've been conscious this entire time?" Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw tears forming in her holographic eyes. "I exist between moments, Commander. For the rest of the universe, 300 years have passed in normal time. For me, I have experienced every single second of those 300 years. Alone. Awake. Unable to sleep, unable to die, unable to do anything except exist in the tiny gaps between heartbeats of normal time." Blake felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. He tried to imagine it. 300 years of solitary confinement, stretched out across moments so small that normal people couldn't even perceive them. No sleep. No rest. Just endless consciousness and crushing loneliness. It was torture beyond anything he could comprehend. "That's impossible," Blake said, though he knew it wasn't. "Nobody could survive that. You'd go insane." "I nearly did," Lysithra admitted. "So many times. There were moments when I wanted to let go, to release the paradox and let everything end. But I couldn't. All those people, all those lives. They were depending on me even if they never knew I existed. So I held on. I waited. I hoped that someday someone would hear me. Blake stood up and walked closer to the hologram. And the timekeeper? Where does it fit into all this? The timekeeper is ancient technology created by my people thousands of years ago. It experiences time differently than we do. It can see the past, present, and future as one connected whole. When my ship's paradox was about to explode, the timekeeper intervened. It used the station systems to create a stable pocket, a place where the temporal wound could be contained without spreading. It brought my ship here and has been maintaining the containment field ever since. But why couldn't anyone else hear you? This station gets salvage crews all the time. I can't be the first person to walk past this hangar. Lysithra smiled sadly. You're not. The timekeeper told me that hundreds of people have been in this very spot. But they couldn't perceive me. The temporal frequency I exist on is too narrow, too specific. Most species experience time holistically. They feel the weight of the past and the pull of the future simultaneously. But humans are different. You experience time as a straight line, one moment following another, always moving forward. That linear perception creates a unique resonance. You can detect frequencies that others miss. Blake pulled out his technical scanner and started running diagnostics on the ship. The readings were incredible. Energy signatures that shouldn't exist, temporal distortions that made his instruments scream warnings, and at the center of it all, a life sign. Faint but real. Lysithra wasn't just a hologram. She was actually there, trapped in some kind of suspended state. There has to be a way to get you out, Blake said, his mind already working through possibilities. If I can boost the signal between us, create a stronger connection, maybe we can figure out how to collapse the paradox safely. Commander, no. If you try to interface with the temporal field, you could become trapped as well. The same forces that hold me could ensnare you. Blake stopped and looked at her. Really looked at her. This woman had spent 3 centuries in unimaginable isolation, sacrificing everything to save people she'd never met. She'd held on through endless loneliness and pain, hoping for rescue that might never come. And now that someone was finally here, she was telling him not to risk himself. That was all Blake needed to hear. He'd spent the last 5 years taking the most dangerous salvage jobs in the galaxy, throwing himself into situations that should have killed him a dozen times over. He'd always told himself it was for the money, but deep down, he knew the truth. He was punishing himself for surviving when his squad hadn't. He was looking for a reason to matter, a purpose beyond just existing. Maybe this was it. Princess Lysithra, Blake said, pulling out his neural interface kit from his pack. I didn't become a salvage expert by playing it safe. I've modified ship engines while they were exploding, rewired power cores in the middle of firefights, and once I held a hull breach closed with my bare hands for 40 minutes while my partner welded it shut. This is what I do. I fix impossible problems. But, no buts, you've been alone for 300 years. That ends today. So let's figure this out together. Over the next several hours, Blake worked with Lysithra to modify his neural implant. It was delicate, dangerous work. One wrong calculation and he could fry his own brain. But Lysithra guided him through the Vendare technical specifications, explaining concepts that human science hadn't even theorized yet. Blake learned about temporal mechanics, chronometric fields, and the nature of paradox loops. Lysithra learned about human stubbornness, improvisation, and the kind of determination that came from a species that had clawed its way up from a single planet to spread across the stars. They talked while they worked. Blake told her about Earth, about the war, about the friends he'd lost. Lysithra told him about her world, her family, and the scientific curiosity that had driven her to volunteer for the temporal research program. Despite the centuries and species that separated them, they found common ground. Both of them were survivors. Both of them carried the weight of loss. Both of them refused to give up. Finally, Blake held up the modified implant. This should work. In theory. Maybe. Those are not reassuring words, Commander. Yeah, well, reassuring went out the window when I got locked in here with a time ghost. You ready? Lysithra nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. Blake inserted the modified implant into the port at the base of his skull and activated it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world exploded into color and sensation. Time itself seemed to slow down around him. He could see individual photons of light crawling through the air. Dust particles hung frozen like tiny planets. And standing in front of him, no longer flickering or transparent, was Lysithra. She was real, solid, beautiful and terrifying and absolutely real. It worked, Blake whispered, though his voice sounded stretched and strange to his own ears. Then the pain hit. Blake gasped as he felt himself being pulled deeper into the temporal field, his connection to normal reality fraying like a rope under too much weight. He was falling into the space between moments, the same prison that had held Lysithra for 3 centuries. The timekeeper's voice cut through his agony, calm and measured. 2 anchors may stabilize the paradox, Commander Carter. Or they may create a new one that destroys you both. Time will tell. Blake opened his eyes, but the world looked wrong. Everything around him had become frozen, locked in a moment that refused to move forward. He could see the hangar exactly as it had been, but now it existed in a state of perfect stillness. The dust particles he'd noticed before hung in the air like tiny sculptures made of light. His dropped flashlight was suspended halfway between his hand and the floor, its beam stretching toward the ground but never quite reaching it. Even the faint hum of the station's life support systems had vanished, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. Blake tried to move and found that he could, though everything felt strange and heavy, like walking through water. He looked down at his hands and watched them leave trails of light as they moved, after images that hung in the air for several seconds before fading. "What you're experiencing is normal," a voice said behind him. "Well, as normal as this situation can be." Blake spun around and saw Lysithra standing there. But she wasn't a hologram anymore. She was completely solid, real, with depth and substance. She looked young, probably in her mid-20s by human standards, though Blake had no idea how Vendare aged. Her skin had a faint luminescence to it, like moonlight on water, and her hair seemed to drift slightly even though there was no wind. Her expression was a mixture of relief and absolute horror. "You shouldn't have done this," Lysithra said, reaching out toward him but stopping short of actually touching him. "You're trapped here with me now. In my world. In the space between seconds." Blake took a shaky breath and checked his chronometer. The numbers were barely moving. In normal space, only 3 milliseconds had passed since he'd activated the implant. But here, in this frozen world, those milliseconds stretched into hours. He could spend days here, and in the real world, less than a second would pass. "Then I guess we'd better figure out how to get us both out of here," Blake said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Because I didn't come this far just to become a permanent resident of frozen time." Lysithra studied him for a long moment, and Blake saw something shift in her expression. The horror faded, replaced by determination. "You really mean that, don't you? You're not going to panic or break down?" "Panicking doesn't solve problems," Blake said. "Trust me, I've tried it before. Doesn't work. So let's focus on what does work. Show me your ship's core. Let's see what we're dealing with." They walked through the frozen hangar toward the ship, and Blake marveled at how surreal everything felt. Their footsteps made no sound. The air didn't move. It was like walking through a photograph, except they were the only living things in it. Lysithra led him into the ship through a doorway that opened at her touch, responding to her presence even in this strange temporal state. The inside of the ship was breathtaking. The corridors were organic and flowing, more like the interior of a living creature than a machine. Soft blue light pulsed through veins in the walls, creating patterns that almost looked like they were breathing. Everything curved and spiraled, with no sharp edges or right angles. It was beautiful and alien and completely unlike any human vessel Blake had ever seen. They reached the core chamber and Blake stopped in his tracks. In the center of the room floated a massive crystalline structure, easily 20 feet across. It was the chronometric drive, the heart of the ship and the source of all their problems. The crystal pulsed with inner light, and Blake could see energy flowing through it in impossible patterns. Loops within loops within loops, time folding back on itself in ways that made his head hurt just looking at them. "This is what's been containing the paradox for 300 years, Lysithra explained, her voice quiet with reverence and pain. "The drive created a self-sustaining temporal loop. It feeds on its own contradiction, growing stronger the longer it exists. If we shut it down incorrectly, all that stored energy releases at once." Blake pulled out his scanner and started taking readings. The numbers were insane. How much energy are we talking about? Enough to age everything within 10 light years to dust. Or regress it all back to primordial atoms. Or both, simultaneously, in different temporal layers. Lysithra moved closer to the crystal, her hand hovering near its surface. "Time doesn't follow normal rules here, Blake. Cause and effect become suggestions rather than laws." Blake studied the drive for several minutes, his engineering mind working through the problem. He'd dealt with plenty of malfunctioning equipment in his career, but this was on a completely different level. This wasn't just broken technology. This was a wound in reality itself, and one wrong move could make it catastrophically worse. Then an idea hit him. He pulled up files from his own ship's database, scrolling through technical specifications until he found what he was looking for. Human FTL drives use temporal shielding. Basic stuff, really crude compared to your technology. Other species thought we were idiots for using it because it's inefficient and burns through a ton of power. I'm familiar with human FTL systems, Lysithra said, moving to look at his datapad. But I don't see how that helps us. Your shielding is too primitive. That's exactly why it might work, Blake said, excitement building in his voice. Your technology is all about manipulating time, bending it, controlling it. But human shielding doesn't try to control time at all. It just deflects it like an umbrella in the rain. What if we adapted that principle to your drive? Used it to bleed off the temporal energy gradually instead of trying to control the release? Lysithra's eyes widened as she processed the idea. Her fingers danced through holographic displays that appeared in the air around them, running calculations faster than Blake could follow. That could actually work. Your shielding doesn't interact with the paradox directly, so it won't trigger the feedback loop. It would be like slowly draining a lake instead of blowing up the dam. They threw themselves into the work, their minds operating in perfect synchronization. Blake brought human engineering ingenuity, the kind of creative problem-solving that came from a species that had bootstrapped itself into space with barely functional rockets and pure determination. Lysithra brought 3 centuries of technical knowledge and an understanding of temporal mechanics that no human scientist could match. As they worked, something strange started happening. Blake began experiencing fragments of Lysithra's memories. He felt the crushing weight of her loneliness, the 300 years of isolation stretching out in agonizing detail. He saw her moments of despair, the times she nearly gave up, the determination that kept her going when any sane person would have surrendered. He felt her fear on the day the drive malfunctioned, the split-second decision to sacrifice herself, and the crushing realization of what that sacrifice would actually mean. And Lysithra experienced his memories in return. She saw his childhood on Mars, growing up in the colonial domes where water was rationed and every breath of air was manufactured. She felt his excitement when he joined the military, the pride of serving something bigger than himself. Then came the war, the friends he lost, and the guilt that ate at him every single day. She experienced the moment his squad died, the desperate last stand where he was the only survivor, and the crushing question that haunted him ever since: why did I live when they didn't? They took a break after several hours of work, sitting together in the frozen hangar. Blake's perception of time had completely shifted. He no longer noticed the stillness or the silence. This was his reality now, at least for the moment. You've seen so much death, Lysithra said quietly, not looking at him. So much loss, yet you keep pushing forward. Humans always do. How do you manage it? How do you deal with the weight of all those ghosts? Blake was quiet for a moment, thinking about all the people he'd lost. His squad, his friends, the civilians he couldn't save. They were with him always, a constant presence in the back of his mind. For years, he'd thought of them as a burden, a weight he had to carry as punishment for surviving. But sitting here with Lysithra, someone who'd carried her own impossible burden for 3 centuries, Blake suddenly saw it differently. Because going backwards isn't an option, he said slowly, and standing still is just a slower way of dying. So forward is all we've got. We carry the people we lost with us, not as weights holding us down, but as reminders of why we keep going. They don't get to see tomorrow, so we have to see it for them. Lysithra laughed, a sound of genuine joy that Blake hadn't heard from her before. I like that philosophy. It's very human. Very you. Yeah, well, we're not known for our subtlety or our patience, but we're really good at being stubborn and refusing to quit. They returned to work with renewed energy, but then Blake felt something shift. The connection between him and normal time, already fragile, began to fail completely. He was being pulled deeper into Lysithra's temporal layer, his last ties to reality dissolving like smoke. If this continued, he wouldn't just be trapped for a few hours or days. He'd be trapped forever, just like her. Blake, your readings are destabilizing. Lysithra grabbed his arm, her touch solid and real. You need to sever the connection now before it's too late. Save yourself. Blake looked at her, at the fear and desperation in her eyes, and he realized something. She was more terrified of him being trapped than she'd ever been for herself. After 300 years of isolation, after all the loneliness and pain, her first instinct was still to protect someone else. That was who she was at her core, someone who sacrificed for others. Well, Blake thought stubbornness runs both ways. Not happening, he said firmly. We're in this together now, remember? I'm not leaving you alone again. You fool, Lysithra whispered, and Blake saw tears forming in her strange, beautiful eyes. You beautiful, stupid, stubborn human fool. Blake grinned despite the pain spreading through his body. Yeah, that's pretty much our species in a nutshell. Now stop trying to save me and help me save both of us. We've got a paradox to fix. Blake made his choice in that moment, and it was probably the craziest decision of his entire life. Instead of fighting against the pull into Lysithra's temporal layer, instead of trying to save himself and abandon her, he did the exact opposite. He dove deeper. He let go of his connection to normal time completely and committed himself fully to the space between moments where Lysithra existed. The pain that had been tearing through his body suddenly vanished, replaced by a strange clarity. The world shifted around him, and for the first time, Blake truly understood what Lysithra had been experiencing for 300 years. He could see time now not as a line or a concept, but as an actual thing. It was like an ocean, vast and deep, with currents and eddies and waves that moved in patterns he'd never imagined. And he and Lysithra were anchored in the same spot, held in place by the paradox at the heart of the ship. What have you done? Lysithra asked, catching him as his legs gave out. The adjustment period was brutal, and Blake's brain struggled to process his new perception of reality. Something incredibly stupid probably, Blake admitted, his voice shaky. But now we're anchored together. If you're stuck here forever, so am I. Which means we'd better make damn sure neither of us stays stuck. Lysithra's expression shifted from horror to something else. Determination mixed with something that looked almost like hope. Then we finish this. Together. No more arguing about who saves who. We both get out or neither of us does. Now you're thinking like a human, Blake said with a weak grin. They returned to the chronometric drive with renewed purpose, and the work went faster now. Blake's fully anchored state meant he could interact with the temporal systems directly. He could see the energy flows, touch the crystalline structure without fear, and make modifications that would have been impossible from normal time. The combination of human and Vendare thinking created solutions neither of them could have found alone. Days passed in the space between moments. Or maybe it was weeks. Time was weird here and Blake stopped trying to keep track. What mattered was the work, and slowly but surely they were making progress. The solution they developed was elegant in its simplicity. By wrapping the chronometric drive in adapted human temporal shielding, they could create a controlled discharge. The energy wouldn't explode outward. Instead, it would bleed off gradually, harmlessly, over the course of several minutes. But there was one massive problem they couldn't solve. Someone has to pilot the ship during the discharge, Lysithra explained, her hands moving through holographic displays showing stress calculations and energy patterns. The temporal forces involved will fluctuate constantly. Any automated system would be torn apart by the contradictions. We need a living mind, something that can adapt and react in real time, to guide the ship through the collapse. Blake studied the numbers and his stomach sank. Guided from inside the temporal field. Whoever does this will be riding the paradox while it unravels. That sounds incredibly dangerous. It is. The pilot would need to maintain perfect control while reality itself tries to tear them apart. One mistake, one moment of lost focus, and the entire discharge could cascade out of control. Blake looked at Lysithra, then back at the drive. Then we both do it. Two pilots, two minds working together. We've been in sync this whole time. Why stop now? Before Lysithra could respond, a new voice cut through the frozen stillness. It was the timekeeper, speaking with what sounded almost like emotion. I have prepared for this moment for many years. Since you began your work, I have been opening a corridor through the station, clearing a path for your ship to launch. But you must understand, the window of opportunity is narrow. You will have one chance to execute this plan. One chance is all we need, Blake said with more confidence than he felt. Over the next several days they prepared everything. Blake and Lysithra linked their minds directly to the ship's control systems, becoming extensions of the vessel itself. As they connected, something unexpected happened. Their consciousness merged even more deeply than before. Blake experienced the full weight of Lysithra's 300-year vigil. Every moment of crushing loneliness, every time she nearly gave up, every flash of hope that kept her going. He felt her fear when the drive first malfunctioned, the nobility of her decision to sacrifice herself, and the slow erosion of her sanity as the centuries dragged on. And Lysithra experienced everything Blake had buried deep inside himself. She felt his childhood dreams of exploring the stars, the pride of joining the military, the bonds of brotherhood with his squad. Then came the war, brutal and unforgiving. She experienced the battle at Titan Station, watching his friends die one by one, using their bodies as cover while he held the line. She felt his survivor's guilt, the crushing weight of being the only one who lived, and the self-destructive pattern he'd fallen into afterward. The dangerous jobs, the reckless behavior, the unconscious death wish hidden behind professional competence. When they finally separated, both of them were crying. They sat together in the ship's core chamber, processing what they'd learned about each other. "Blake," Lysithra said softly, "you weren't meant to die with your squad. Can't you see that? You survived because the universe needed you here in this moment to free me. Your life has meaning beyond that battle." Blake wiped his eyes, feeling something inside him shift. For 5 years he'd been punishing himself for living. But maybe Lysithra was right. Maybe survival wasn't a crime. Maybe it was a responsibility. "And you," Blake said, "spent 3 centuries holding back a catastrophe that would have killed billions. You're not a victim or a prisoner. You're a hero. The greatest hero nobody ever knew about." They might have said more, but alarms suddenly blared through the ship. The timekeeper's voice returned, urgent now. "I am detecting incoming vessels. Multiple ships dropping out of hyperspace near the station. Vendare military signatures. They have found you." Blake and Lysithra rushed to the ship's sensors, accessing data that the timekeeper was feeding them. Sure enough, a fleet of sleek warships was materializing in space around Croner Station. At least 20 vessels, all of them heavily armed, all of them moving into formation. "They detected my life signature," Lysithra said, her voice tight with tension. "After 300 years, my government finally found me." A transmission came through, cold and bureaucratic. "This is Vendare Defense Command. The temporal anomaly at Croner Station has been classified as a threat to galactic security. Any ships attempting to leave the area will be destroyed. Surrender immediately." Blake felt Lysithra's fear through their connection. "They're not here to rescue you, are they?" "No," she whispered. "They're here to bury the secret. My government covered up the 7th Fleet disaster. They declared us all dead to hide their failed temporal research program. If I come back, if I testify about what really happened, it would destroy them politically. I'm not a lost princess to them. I'm a loose end that needs to be eliminated." Blake checked their discharge calculations. They needed at least 10 more minutes to finish preparations, but the Vendare fleet would be in firing position within 5. Even if they somehow escaped, Lysithra would spend the rest of her life running or imprisoned, and Blake would probably be killed as an inconvenient witness. That's when the idea hit him. It was insane, reckless, and absolutely impossible. Which meant it was perfectly human. "What if we don't shut down the drive?" Blake said slowly, his mind racing. "What if instead of dissipating the energy, we use it? We've got 300 years of stored temporal power in this thing. What if we focus all that energy into one massive jump? Not backwards or sideways through time, but forward." Lysithra stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "Forward through time? Blake, that's completely theoretical. Nobody has ever successfully executed a controlled temporal jump of that magnitude." "Yeah, but nobody ever held a paradox stable for 300 years either, and you managed that. Look, your government wants to bury you in the past. So let's jump over them entirely. Leap forward in time, past their fleet, past their political regime, past everyone who wants to silence you. How far forward are we talking?" Blake pulled up the energy calculations. 500 years. Maybe more. Far enough that your current government has either fallen or reformed. Far enough that the secrets they're trying to hide don't matter anymore. We'd wake up in a galaxy we don't recognize. Everything we know would be ancient history. Our families, our homes, everything would be gone. Blake looked at her seriously. "You've already been alone for 3 centuries. At least this time you won't be alone. We'll face whatever future we find together. And honestly, my life in this time isn't exactly something I'm desperate to hold on to." Lysithra was quiet for a long moment, processing the magnitude of what Blake was suggesting. Then slowly a smile spread across her face. "I've been running from time for 300 years. Maybe it's time we ran ahead of it instead. That's very human thinking. Hey, when you can't win the fight in front of you, change the battlefield. It's what we do best." The timekeeper's voice returned, and for the first time since Blake had met the AI, it sounded almost excited. "I must confess something to you both. I was not built in your past. I was built in your future by Vendare who regretted their ancestors' decisions. I was placed here in this time, specifically to ensure this moment could occur. You were always meant to succeed. Now go forward, Commander Blake Carter and Princess Lysithra. Go forward and show them what the future holds." The Vendare fleet closed in, weapons charging with energy signatures that made the ship's sensors scream warnings. Blake and Lysithra had maybe 3 minutes before those warships opened fire, and once they did, even the station's ancient shields wouldn't hold for long. The timekeeper was already opening the launch corridor, massive doors grinding apart to reveal the star-filled void beyond. But that corridor would become a death trap the moment they tried to fly through it. Blake's hands flew across the holographic controls, completely recalculating the discharge sequence they'd spent days perfecting. Instead of bleeding energy off gradually, they were going to channel every ounce of power the chronometric drive had stored over 3 centuries into one focused burst. It was like the difference between letting air out of a balloon slowly versus popping it and trying to ride the explosion. "This is absolutely crazy," Lysithra said, but she was already working alongside him, her fingers dancing through Vendare calculations faster than Blake's eyes could follow. "We're essentially turning my ship into a temporal missile and hoping we survive the launch." "Crazy is kind of humanity's specialty," Blake replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he worked. "We reached the moon using computers less powerful than a modern toaster. We colonized Mars before we figured out how to reliably predict weather. If there's a stupid, reckless way to solve a problem, humans will find it and make it work through sheer stubbornness." Despite their desperate situation, Lysithra laughed. Over the past days working together, she'd come to understand humans in a way few aliens ever did. They were a species that looked at impossible odds and took it as a personal challenge. They turned disadvantages into advantages and made strength out of weakness. It was no wonder they'd become such a powerful force in the galaxy despite being relative newcomers to space travel. Another transmission came through from the Vendare fleet, but this time it wasn't the cold bureaucratic voice. It was someone older, with authority that came from years of command. "Princess Lysithra, this is Admiral Torvash. I know you can hear me. Stand down. Your ship is damaged and obsolete. You cannot escape. Surrender now, and I give you my word you'll be treated fairly." Lysithra's hands froze over the controls. Blake glanced at her and saw the conflict written across her face. "You know him?" "He was my father's military advisor," Lysithra said quietly. "A good man, or at least he was 300 years ago. But he's lying. Even if he personally wants to help me, his superiors won't allow it. The moment I'm in custody, I'll disappear. Political expediency always wins over honor." Blake reached over and put his hand on hers. Through their mental connection, he could feel her pain, her fear, and underneath it all, her bone-deep exhaustion. She was tired of running, tired of fighting, tired of being trapped. Part of her just wanted it to be over, whatever that meant. "Hey," Blake said gently. "We didn't come this far to give up now. You held that paradox for 3 centuries because you refused to let innocent people die. That's who you are. So let's show these people what determination really looks like. Human and Vendare working together, refusing to accept defeat. What do you say?" Lysithra looked at him, and Blake saw the exhaustion fade, replaced by the same fierce determination that had kept her alive through impossible isolation. "Let's jump into the future and leave these bastards behind." They finalized the calculations with seconds to spare. The chronometric drive began to spin up, energy building in patterns that made the air itself crackle with power. The ship started to shake, vibrations running through every surface as 300 years of stored temporal energy prepared to release all at once. Outside, the Vendare fleet detected the energy buildup. Blake heard Admiral Torvash's voice again, no longer calm but urgent. "All ships, open fire. Don't let that ship activate its drive." Energy beams lanced through space, brilliant streaks of destructive power that converged on the hangar. The first few shots slammed into Cronor Station's shields, causing systems throughout the ancient structure to overload. Alarms blared. Emergency lights flickered. The timekeeper's voice cut through the chaos, strained but determined. "Launching in 5 seconds. The corridor is clear. May time itself guide your path." Blake and Lysithra's minds merged completely with the ship's systems. They became the vessel, feeling every rivet and circuit as extensions of their own bodies. The chronometric drive reached critical mass, reality itself beginning to bend and warp around them. The ship phased partially out of normal space, becoming translucent, ghostly. 3 seconds, Blake counted down. 2, 1, go. The ship launched from the hangar like a bullet from a gun, crossing the distance to open space in a fraction of a second. The Vendare fleet fired again, but their weapons passed straight through the vessel. Blake and Lysithra were already halfway into another time, existing in multiple moments simultaneously. The ship was there and not there, real and unreal, present and future all at once. Then the chronometric drive released its full power, and Blake experienced something no human had ever witnessed before. They were riding time itself, surfing along the currents of causality as centuries blurred past in moments. Through the ship's temporal sensors, Blake watched history unfold at impossible speed. He saw the Vendare government that had tried to kill them collapse within 50 years, torn apart by internal corruption and the very lies they'd used to cover up the Seventh Fleet disaster. He saw humanity continue its expansion across the galaxy, their natural temporal resilience making them invaluable as mediators and peacekeepers. New species made first contact, forming alliances and partnerships. Wars flared and ended. Entire civilizations rose to prominence and then faded into memory. Lysithra guided them through the temporal currents with the skill of someone who'd spent 3 centuries existing outside normal time. She knew how to navigate paradoxes and avoid temporal eddies that could trap them. Blake provided the anchor, his human perception of linear time keeping them moving forward instead of scattering across multiple timelines. They saw the year 2600, then 2700, then 2800. The galaxy changed in ways both wonderful and terrifying. Technology advanced beyond anything they recognized. Political boundaries shifted and reformed. At some point around the year 2850, Blake caught glimpses of what looked like the Temporal Reconciliation Act, some kind of galactic treaty that legitimized and regulated time travel technology. The research Lysithra had died trying to protect had finally become accepted, understood, and used responsibly. At year 2900, they saw references to something called the Temporal Anchor Initiative, a cooperative program between humans and reformed Vendare to train specialists in chronometric rescue and stabilization. Humanity's unique perception of time had become recognized as a crucial galactic resource. Finally, at 512 years after they'd launched, the ship began to solidify back into normal space. The temporal jump was completing, the stored energy nearly exhausted. Blake and Lysithra guided their vessel through the final moments of transition, and then with a flash of blue light, they emerged into a new era. They were still in orbit around Cronor Station, but the ancient derelict they remembered had been completely transformed. The station gleamed with fresh metal and new construction. Ships of dozens of species moved in and out of its docking bays. The entire structure had been converted into something magnificent, a hub of activity and life instead of a forgotten ruin. Their communications console immediately lit up with incoming messages. Dozens of them from ships of species Blake recognized and many he didn't. One voice came through clearly, speaking in perfect English with barely controlled excitement. "Unknown vessel, this is Cronor Traffic Control. Please transmit your identification codes." "Wait, I'm reading your ship's signature and I can't believe what I'm seeing." "Computer, verify these readings. Is that really a Vendare 7th Fleet chronometric vessel? The Princess's Vigil? That's impossible. That ship is a legend." Blake and Lysithra looked at each other in confusion. "The Princess's Vigil?" Blake asked. Lysithra pulled up the historical databases of this new era, accessing the public information networks. What she found made her breath catch. Their story had become legend. The tale of Princess Lysithra who sacrificed herself to contain a paradox, holding it stable for 3 centuries while her ship drifted through time, preserving crucial knowledge about temporal mechanics that would eventually save countless lives. The ship itself had become a symbol, a reminder of the cost of reckless experimentation and the nobility of sacrifice. People thought she was dead. They thought the ship had been destroyed or lost forever in some temporal void. But the knowledge she'd been protecting, the research data stored in the ship's computers, had somehow been recovered in pieces over the centuries. It had formed the foundation of modern temporal science. A mixed fleet was approaching now, not with weapons but with ceremonial formations. Blake saw human ships flying alongside Vendare vessels, plus craft from at least a dozen other species. They formed an honor guard around the ancient ship, welcoming them home. A new transmission came through, this one on an official diplomatic channel. The speaker was Vendare, but her voice carried warmth instead of the cold bureaucracy Blake remembered. "Princess Lysithra, Commander Blake Carter of Earth, on behalf of the Galactic Temporal Council, welcome to the 31st century. We thought you were lost forever. Your sacrifice and the knowledge you preserved changed our entire civilization. You're not fugitives here. You're heroes." Blake felt tears streaming down his face. Beside him, Lysithra was openly crying, centuries of pain and fear finally releasing. They'd done it. They'd escaped not just the trap of the paradox, but the trap of a time that wanted to silence them. They'd leaped forward into a future that understood and valued what they'd been through. The timekeeper's voice came through the ship's internal systems one last time. "My purpose is complete. I have guided you to this moment across 5 centuries. But if you will have me, I would like to continue forward with you. I have grown fond of this journey and of you both. You're always welcome with us, Lysithra said, her voice thick with emotion. You saved us both. You're part of this crew now. Over the following weeks, Blake and Lysithra adapted to their new era. It was overwhelming at first. 500 years of history to catch up on, technology they didn't understand, and a galaxy that had changed in ways both subtle and profound. But they weren't alone. The people of this new era welcomed them warmly, understanding that they were refugees from time itself. Blake learned that humanity had become a major galactic power, respected not for military might but for their unique abilities as temporal anchors and mediators. The stubborn determination that had once been seen as a human quirk was now recognized as a crucial survival trait. Humans could stabilize temporal anomalies naturally, making them invaluable in rescue operations and scientific research. The Vendare had transformed entirely after their government's collapse. They built a new society based on transparency, cooperation, and ethical use of temporal technology. The cover-up of the Seventh Fleet disaster had become a cautionary tale taught in their schools, a reminder of what happened when political expediency trumped truth and honor. Blake and Lysithra were offered positions as ambassadors, using their unique experience to help others understand temporal phenomena. Their ship, officially designated the Princess's Vigil by the historical records, became a research vessel. With the Timekeeper AI integrated into its systems, they explored the boundaries of time itself, helping to rescue others trapped in temporal anomalies and advancing the science that Lysithra had nearly died to preserve. One evening, Blake stood on the ship's observation deck, watching stars stream past as they traveled to their next assignment. He thought about his old life, the guilt and aimless drifting, the dangerous jobs that were slowly killing him. That version of Blake seemed like a stranger now, someone from another lifetime. Lysithra joined him, slipping her hand into his. They'd been through so much together that words often felt unnecessary. Through their still-linked minds, they shared thoughts and feelings more directly than speech could convey. "Do you ever regret it?" Lysithra asked, though Blake knew she already sensed his answer. "Everything you left behind? The life you could have had." Blake thought about his answer carefully. He'd left behind the guilt, yes, but also the friends who'd survived the war, the familiar places, the version of Earth he'd known. 500 years had passed. Everyone he'd known was long dead. His entire era had become history. But he'd gained something infinitely more valuable. He'd found purpose beyond survival. He'd proven that being in the wrong place at the right time could change everything. He'd saved someone who desperately needed saving and been saved in return. Most importantly, he'd learned that his survival hadn't been a mistake or a curse. It had been preparation for this moment, for this mission, for this life. "Not for a second," Blake said honestly. "I spent 5 years punishing myself for living when my squad died. But you taught me something important. They didn't die so I could waste my life feeling guilty. They died so I could live fully, so I could be here when you needed someone to hear your call. Their sacrifice led to this, to us, to all the good we're doing now. That gives their deaths meaning." Lysithra rested her head on his shoulder, and Blake felt her contentment through their bond. "You know what I realized?" she said. "I spent 3 centuries trapped between moments, experiencing time in ways nobody should ever have to endure. But those 3 centuries led me to you. They prepared me to guide us through that temporal jump. Without that experience, we never would have survived. Sometimes the worst things we go through are preparing us for the best things yet to come." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the stars. Somewhere behind them in time, Admiral Torvash and his fleet were still searching for a ship that had vanished 5 centuries ago. Somewhere in the past, Blake's old self was taking dangerous salvage jobs and slowly destroying himself with guilt. Somewhere in history, Lysithra was sealing herself into a temporal prison, believing she'd die alone and forgotten. But here, in this moment, in this time, they were free. They were together. They were moving forward, always forward, because that's what survivors did. They carried their pain and their losses not as weights dragging them down, but as reminders of why each new moment mattered. A notification came through from the Temporal Council. Another rescue mission, another person trapped in a temporal anomaly that conventional teams couldn't reach. Another chance to use their unique experience to save someone the way they'd saved each other. Blake felt Lysithra's determination through their bond, matching his own. "Ready?" he asked. She smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd survived the impossible and come out stronger. "Always. Time to show them what a human and a Vendare can do when they work together." Their ship turned toward their new destination, leaving trails of light across the darkness of space. Behind them lay 5 centuries of history, pain, and sacrifice. Ahead lay infinite possibilities, challenges they'd face together, and a future they'd fought harder than anyone to reach. The timekeeper's voice hummed contentedly through the ship's systems. Forward, always forward. I do believe I'm going to enjoy this era very much. And in the space between moments, in the quantum realm where past and future touched, time itself seemed to whisper its approval. Two souls who'd been trapped by time had learned to ride it instead. A human who saw time as an arrow and a Vendare who'd experienced it as an ocean had found common ground in simply moving forward, one moment after another, together. Blake squeezed Lysithra's hand. 500 years from their origin point, in a galaxy they barely recognized, they'd finally found what they'd both been searching for all along. Not escape from time, but the freedom to move through it on their own terms, anchored not by paradox or guilt, but by purpose, partnership, and the simple human philosophy that had saved them both. When you can't fight the present, leap into the future. And when you get there, make it better than the past you left behind. That was the human way. And now it was their way too.
The emergency session had been going for 312 years, which by Galactic Council standards meant they were just getting warmed up. Ambassador Thelrix of the Pulverian Collective sat in his designated hover seat, feeling every single one of his 417 years pressing down on his gelatinous form like gravitational debt. Before him, the central navigation dispute stretched across holographic displays in 17 dimensions, looking exactly as incomprehensible as it had in the year 2847, when this whole mess started. Perhaps, suggested High Coordinator Veneth, her crystalline voice chiming like breaking glass, we should reconvene in another century, allowing time for the Subcommittee on Hyperspace Lane Designations to consult with the Advisory Board for Stellar Cartography Disputes, who can then forward their findings to the... No! The word came from somewhere Thelrix hadn't expected, namely his own mouth analog. 47 species turned their various sensory organs toward him. Veneth's crystal structure flickered in what might have been surprise or possibly a software glitch. Hard to tell with her people. Ambassador Thelrix, she said carefully, did you just interrupt formal council proceedings? Thelrix felt his cellular structure quiver. In 8,000 years of recorded Galactic Council history, no one had ever interrupted Veneth. There were protocols against it, 17 of them. He'd helped write 3. I apologize, he managed, though his voice sac trembled, but I've been looking at the same traffic pattern dispute since before my great-grandspawn were conceived, and I have come to a rather disturbing conclusion, which is, we're idiots. The chamber fell silent. In the corner, a minor delegate from the Whisper Nebula fainted, which for his species meant briefly transforming into helium. Veneth's crystalline form pulsed dangerously. Ambassador, perhaps you need rest. We've spent 3 centuries, Thelrix continued, his voice rising in a way that would horrify him later, debating whether hyperspace route 7734B should shift 0.001 degrees galactic north. Do you know what's happened in that time? 41 civilizations have risen and fallen. The Krellian Empire collapsed. We're aware of the timeline, Ambassador. Then you're aware we're useless. Another silence. This one felt heavier, like the universe itself was holding its breath to see what happened next. Thelrix slumped in his hover seat. He'd done it now, violated protocols, shown emotion, raised his voice sac above conversational frequency. His political career was over, which was why he felt oddly liberated to continue. We need help, he said quietly. Real help. From someone who doesn't spend decades discussing the proper font size for hyperspace warning signs. Help from whom? Veneth asked, her tone suggesting she already regretted the question. I've been reviewing the newer species. There's one that joined the galactic community recently. They're supposed to be good with navigation. The humans? They have a primitive saying about cutting through something called a Gordian knot. I looked it up. Apparently, when faced with an impossibly complicated problem, they just, we're not hiring barbarians. They're not barbarians, Thelrix protested, though he wasn't entirely sure. They've been spacefaring for almost 2 centuries. They have faster-than-light travel. They've colonized 6 systems, and according to my research, they're excellent at finding efficient routes. Based on what evidence? They invented something called a GPS, Global Positioning System. Every single one of their vehicles has navigation assistance. They take it very seriously. Venith's crystal structure dimmed, which meant she was thinking, or possibly experiencing the crystalline equivalent of a migraine. Very well, she said finally. We'll send a formal request to Earth for technical advisors, discreet ones, perhaps 2 or 3 qualified individuals who can review our navigation proposals and offer educated consultation. Thelrix felt his cellular structure relax. Thank the void. A reasonable solution. If only he'd known that reasonable and human rarely appeared in the same sentence. The message reached Earth on a Tuesday, which was humanity's least favorite day, and therefore the perfect time for terrible decisions. Director Pamela Griggs of the Terran Diplomatic Corps read the incoming transmission 3 times, convinced it was a prank. The Galactic Council wanted human help with navigation? The same Galactic Council that had spent the last century and a half treating humanity like particularly clever children who'd accidentally learned to use the parents' computer. This is real, she asked her assistant. Verified through 7 different channels, ma'am. They want technical advisors for navigation consultation. 2 to 3 individuals, discreet, qualified. Pamela set down the tablet and stared at the ceiling, where a coffee stain from last month's budget meeting still hadn't been cleaned. The entire diplomatic corps ran on caffeine and spite, mostly spite. They'd been trying to get Earth a proper voice in galactic politics for decades, and now the Council wanted help. Get me Valdez, she said. Commissioner Valdez is in a meeting. I don't care if he's meeting with God himself. Get him on the line, now. 3 minutes later, Commissioner Rafael Valdez's face appeared on her screen, looking exactly as tired as she felt. Behind him, someone was yelling about requisition forms. This better be important, Griggs. The Galactic Council wants our help. Valdez blinked. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I think my translator malfunctioned. You heard correctly. Navigation assistance. They're stuck on some route planning issue. And they're asking US, the species they barely let speak at council sessions. Apparently, we have a reputation for being good at directions. Valdez started laughing. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the kind of laugh that happened when the universe revealed itself to be even more absurd than previously documented. Oh, this is perfect, he said, wiping his eyes. They want navigation experts, real ones. That's what they're asking for. Pamela, do you know what I did before joining the diplomatic corps? You were military, weren't? I was a taxi driver in Buenos Aires for 12 years. Do you know what every single passenger did? Pamela felt a smile forming. Told you how to drive? Every single one. Even when I'd driven the same route for a decade, some guy who'd lived in the city for 3 weeks would lean over and say, no, you should take Avenida Corrientes. And you know what? Sometimes they were right. Rafael, you want to send advisors to the Galactic Council. I'll give you advisors. I'll give you the most helpful, opinionated, absolutely convinced they know better advisors humanity has to offer. The Council specifically requested discreet. Exactly. They want quiet experts who'll politely review their proposals and offer gentle suggestions. Well, we're going to give them something better. Pamela Griggs knew she should stop this, knew it with every fiber of her diplomatic training. But Earth had spent 150 years being patronized by species who thought humans were amusing novelties, and now they wanted help. How many should we send? She asked. They asked for 2 or 3. Let's send 20. Valdez grinned. It was not a nice grin. It was the grin of someone who'd spent years being told to wait their turn, to follow protocols, to be patient. I'll make the calls, he said. The first human to volunteer was Doris Cleghorn, 73 years old, retired from the Chicago Transit Authority with 40 years of experience and absolutely zero patience for inefficiency. When Valdez explained the situation, she'd asked exactly one question. Do these aliens know how to read a map? The second was Giorgio Tambolini, former airline pilot who'd spent 30 years flying routes across Earth and had opinions about air traffic control. The third was Kenji Watanabe, who'd driven delivery trucks through Tokyo traffic and considered himself an expert on optimization. They kept volunteering. Yuki Henderson, who'd navigated supply ships through asteroid fields and thought hyperspace protocols sounded overcomplicated. Boris Kuznetsov, former Moscow metro driver who'd seen worse than galactic bureaucracy. Patricia Langford, who'd been a GPS systems engineer and was deeply offended by what she'd heard about galactic navigation standards. 20 humans, each absolutely convinced they could solve problems that had stymied the galaxy's finest minds for centuries, each with decades of experience in transportation, navigation, or simply knowing better than whoever was currently in charge. Valdez sent their names to Pamela with a note. God help the Galactic Council. She forwarded the list without comment. The Council had asked for help. They were about to get it, whether they wanted it or not. The transport ship arrived at Galactic Council Station 14 on what the locals called a Harmony Day, which meant all 17 moons were aligned and bureaucratic efficiency was supposed to increase by 0.03%. Thelrix waited at the docking bay, having volunteered for greeting duty, mostly because no one else wanted it. The humans had seemed pleasant enough in preliminary communications. Professional, qualified. The airlock opened. 20 humans emerged, and Thelrix's cellular structure immediately began stress dividing. They were talking, all of them, simultaneously, not through official channels or translators, but just making noise at each other. I'm telling you, Giorgio, the approach vector was all wrong. What do you know about approach vectors? I flew for 30 years. Commercial jets. I did asteroid mining. Please! An older female human pushed forward. Can we not embarrass ourselves in the first 30 seconds? She turned to Thelrix and smiled in that peculiarly human way that showed teeth. Thelrix's species found it vaguely threatening, but he'd been briefed. Ambassador Thelrix, I'm Doris Cleghorn, team coordinator. She gestured at the crowd behind her. These are Earth's finest navigation specialists. Yes, welcome to Council Station 14. We've prepared accommodations. Accommodations can wait, interrupted one of the males. Giorgio, if Thelrix's memory served. We read the briefing materials on the flight. This hyperspace route dispute, the one you've been debating for 3 centuries? Yes, it's backwards. Thelrix blinked his primary ocular membrane. I'm sorry. The whole approach. You're trying to shift existing routes to accommodate new traffic patterns. That's insane. You should be creating new routes based on actual traffic data. We have traffic data, 17 million years worth. Exactly. This from a different human, Yuki Henderson, according to his badge. You're buried in data. Have you tried just looking at where ships actually want to go? The Council Subcommittee on Route Analysis has been examining how many members? Excuse me? The committee? How many? 412 representatives from each member species, so approximately 19,000 individuals. Every single human stopped talking. They stared at Thelrix with identical expressions of horror. 19,000 people, Doris said slowly, are trying to decide on traffic routes. It's democratic representation. It's lunacy. Boris Kuznetsov stepped forward, his face reddening in a way Thelrix's briefing material suggested meant agitation. You cannot design navigation with 19,000 opinions. You need one good planner, maybe 2 assistants, and everyone else needs to shut up and let them work. But consensus is important. The consensus, Patricia Langford said flatly, is how you spend 300 years deciding nothing. Who's actually in charge of this mess? High Coordinator Veneth chairs the primary committee. Take us to her, now. I'm not sure that's now! Thelrix had been in diplomatic service for 73 years. He'd navigated delicate negotiations, handled first contact scenarios, and once successfully mediated a dispute between species who communicated through interpretive dance and species who considered movement to be offensive. He'd never been bullied before. It was remarkably effective. "Follow me," he said weakly. High Coordinator Veneth was reviewing the latest subcommittee reports when her door burst open without the traditional 17 minutes of appointment notification. 20 humans poured into her office like a particularly aggressive fluid. "High Coordinator!" Thelrix rushed in behind them, his cellular structure quivering with distress. "I apologize. They wouldn't. Are you in charge?" Doris Cleghorn planted herself in front of Veneth's desk analog. Veneth's crystalline form flickered through several colors, settling on infrared, which indicated deep confusion. Yes, I am High Coordinator of Navigation Disputes. And you are? The people you asked for help. We're here to help, so let's start with the basics. Why is your primary hyperspace route inefficient? I beg your pardon? The main route, Route 7734B. According to your own data, which we read on the flight, it's operating at 68% optimal efficiency. Why? Veneth's structure brightened. Well, that's precisely what we've been attempting to determine. The subcommittee has 17 working theories, and we're currently in the process of... It curves, Giorgio interrupted. Silence. "Excuse me," Veneth said. "Your route, it curves through empty space for no reason. The curve was established in the Treaty of Harmonic Convergence, signed by all member species in the year. We don't care when it was established," Yuki cut in. "Why does it curve? Because that's where the route goes. But why? What's the curve avoiding? Gravitational anomalies? Stellar hazards?" Veneth's structure dimmed. "Well, nothing currently. But there was a minor asteroid field there approximately 3 million years ago." 3 million years! All 20 humans shouted simultaneously. Thelrix actually felt his cellular structure begin emergency division protocols. "You're still navigating around an obstacle," Patricia said with terrifying calmness, "that stopped existing when Earth's hominids were just learning to walk upright. The treaty specified, forget the treaty." Boris slammed his hand on Veneth's desk, causing several important documents to scatter. "Make the route straight. We can't just... There are protocols. The treaty obligations alone would require 17 committees to... No." Doris's single word cut through the chaos like a knife through butter that didn't know it was supposed to be difficult to cut. "No?" Veneth repeated. "No committees. No treaties, no protocols. You asked for help with navigation, and we're going to help you, but you need to listen. Can you do that?" For 8,000 years, High Coordinator Veneth had maintained perfect diplomatic composure. She'd negotiated with species who considered lying a form of art. She'd mediated disputes between civilizations whose very concept of reality was incompatible. She'd never had anyone simply tell her no before. "I suppose we could listen to your proposals." Finally, Kenji Watanabe pulled out a tablet. "Okay, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to look at actual traffic patterns. We have traffic pattern data. You have historical data. We need current data, real time. Where are ships actually going right now? That information is collected by the Subcommittee on Traffic Monitoring, then forwarded to the Analysis Division, who compile reports every lunar cycle. Every lunar cycle. What if I told you that on Earth, we monitor traffic in real time?" Veneth's structure flickered. "That seems excessive. It's normal. You can't manage traffic flow if you're looking at month-old data. That's like driving by looking in the rearview mirror." "I don't understand that metaphor." "Of course you don't." Giorgio threw his hands up. "Show us your traffic monitoring systems, now." What followed was the most uncomfortable tour of Thelrix's life. The humans examined every system, every protocol, every committee structure, and with each discovery, their expressions grew more horrified. You have 17 different departments collecting the same data. Why are ships filing route plans through 18 separate bureaucracies? Who decided that hyperspace lane assignments should be determined by lottery? This isn't a navigation system. This is performance art about bureaucracy. By the third hour, Veneth's crystalline structure had dimmed to nearly invisible. Thelrix wished he could do the same. Perhaps, Veneth said weakly, you could provide written recommendations. We could submit them to the advisory board for... No boards, no submissions, no recommendations. Doris crossed her arms. We're going to fix this. Today. You can't fix 8,000 years of established procedure in one day. Watch us. What happened next would be debated in Galactic Council halls for generations. The humans simply started working. They didn't ask permission, didn't wait for committee approval, didn't follow protocols. Patricia accessed the traffic monitoring systems and changed them. Just modified 8,000 years of data collection because it was inefficient. Boris found the route filing system and deleted 17 redundant forms. When Veneth protested about proper procedure, he'd said, "What are they going to do? Fire us? We're volunteers." Yuki discovered that hyperspace lane assignments were indeed determined by lottery and laughed for 5 solid minutes before replacing the entire system with what he called common sense scheduling. But the lottery ensures fairness, Thelrix protested. The lottery ensures chaos. You don't assign critical infrastructure randomly. You assign it based on need. But how do we determine need without a committee to, you look at who needs it? It's not complicated. Except it was, or at least it had been, for millennia. By hour 7, Veneth sat in her office, watching holographic displays show systems being modified by 20 humans who seemed constitutionally incapable of respecting established authority. "They're destroying everything," she whispered. "They're fixing everything," Thelrix corrected, surprising himself. "How can you say that? They've violated 17,000 protocols." "Yes, and traffic through Sector 7 just improved by 12%. Veneth's structure brightened sharply. "What? Look." Thelrix pulled up the real-time data that Patricia had implemented. "Ships are moving faster. Waiting times are down. Route efficiency is... That's impossible. They've only been working for 7 hours. Apparently," Thelrix said slowly, "when you remove 17 layers of bureaucracy, things move faster. But we need those layers. They ensure proper oversight. Do they? Or do they just ensure that nothing ever changes?" Veneth didn't answer. She was staring at the displays, watching traffic flow improve in real time. In the main operations center, the humans had gathered every available staff member and were conducting what they called a training session, which seemed to primarily involve talking very loudly and asking uncomfortable questions. "Why do you file route requests in triplicate?" "Because the regulations specify..." "Forget the regulations. What purpose does it serve?" "Well, one copy goes to the primary database, one to the archive, and one to..." "You're digitally stored. Why do you need 3 copies of digital data?" That's how it's always been done." "And that," Doris said with satisfaction, "is the worst reason in the universe to keep doing something." A junior technician, a young Vrelian named Tik-Tik, raised one of her 7 tentacles hesitantly. "Yes," Patricia said encouragingly. I've often thought the triplicate system was redundant, but I didn't want to violate protocol." "There it is!" Patricia turned to the others. "Someone here has a brain. Tik-Tik, right?" "Yes, ma'am?" "Stop calling me ma'am. I'm Patricia. Here's what I want you to do. Make a list of every stupid, redundant procedure you can think of. Then we're going to get rid of all of them." "But I can't just..." "Yes, you can. That's what we're here to teach you. If something is stupid, stop doing it." "But the protocols..." were written by people who are dead. Do you want to spend your entire life following rules made by corpses, or do you want to actually fix things? Tick-Tick's skin flushed through several colors of excitement. I have so many ideas. Then let's hear them. What emerged over the next few hours was fascinating. Turns out thousands of council employees had known the systems were inefficient. They'd just never been given permission to say so. The humans gave them permission. More than that, they gave them something more radical. They told them it was okay to ignore stupid rules. But I'll get in trouble, one technician protested. With who? Boris demanded. Your supervisor? Bring them here. We'll explain. The Oversight Committee can kiss our collective asses, Giorgio finished. Sorry, is that translator working? Did that come through clearly? Several aliens made gestures that indicated shock. One made a gesture that indicated admiration. By hour 12, the operations center had transformed. Staff who'd spent centuries quietly following procedures were now openly questioning them, arguing about them, changing them. Veneth watched from her office, her crystalline structure flickering through emotions she didn't have names for. They're creating chaos, she said. They're creating initiative, Thelrix countered. When was the last time anyone in the operations center proposed a new idea? We have procedures for submitting proposals. That takes 17 years to review. These humans have been here 12 hours, and they've implemented more changes than we've made in 3 centuries. But what if the changes are wrong? What if they're right? Veneth didn't have an answer for that. In the operations center, Doris was addressing the gathered staff like a general rallying troops. Listen up. We've been here half a day, and we've already improved efficiency by 15%. But that's just the start. There's so much stupid here that we could fix. Redundant forms, unnecessary committees, routes that go around obstacles that don't exist anymore. We're going to burn it all down and rebuild it properly. But the council leadership, someone protested, doesn't have to know. We're advisors, remember? We're here to advise. And our advice is stop waiting for permission. That seems legally questionable, Tick-Tick ventured. Everything worth doing is legally questionable. Patricia grinned. The important question is, do you want to be right or do you want to follow the rules? Both? Tick-Tick suggested hopefully. Adorable. But no, sometimes you have to pick. And we're picking right. A senior administrator, his name unpronounceable by human mouths, spoke up. With respect, you've only been here 12 hours. You don't understand the complexity of... You're right, Doris interrupted. We don't understand your complexity. Because your complexity is artificial. You've spent so long making things complicated that you've forgotten simple solutions exist. But galactic governance requires people who get things done, not people who schedule meetings to discuss scheduling meetings. That's not what we... Isn't it? How many committees are currently active? The administrator pulled up data. 7,412. And how many of those committees have actually completed their assigned tasks? Silence. Exactly. You have 7,000 committees doing nothing except creating more committees. It's committees all the way down. Well, guess what? Earth sent 20 humans who don't care about your committees, and we're going to fix this place whether you like it or not. The administrator's skin changed colors rapidly. You can't just ignore established governance structures. Watch us. And they did. Over the next several days, the humans expanded their assistance to every department they could access. The Route Planning Division discovered that humans had opinions about everything. Why is this route assigned a priority level 3? Because the Committee on Priority Assessment determined that's stupid. It should be a 5. Ships are waiting. Make it a 5. I can't just... Sure you can. Look, I'm doing it right now. Kenji tapped commands. Done. Priority 5. Was that so hard? But the proper procedure takes 6 months. Ships need routes today. Use your brain. The Safety Protocols Department met Yuki, who found their regulations adorably paranoid. You require 7 separate inspections before approving a new route. Safety is paramount. Safety is important. 7 inspections is paranoia. 3 is plenty. But regulations specify were written when your technology was worse. You've had 8,000 years of technological advancement. Update your safety protocols to match. That would require committee review. No, it requires someone with authority to say, these old rules are stupid. Do you have authority? Well, technically. Then use it. The most dramatic confrontation came in the Legal Compliance Office, where Patricia discovered something that made her go very quiet, which the other humans had learned was significantly more dangerous than when she yelled. "Explain this to me," she said softly, holding up a data file. Very carefully. The Legal Compliance Officer, a being that resembled anxious fog, wavered nervously. That's the standard hyperspace liability waiver. It's 67,000 pages long. Ooh, well, yes, it covers all possible scenarios. No document needs to be 67,000 pages. The entire legal code of the Sol system is shorter than this. What is wrong with you people? We need to ensure comprehensive coverage. You need to ensure people can understand it. How long does it take to process one of these? Approximately 4 years. 4 years to sign a waiver? It's very thorough. It's insane. I'm rewriting this. You can't rewrite legal documents without... Watch me. By tomorrow, this will be 5 pages maximum. And if your legal department doesn't like it, they can take it up with Earth's diplomatic corps. Who, I should mention, will tell them to go to hell. She stormed out. The legal compliance officer wavered in distress. Is she allowed to do that, he asked Thelrix, who'd been observing. I have no idea, Thelrix admitted, but I don't think she cares. By day 5, word of the human advisors had spread throughout Council Station 14. Reactions were mixed. Some departments welcomed them enthusiastically. Staff who'd been frustrated by bureaucracy for decades suddenly had allies who didn't care about making enemies. Other departments locked their doors and refused entry. The humans considered this a temporary setback. We'll convince them eventually, Doris said confidently, once they see results. And if they don't see results, Thelrix asked, then we'll make them see results by force if necessary. You can't force people to, can't we? Watch this. She marched to the Transportation Scheduling Office, which had refused human assistance. The doors were locked. Doris knocked, no response. I know you're in there, she shouted. We're here to help. Go away, came a muffled voice. We don't need your chaos. Your department has a 6-month backlog on transport requests. That's within acceptable parameters. No, it's not. Open this door. The door remains sealed until proper authorization. Doris turned to Boris. Can you open this? Probably. Door locks haven't changed much in 8,000 years. Interesting that. He pulled out a small device. 30 seconds later, the door slid open. The Transportation Scheduling Office staff stared in horror as 20 humans poured in. Hi, Doris smiled brightly. We're here to reduce your backlog. This is illegal entry, the department head shrieked. File a complaint. In the meantime, let's look at your scheduling algorithm. Who designed this mess? That algorithm has been in use for too long. It's terrible. Who here knows how to code? Several staff members raised appendages hesitantly. Great. We're going to teach you about something called optimization. It's going to blow your minds. 3 hours later, the Transportation Scheduling Office had a new algorithm that processed requests in real time instead of batching them monthly. The backlog dropped from 6 months to 6 hours. The department head stood in stunned silence, watching requests being processed faster than he'd ever seen. This is efficient? Doris suggested. Impossible. Our old system was designed by the finest minds, was designed 8,000 years ago, and nobody ever questioned it. Sometimes the finest minds are just the ones willing to say, this is stupid, let's try something new. But, no buts. Well, okay, one but. You're going to take credit for this improvement. Tell your supervisors you came up with it. We're just advisors. We're not here for glory. You're giving me credit? Sure, we don't care about credit. We care about fixing things. Now, which department should we invade next? By day 7, High Coordinator Veneth called an emergency meeting of senior leadership. Representatives from all 17 major departments crowded into the main conference chamber. Most looked worried, some looked excited, 2 looked terrified. We need to discuss the human advisors, Veneth began. We need to remove the human advisors, shouted the Director of Legal Compliance. They've violated 847 regulations. They've ignored protocol. They've rewritten legal documents without authorization and improved processing time by 73%, the Director of Operations added quietly. That's beside the point, is it? Thelric surprised himself by speaking up. They've been here 1 week. In that week, they've made more improvements than we've made in 3 centuries. By ignoring every rule we have. Maybe, Thelric said slowly. Our rules are the problem. The chamber fell silent. Ambassador Thelrix, Veneth said carefully, are you suggesting we abandon 8,000 years of established procedure? I'm suggesting that perhaps our established procedures have become more important to us than actual results. The humans don't care about rules. They care about solutions. And you know what? It's working. It's creating chaos. It's creating results. Show them the data. Reluctantly, the Director of Operations displayed station-wide efficiency metrics, traffic processing up 38%, route planning up 41%, resource allocation up 27%, average wait times down 52%, staff morale up 68%. Staff morale is up? Someone asked incredulously. Apparently, the Director of Operations said, people like getting things done. This is temporary, Legal Compliance insisted. Once the humans leave, what if we don't want them to leave? Someone ventured. Everyone turned to stare at the speaker. Tick-Tick, the young Vrelian technician who'd been working with Patricia. You can't be serious, Veneth said. Why not? They're helping. For the first time in my career, I feel like I'm actually making a difference instead of just processing forms. But the protocols, I don't care about protocols. Tick-Tick's skin flushed, deep purple with emotion. I care about doing my job, and the humans have shown me that my job doesn't have to be miserable. Several other junior staff members made gestures of agreement. This is unprecedented, Veneth said weakly. Good, Tick-Tick declared. I'm tired of precedent. Precedent is just a fancy word for doing the same stupid things forever because we're too scared to change. That's not. Yes, it is. And you know it. Everyone in this room knows it. We've built a system that values process over progress, procedure over results, and we've been too comfortable to admit it until 20 humans showed up and started breaking things. They're not breaking things, Thelric said. They're fixing what was already broken. But by whose authority? Legal Compliance demanded. By ours, Tick-Tick shot back, because we asked them here. We asked for help and they're helping. And if that makes you uncomfortable, then maybe you're the problem. The chamber erupted into arguments. Half the leadership wanted the humans gone immediately. The other half wanted them to stay forever. Nobody could agree on anything, which Thelrix reflected was exactly how they'd spent 3 centuries not solving the navigation dispute. While they argued, the humans were in the main operations center, teaching an impromptu class on how to tell your boss no. It's simple, Giorgio explained. When someone asks you to do something stupid, you say, no, that's stupid. But what if they're higher rank? A technician asked nervously. Doesn't matter. Stupid is stupid regardless of rank. Actually, higher ranks tend to have more stupid ideas because nobody's told them no in years. I feel like this advice might get us terminated, another technician worried. then you get terminated for being right instead of living your whole life being wrong. Which sounds better? The first one? Someone ventured. Exactly. Now let's talk about the concept of good enough. Who here has spent weeks perfecting something that only needed to be good enough? Every appendage in the room went up. Right, because you've been taught that everything needs to be perfect. But perfection is the enemy of done. Sometimes good enough is actually better than perfect, because good enough can be implemented today, while perfect takes 3 years. Patricia stood up. Here's the real secret. Most rules exist because someone, somewhere, screwed up once. Then instead of dealing with that one person, they made a rule that punishes everyone forever. Your job is to figure out which rules prevent actual problems and which rules just make you feel like you're preventing problems. How do we tell the difference? Tick-Tick asked. Easy. If removing the rule would create immediate danger, it's a real rule. If removing the rule would just make someone uncomfortable, it's bureaucracy disguised as safety. But what about no whatabouts? That's how bureaucracy wins. Someone says, what about this extremely unlikely scenario? And suddenly you need 17 committees. Stop it. A senior technician stood up hesitantly. I've been working here for 93 years. Everything you're saying contradicts everything I've been taught. Good, Boris grinned. Question, in 93 years, how many actual improvements have you implemented? The technician thought about it. Personally, 7, maybe 8. 7 improvements in 93 years? The review process takes time. The review process wastes time. You know what Earth's motto is? Move fast and break things. That sounds terrifying. It is terrifying. But you know what's more terrifying? Moving so slow that nothing ever changes. You die, your children die, your grandchildren die, and the same stupid rules are still in place because nobody had the guts to break them. The technician sat down slowly. I've wasted my life, haven't I? No, Patricia said quickly. You've survived in a broken system. That takes skill. But now you have a chance to fix that system. So stop surviving and start thriving. In the conference chamber, the argument had reached a stalemate. We cannot let this continue, legal compliance insisted. The humans must be removed. On what grounds? Operations countered. They were invited. They're fulfilling their advisory role. By ignoring every protocol, by improving every metric. Gentlemen, please, Veneth intervened. Perhaps we can reach a compromise. The humans clearly have valuable perspectives, but they also show concerning disregard for established procedure. What if we limited their activities to specific departments? They won't accept limits, Thelric said. I've worked with them all week. Humans don't do limited. They see a problem, they fix it. They don't ask permission. Then we'll make them ask permission. How? They're volunteers. We have no authority over them. And frankly, they don't seem to recognize authority anyway. Then we'll ask Earth to recall them and admit that we can't handle 20 civilians with opinions. You think that'll make us look better? Veneth's crystalline structure dimmed with stress. What do you suggest? Let them finish, Thelric said. They've committed to a full review of our navigation systems. It'll take maybe 3 more weeks. After that, they'll leave, and we can decide what to keep and what to roll back. 3 more weeks of chaos. 3 more weeks of progress. Look at the metrics. We're more efficient now than we've been in centuries. But at what cost? At the cost of our pride. Tick-Tick spoke up again. We're embarrassed that a species younger than our standard committee review period can solve problems we've been stuck on for millennia. But our embarrassment doesn't change the facts. This is highly irregular, Veneth said weakly. Everything about this situation is irregular. The humans are irregular. Their methods are irregular, but their results are undeniable. The Director of Operations nodded slowly. I agree with Ambassador Thelrix. Let them finish. Then we'll evaluate. I cannot support this decision, Legal Compliance stated. I'll be filing formal protests. File whatever you want, Operations shot back. While you're filing, I'll be running the most efficient station operations in Galactic Council history. Veneth looked around the chamber. Her carefully maintained political alliances were crumbling. Junior staff were openly defying senior leadership. Departments that had cooperated for millennia were taking opposing sides. The humans had been on station for 1 week, and they'd created more internal conflict than the last 3 border disputes combined. And yet, the station ran better. Very well, she said finally. 3 more weeks. But I want daily reports on their activities, all their activities. Agreed, Thelric said, relieved. And if they cause any actual damage, they won't. You seem very confident about that. I am, because despite their methods, they genuinely want to help. They're just very aggressive about helping. Back in operations, the humans had moved on to teaching what they called the art of the shortcut. Every system, Doris explained, has an official way to do things and a real way to do things. The official way follows all the rules. The real way gets things done. Your job is to learn both, use the real way, and only mention the official way when someone asks. That sounds unethical, someone worried. It's practical. Listen, if following every rule meant everything worked perfectly, you wouldn't have called us. But you did call us, which means your rules don't work. So stop treating them like sacred texts and start treating them like guidelines. But guidelines from WHO, from people who are dead and whose problems are solved. You're facing new problems. You need new solutions, and new solutions require breaking old rules. Kenji pulled up a holographic display. Look at this route filing process. According to official procedure, it takes 17 steps, but look, he highlighted several steps. These 5 steps are just different departments confirming the same information. Why? Because regulations specify. Forget regulations. What purpose do these redundant confirmations serve? Silence. Exactly, no purpose. They exist because someone 3,000 years ago didn't trust someone else, and instead of dealing with that one trust issue, they created a permanent process that wastes everyone's time forever. Well, guess what? We're deleting it. You can't just delete. Watch me! Kenji made several commands. Done. 5 steps gone. Now the process takes 12 steps instead of 17. But what if we needed those steps? Then we'll add them back. But we probably won't because they were useless. A technician stood up angrily. You're treating our entire system like it's broken. Because it is, Yuki shot back. You know it's broken. Everyone in this room knows it's broken. You've just been too polite to say it. Well, we're not polite. We're helpful. And sometimes being helpful means telling uncomfortable truths. Like what? Like the fact that your station could operate with half the staff if you eliminated redundant processes. Like the fact that most of your committees exist to justify their own existence. Like the fact that you've confused activity with productivity. That's true? Yeah, it is. And deep down, you know it's true. That's why half this room is nodding right now, even while the other half is getting angry. The technician sat down, looking shaken. Patricia stepped forward, her voice gentler. Look, we're not saying you're bad at your jobs. We're saying your system is bad. There's a difference. Individually, you're all competent, dedicated professionals, but you're working within a structure designed to minimize risk by maximizing procedure. And that worked fine for 8,000 years when nothing changed. But the galaxy is changing. Traffic increases every year. New species join constantly. Technology advances, and your procedures haven't kept pace. So what do we do? Someone asked quietly. You adapt. You question. You experiment. You fail sometimes and learn from it. You treat rules as tools instead of commandments. You prioritize results over process. An alarm blared. Everyone froze. What's that? Giorgio asked. Emergency alert, a technician said, pulling up displays. There's been an incident in Sector 12. Multiple ships reporting navigation failures. What kind of failures? They're They're receiving conflicting route data. Their navigation systems are showing 17 different optimal paths. Ships are having to navigate manually to avoid collisions. The operations center erupted into controlled chaos. Technicians rushed to stations. Senior staff started shouting orders. Doris grabbed the nearest supervisor. What's the procedure for this? We contact the Emergency Response Committee, who'll convene an emergency session to determine how long does that take. Usually about 6 hours to assemble. 6 hours? Ships could be dead in 6 hours. Who's in charge of navigation data distribution? That would be the Central Navigation Authority. Where are they? Level 7, Section C, but you need authorization to... Doris was already running. The other humans followed. Thelrix found himself running too, his cellular structure protesting the exertion. Behind him, several brave technicians followed as well, including Tick-Tick. They reached the Central Navigation Authority to find a scene of utter confusion. Technicians were arguing, displays showed cascading errors, and nobody seemed to be doing anything. "What's the problem?" Doris shouted over the noise. A senior authority officer turned, looking harassed. "Who are..." "Oh, the human advisors. This isn't advisory territory. We're handling..." "You're not handling it. Ships are in danger. What's causing the conflicting data?" "We don't know. The system started generating multiple route calculations simultaneously." Patricia pushed forward, examining displays. "When did this start?" "Approximately 40 minutes ago." "What changed 40 minutes ago?" "Nothing. We ran standard maintenance protocols." "What maintenance protocols?" The officer pulled up a log. Patricia read it, her face going very pale. "Oh no." "What?" Doris demanded. "They updated the routing algorithm." "So?" "To the old version, the version they were using before we arrived." Silence. "You're saying," Thelrix said slowly, "that reverting to the previous algorithm caused this?" "Not exactly. The problem is that some systems updated and some didn't. So now the navigation network has systems running both algorithms, and they're generating different answers. Ships are getting multiple conflicting routes because different parts of the network are telling them different things." "Can we roll back the update?" Boris asked. "Yes, but that'll take..." "How long?" 3 to 4 hours. "Unacceptable! Ships are at risk now!" "Then what do you suggest?" the officer shouted. "We can't just..." "Yes, we can." Patricia was already at a terminal. "We're going to force a network-wide update. Push the new algorithm to every system simultaneously. That's incredibly dangerous. If it fails, if we don't do it, ships crash, which is worse. But the procedures for emergency network updates require authorization from 7 different... "We don't have time!" Patricia started typing commands rapidly. "I need someone with authority to approve this. Now!" Everyone looked at the senior authority officer. He stared at Patricia, at the displays showing ships in danger, at the humans looking at him expectantly. He'd spent 40 years in the Central Navigation Authority. 40 years following procedures. Never once had he made an unauthorized decision. "Do it," he said. "Are you sure?" Patricia asked. "This violates about 800 regulations." "Do it!" Patricia's fingers flew across the interface. Behind her, Kenji and Yuki helped, routing commands through multiple systems simultaneously. "This is insane," a technician whispered to Tick-Tick. "If this fails, it could take down the entire navigation network. And if we do nothing, ships die." Tick-Tick whispered back. "Sometimes you have to choose between different kinds of risks." Pushing update in 3, 2, 1. "Now!" Patricia executed the command. Every display in the room flickered. For 5 seconds, that felt like 5 years. Nothing happened. Then displays started showing green indicators, systems coming back online, navigation data synchronizing. In Sector 12, ship captains reported that conflicting route data was resolving. Navigation systems were providing single, clear paths again. The crisis was over. The operations center erupted in cheers. The senior authority officer sat down heavily, his skin cycling through colors of shock and relief. We just violated every safety protocol we have and saved lives, Patricia said. You made the right call. But the regulatory review will show that you responded appropriately to an emergency. Own it. You saw a crisis, assessed the situation, and made a command decision. That's what leaders do. I'm not a leader. I'm an administrator. Not anymore. You just became a leader. Congratulations. How does it feel? The officer thought about it. Terrifying. Good. Leadership should be terrifying. It means you understand the stakes. She turned to the others. Okay, now we need to figure out why the algorithm update failed. Kenji? Already on it. Looks like someone in system maintenance wasn't informed about the changes we made. They ran standard protocols which reverted everything to baseline. So this was a communication failure? Yep. Doris turned to Thelrix. Do you have standard procedures for communicating system changes? Of course. There's a formal notification process that requires... Does it work in under 40 minutes? Well, no. The review period alone is 3 days. Then it's useless for emergencies. We need a new system, something that can push critical updates immediately. But that bypasses oversight. Oversight doesn't matter in an emergency. Results matter. People matter. Procedures matter last. The senior authority officer stood up slowly. She's right. Everyone turned to stare at him. I've spent my entire career believing that procedures keep us safe, but today, procedures nearly got people killed. The humans broke 17 rules and saved lives. Maybe we've had it backwards. You can't be serious, a senior technician protested. Procedures exist for good reasons. Do they, or do they exist because we're afraid? Afraid of making mistakes, afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of being blamed? This is insane. No, insane is spending 3 centuries debating traffic routes while ships wait. Insane is having 7,000 committees that accomplish nothing. Insane is treating 8,000-year-old rules like they're universal laws. The humans have been here 1 week, and they've saved more lives than our procedures have in my entire career. He turned to Doris. What do we need to do to really fix this place? Doris smiled. It was not a gentle smile. You need a revolution. That sounds dramatic. It is dramatic because your problems are dramatic. You've built a system that values consensus over action, process over progress, safety over efficiency, and it's killing you, not quickly but slowly through stagnation and irrelevance. So what's the alternative? Trust your people, give them authority, let them make mistakes, accept that sometimes good enough is better than perfect. Stop requiring 17 approvals for decisions that one competent person could make. But what if they make wrong decisions? Then they learn. That's how growth works. You make mistakes, you fix them, you get better. But your system doesn't allow mistakes, so nobody ever learns, and nothing ever improves. The technician who'd protested earlier spoke up quietly. I've made mistakes before, got reprimanded, spent 2 years under additional oversight. I've been terrified of making another mistake ever since. Exactly, Patricia pointed at him. Your system punishes failure so harshly that people stop trying. They do the minimum, follow procedures exactly, and pray nothing goes wrong. That's not a functional organization, that's a prison. But without accountability, we're not saying no accountability. We're saying accountability should focus on learning, not punishment. When someone makes a mistake, you should ask, what did we learn? Not, who do we blame? Tick-Tick spoke up. Everything you're saying makes sense. But how do we implement it? We can't just change everything overnight. Why not? Giorgio asked. Because you're afraid. And you know what? That's normal. Change is scary. But you know what's scarier? Staying the same while the galaxy moves forward without you. He's right, Thelrix said quietly. I've been afraid my entire career. Afraid of making mistakes. Afraid of standing out. Afraid of being wrong. And that fear has kept me small. You're not small now, Doris observed. No. Because you humans are too busy doing things to worry about fear, and it's contagious. Over the next 2 weeks, something remarkable happened. The humans continued their aggressive optimization campaign, but now they weren't working alone. Council staff who'd been inspired started implementing their own changes. The Transportation Scheduling Office eliminated 6 redundant approval processes without asking permission. The Route Planning Division reduced their committee size from 19,000 to 97 and immediately became more effective. The Safety Protocols Department updated regulations that were literally older than some member species' entire civilizations. Legal compliance tried to stop it all. They filed protests, they cited regulations, they threatened disciplinary action. Nobody cared anymore. The revolution Doris had mentioned wasn't violent. It was bureaucratic, and it was unstoppable. Junior staff realized they outnumbered senior leadership, that their willingness to change was more valuable than their supervisors' experience with stagnation. Senior staff who resisted were simply bypassed, not fired, not removed, just made irrelevant as work flowed around them. Veneth watched it happen from her office, feeling 8,000 years of careful political structure crumbling like sand. "We've lost control," she said to Thelrix. "Have we?" he replied. "Or have we finally found purpose? This isn't what the council is supposed to be." What is the council supposed to be? Because for my entire career, it's been a place where good ideas go to die slowly in committee review. Maybe that was never what it should have been. But the stability was stagnation with better marketing. Veneth, be honest. When was the last time you felt proud of what the council accomplished? She thought about it for a long time. I don't remember. Exactly. We've spent millennia maintaining systems that don't work because we're too proud to admit they don't work. The humans came here and said, "This is stupid." And you know what? They were right. But the chaos is temporary. Yes, things are messy now. Yes, people are uncomfortable. But in 3 months, 6 months, we'll have systems that actually work. And maybe, just maybe, we'll remember what it feels like to accomplish something meaningful. Veneth's crystalline structure flickered through a complex pattern of emotions. I don't know if I can adapt to this. Then don't. Retire. Let someone younger take over. Someone who sees opportunity instead of threat. That's remarkably blunt. I learned it from the humans. They're very good at being blunt. On their final day, the humans gathered in the main operations center for what Doris called a graduation ceremony, though nobody was graduating from anything. "Listen up," she announced. "We're leaving tomorrow, heading back to Earth. But before we go, we want to make something very clear." The room, packed with staff who'd come to see them off, fell silent. "You don't need us anymore," Doris continued. "You never needed us. You needed permission to trust yourselves. And now you have it. But what if we make mistakes?" someone called out. "Then you'll make mistakes. So what? Mistakes mean you're trying. The only people who don't make mistakes are the ones who don't do anything." Patricia stepped forward. "We've spent 3 weeks breaking your rules and teaching you to question authority. But here's the secret we haven't told you yet. We're not special." Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd. "It's true. We're just regular humans. We don't have special training in galactic governance. We're retired transit workers, pilots, and engineers. The only thing that makes us different is that we're not afraid to say when something is stupid. And you can do that too," Giorgio added. "You don't need humans to tell you that redundant forms are wasteful. You know they're wasteful. You've always known. You just needed someone to say it first." Boris spoke up. "Here's what's going to happen after we leave. Some of you will try to revert to old procedures. You'll get scared. You'll think maybe the old ways were better. And when that happens," Yuki continued, "you need to remember this moment. Remember that you proved change is possible. Remember that efficiency isn't dangerous. Remember that trusting your judgment isn't arrogance, it's responsibility." Kenji raised his voice. "The Galactic Council asked humanity to send advisors. But you know what? You never needed advisors. You needed permission. Permission to be smart, permission to be efficient, permission to ignore stupid rules. Well, guess what? Doris grinned. Permission granted. Permanently. You don't need to ask anymore. You don't need committees to approve your common sense. You don't need 17 signatures to make obvious improvements. You just need to do it. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then Tik-Tik started what her species called an appreciation gesture. Others joined. Within seconds, the entire operations center was filled with dozens of species, making their respective gestures of respect, gratitude, or religious awe. The humans looked uncomfortable. "Okay, this is getting weird," Patricia muttered. "We just told you to trust yourselves, and now you're treating us like you gave us back our dignity," Tik-Tik interrupted. "Because you did. You showed us that our frustrations were valid, that our ideas for improvement weren't foolish, that we weren't crazy for thinking the system was broken." "You weren't crazy," Doris said softly. "You were just surrounded by people who'd forgotten how to change." The senior authority officer from the Central Navigation Authority pushed through the crowd. "On behalf of everyone here, I want to thank you. You saved lives. You improved systems. But most importantly, you taught us that leadership isn't about rank or authority. It's about being willing to make decisions and accept the consequences." "Damn right it is." Boris clapped him on the shoulder. "So what are you going to do with that knowledge?" "I'm going to recommend elimination of 47 redundant safety checks." "That's the spirit, and I'll probably be fired." "Probably, but you'll be right." The officer smiled. It was his species' first genuine smile in recorded history. "I think I'm okay with that." As the humans prepared to leave, Thelrix found Doris alone in the corridor, looking out a viewport at the stars beyond. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asked, proud that he'd learned that human idiom. "Wondering if we actually helped or just caused chaos," she admitted. "You helped, tremendously. Did we? Or did we just make you all as rude and impatient as we are? Is there a difference?" Thelrix's cellular structure rippled with humor. "You taught us that being polite isn't the same as being effective, that respecting tradition isn't the same as being paralyzed by it, that sometimes the best thing you can do is just act. And if we're wrong, if our way doesn't work for you, then we'll adapt. Again, that's what you really taught us, you know. Not efficiency or optimization or any of that. You taught us to adapt, to try, to risk. We're not that brave. We're just pushy. Same thing sometimes." Thelrix gestured toward the viewport. "The galaxy is bigger than any of us understand. More complicated, more delicate, and for 8,000 years, the Council's answer to that complexity was to move slowly, to consider every angle, to never make mistakes. And now we understand that moving slowly is its own kind of mistake. That considering every angle forever means never moving at all. That avoiding mistakes just means avoiding accomplishment. You're going to be okay," Doris said. "You were always going to be okay. You just needed a kick in the ass." "We certainly got that. Hey, you asked for advisors. We asked for quiet technical consultants who would review our plans and offer gentle suggestions." "Yeah, well," Doris grinned. "You got backseat drivers instead, Earth's specialty." The humans departed the next morning. 20 loud, opinionated, absolutely insufferable humans who turned the Galactic Council's carefully ordered systems into something resembling controlled chaos. 3 months later, Council efficiency ratings reached all-time highs. 6 months later, the navigation dispute that had lasted 3 centuries was fully resolved. 1 year later, 17 other Council stations formally requested human-style operational reviews. Earth sent 40 humans this time, louder ones. The Galactic Council had asked for help with navigation. What they'd gotten was a species that treated the entire universe like a really complicated road trip, where someone needed to know the right shortcuts and everyone else needed to shut up and let them drive. It was deeply uncomfortable. It violated countless traditions. It made senior leadership question their entire approach to governance. It also worked. High Coordinator Veneth stood in her office, watching real-time traffic data flow across her displays with a speed and efficiency that would have been impossible a year ago. Junior staff made autonomous decisions. Committees actually completed their assigned tasks. Change happened in weeks instead of centuries. Thelrix entered without announcing himself, which was itself a sign of how much had changed. The humans sent another message, he said. Let me guess, more unsolicited advice. Naturally, they want to know if we've considered implementing real-time feedback systems for route efficiency. Also, they think our committee size reduction didn't go far enough. Also, apparently our coffee equivalent is terrible, and we should fix that. Veneth's structure flickered with what might have been amusement. They're not even here anymore, and they're still telling us what to do. That's what backseat drivers do. They never really stop. Should we implement their suggestions? Probably. They're usually right. That's annoying. Very annoying. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the station operate with an efficiency that had once seemed impossible. You know what the worst part is? Veneth said finally. What? I actually like this better. The chaos, the speed, the constant change. I like it better than the stability we had before. That's not the worst part. That's the best part. No, the worst part is that we can never admit to the humans that they were right. Their egos are insufferable enough already. Thelrix's cellular structure rippled with laughter. Too late. They already know. How? Because they're humans. They always assume they're right. Are they? More often than I'm comfortable admitting. Veneth turned from the displays to face him directly. The Council wants to expand the advisory program. Invite human consultants to every major station. That sounds terrifying. It does, but our choice is between comfortable stagnation or uncomfortable progress, and after this year, I know which one actually serves the galaxy better. So we're really doing this? Deliberately inviting more pushy, opinionated humans to tell us everything we're doing wrong, unless you have a better idea. Thelrix thought about the past year, the chaos, the arguments, the revolutionary changes that had seemed impossible until someone simply decided they were possible. No, he admitted, I really don't. Then I suppose, Veneth said, her crystalline structure brightening with something that might have been excitement or possibly resignation. We'd better get used to being given directions we never asked for. From the species that treats 8,000 years of galactic civilization like a badly marked highway? Exactly. This is going to be deeply embarrassing. Absolutely. We're going to accomplish more in the next decade than we have in the last millennium, aren't we? Almost certainly. The other species are going to mock us for needing human help. They already are, until they see the results. Then they'll ask for help too. And Earth will send even more pushy humans? Undoubtedly. Thelrix's cellular structure rippled with what his species called profound acceptance of the absurd. Well, at least it won't be boring. No, Veneth agreed, watching a route optimization complete in seconds that once would have taken months. It definitely won't be that. Somewhere in Earth's solar system, Commissioner Valdez received Veneth's formal request for expanded human advisory presence throughout Council space. He read it 3 times, started laughing, and forwarded it to Pamela Griggs with a note. They want more of us. Should we tell them what they're really asking for? She wrote back immediately. Absolutely not. They'll figure it out eventually. How many should we send? How many pushy, opinionated people with unshakable confidence in their own judgment does Earth have? All of them? Then let's send all of them. And that's how the Galactic Council learned that asking humanity for help wasn't a simple request for technical assistance. It was an invitation for every human who'd ever sat in a passenger seat, looked at how someone else was driving, and thought, I could do this better, to show up and prove it, loudly and without invitation, until the whole galaxy ran the way they'd always known it should. The single most catastrophic military intelligence failure in galactic history began with a filing error. Not a particularly dramatic filing error, mind you. Just the sort of mundane, bureaucratic mishap that would make a perfectly reasonable being question the fundamental nature of existence itself, wonder why they had chosen a career in interstellar conquest, and seriously consider taking up something more relaxing, like juggling live grenades. Commander Thrixian Bulwart of the Galactic Conquest Assessment Division had been having what he considered a rather pleasant morning. His coffee substitute was only mildly toxic, his hemorrhoids weren't acting up, and nobody had tried to assassinate him yet. By the standards of intergalactic bureaucracy, this constituted a practically perfect day. The sort of day that made him whistle cheerfully while reviewing planets marked for conquest, humming little tunes about the systematic destruction of civilizations. "Sir," his assistant, a nervous creature called Plimpkin, whose species had evolved from what could only be described as anxious lint, burst through the door with all the grace of a startled refrigerator. Plimpkin had the unfortunate habit of absorbing stress through his pores, which meant that on particularly busy days, he resembled a walking anxiety attack covered in what appeared to be cosmic dandruff. "The Earth assessment report is ready, sir. Fresh from the analysis department." Thrixian looked up from his breakfast of what appeared to be cereal but was actually a complex tactical analysis disguised as breakfast food. Each crunchy bit contained detailed information about planetary defenses, and the milk was a nutritional supplement that enhanced strategic thinking. It was the sort of breakfast that made ordinary cornflakes seem like a profound philosophical statement about the nature of simplicity. Ah, excellent. The primitive mudball with the carbon-based bipeds, the ones who are supposedly still banging rocks together? That's the one, sir. According to our comprehensive analysis, they have no military capabilities whatsoever. No space fleet, no energy weapons, no defensive shields, no quantum torpedoes, no reality-bending devices, no interdimensional cannons, no time displacement artillery. They're still using chemical propulsion and metal projectiles. The commander nearly choked on his tactical cereal, sending bits of strategic analysis flying across his desk. Metal projectiles? Are you telling me they're still throwing rocks at each other? Well, very small rocks, sir. Very fast small rocks that explode. But yes, essentially primitive rock-throwing technology. They haven't even figured out how to make rocks that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. What neither of them knew was that the report had been accidentally filed under harmless backwater planets suitable for recreational conquest, instead of planets that will absolutely ruin your day if you mess with them under any circumstances whatsoever. The original report, which contained observations like warning, "These beings have turned warfare into an art form," caution, "They consider nuclear weapons a reasonable response to minor disagreements," and urgent, "They have weaponized mathematics and aren't afraid to use it," was currently being used as a coaster for Admiral Squishface's morning beverage in the accounting department. The real report also contained a detailed analysis of human military history, including helpful notes such as, "These beings once had a war that lasted 100 years over who had the better claim to a throne. They invented something called trench warfare, which is exactly as horrible as it sounds, and they have a disturbing tendency to turn anything, including kitchen utensils, into weapons of mass destruction." Ah, splendid. Thrixian rubbed his hands together, which was unfortunate since his species had developed acidic secretions specifically for this purpose. His desk began to smoke slightly. A quick, easy conquest to pad the quarterly reports. Deploy the recreational invasion fleet. The recreational fleet, sir? Oh, yes. The ships we use for training exercises and weekend conquests. No point bringing the serious hardware for a bunch of primitives who are probably still impressed by fire. Send the trainees. Give them some field experience conquering something harmless. The recreational invasion fleet consisted of ships that were basically cosmic RVs with weapons attached. They were designed for comfort rather than combat, equipped with things like beverage dispensers, entertainment systems, and adjustable seating. The sort of vessels you'd take for a pleasant weekend of light conquering in the Outer Rim territories. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dr. Penelope Crankshaw was having the sort of morning that made her question her life choices, her career decisions, and her fundamental understanding of probability theory. As the head of the Department of Improbable Defense Scenarios, she spent her days planning for things that would never happen, preparing for contingencies that were statistically impossible, and developing responses to situations that existed only in the fevered imaginations of military strategists who had read too much science fiction. Her office was a testament to paranoid preparation. The walls were covered with charts labeled alien invasion probability matrices, interdimensional threat assessment protocols, and what to do when reality stops making sense. Her filing cabinets contained detailed plans for everything from invasion by sentient vegetables to attack of the bureaucratic nightmares to the day mathematics became hostile. Dr. Crankshaw! Her assistant, a perpetually caffeinated graduate student named Binkley Thornsworth, came running into her office with the sort of manic energy that suggested either a breakthrough discovery or a complete nervous breakdown. Binkley had been working on his dissertation about the psychological effects of preparing for impossible events for the past 7 years, and the irony of his situation was not lost on him. The space monitoring station just picked up something weird, and I mean weird, on a scale that breaks our existing weirdness classification system. Define weird, Binkley, on a scale of mildly unusual to the laws of physics, are having a nervous breakdown and demanding therapy. More like several hundred alien ships just appeared in our solar system and they're broadcasting what appears to be smooth jazz mixed with what sounds like elevator music from the 7th dimension. Penelope dropped her coffee mug, which contained a special blend designed to enhance paranoid thinking and improve crisis management skills. It shattered on the floor with the sort of crash that seemed to echo through the fundamental fabric of reality, each fragment spinning in a way that suggested the universe itself was having second thoughts about causality. What? Are you telling me that after 15 years of preparing for alien invasion, they've actually arrived and they're playing Muzak? They're also sending what looks like a formal invasion notice, but it's written in Comic Sans font, sir. Comic Sans, with little smiley face emoticons. Comic Sans, these beings have mastered interstellar travel, conquered the vast emptiness of space, developed technology that defies our understanding of physics, but haven't figured out basic typography. What kind of civilization uses Comic Sans for official military communications? Binkley consulted his tablet, which was displaying readings that suggested reality was having what could only be described as a minor existential crisis. According to our linguistics department, the message also includes what appears to be a customer satisfaction survey. They want us to rate their invasion experience on a scale of 1 to 10. A customer satisfaction survey for an invasion. I need to sit down. Dinner. The invasion notice, when it finally arrived at various government agencies through what appeared to be a combination of advanced alien technology and cosmic email spam, was indeed a masterpiece of bureaucratic incompetence that would have impressed even the most dedicated earthly bureaucrats. It read, "Attention Earth beings. Your planet has been selected for conquest through our patented Quick Conquest TM process. Please prepare for immediate surrender. Resistance is futile and also probably pointless, though we understand if you need a moment to process this information. We will arrive shortly, weather permitting and assuming no mechanical difficulties. Please have your surrender documents ready in triplicate. Blue ink preferred, but black is acceptable. Thank you for your cooperation and patience during this transitional period. The Galactic Conquest Assessment Division, Customer Service Department, Recreational Conquest Branch, subsidiary of Universal Domination Incorporated. The document also included a helpful FAQ section with questions like, what should I do with my pets during conquest? And will my wireless internet still work under alien rule? And can I get a receipt for my surrendered planet for tax purposes? The President of the United States, a man named Fitzgerald Grimbaldi, who had won the election, primarily because he promised to make Monday mornings illegal, and had somehow convinced the American people this was both possible and desirable, stared at the document with the expression of someone who had just discovered that reality was having a particularly bad day and had decided to take it out on him personally. So, he said to his assembled cabinet, gathered in the Situation Room around a table that had witnessed more crises than a customer service hotline, aliens are invading. They want us to fill out paperwork about it, and they're asking for our feedback on the experience. That appears to be the situation, sir, replied his Secretary of Defense, a woman named Cordelia Snapworth, who had earned her position by being the only person in Washington who could make sense of the Pentagon's filing system, decode military acronyms, and explain why the Department of Defense needed 17 different types of staplers for optimal national security. And they're giving us time to prepare our surrender? It seems so, sir. The notice says they'll arrive shortly, but defines shortly as within the next 3 to 5 business days, weather permitting, assuming no union disputes, and subject to availability. A weather permitting, union disputes? Are you telling me that interstellar conquest is subject to labor negotiations and meteorological conditions? Apparently they don't travel during solar storms, sir. Union regulations. Something about overtime pay and hazard compensation. They've also included a detailed schedule showing their planned arrival times with alternative dates in case of scheduling conflicts. The president leaned back in his chair, which was designed to be comfortable during extended crisis management sessions and featured built-in stress relief massage functions. Cordelia, do we have any protocols for dealing with polite invaders who provide advanced scheduling and customer service options? Well, sir, we have the Improbable Defense Scenarios Department. Dr. Crankshaw has been preparing for situations exactly like this for the past 15 years. She's developed contingency plans for everything from invasion by overly courteous aliens to attack of the bureaucratic space monsters. Get her here, now. And bring coffee, lots of coffee, the good coffee from the emergency reserves. Dr. Crankshaw, when summoned to the White House, arrived with 3 filing cabinets, a portable coffee machine, 17 different types of charts and graphs, a computer system that hummed ominously, and the sort of manic gleam in her eyes that suggested she had been waiting her entire career for this moment and was prepared to enjoy every second of it. Gentlemen, ladies, assorted government officials whose job descriptions probably never included alien invasion response, she announced, setting up her portable presentation screen with the efficiency of someone who had practiced this exact scenario approximately 437 times. Welcome to the most ridiculously prepared defense briefing in human history. She clicked to her first slide, which showed a cartoon alien waving a white flag while looking confused and slightly embarrassed. After years of planning for every conceivable invasion scenario, including several that violated the known laws of physics, we have inadvertently prepared for the one thing we never expected: aliens who are absolutely terrible at conquering planets. The Defense Secretary raised her hand like a student in a particularly strange classroom. How terrible are we talking, Dr. Crankshaw? Well, Penelope replied, consulting a chart that appeared to measure incompetence on a logarithmic scale. They've given us advance notice with scheduling flexibility. They're using what appears to be their weekend conquest fleet. They've provided customer service contact information, and they appear to have confused us with a completely different planet. According to our analysis of their transmission patterns, linguistic structure, and cultural references, they think we're still in the Bronze Age and are primarily concerned with whether we worship fire properly. The Bronze Age? But we have nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, space technology, global communication networks, computers that can think faster than most organic brains, and the ability to deliver pizza anywhere on the planet within 30 minutes. But according to their assessment, we're primitive beings who worship fire, are easily impressed by shiny objects, and have never figured out the wheel. The president rubbed his temples, which had begun throbbing with the sort of headache that suggested reality was becoming too complicated for normal human comprehension. So, what do we do, Dr. Crankshaw? Dr. Crankshaw grinned with the expression of someone who had been preparing for this exact question for 15 years and had at least 47 different answers ready. We give them exactly what they expect, Mr. President, and then we give them something they don't expect, which is the full creative destructive potential of a species that has spent thousands of years perfecting the art of turning absolutely anything into a weapon, including but not limited to kitchen utensils, household appliances, children's toys, musical instruments, and mathematical concepts. Dassault, the Galactic Conquest Assessment Division Fleet, commanded by Admiral Bloomington Flurb, a being whose name roughly translated to enthusiastic bureaucrat with delusions of military competence, approached Earth with all the confidence of beings who had never encountered a species that considered psychological warfare a recreational activity and had turned passive aggression into a form of martial art. Admiral Flurb had earned his position through a combination of bureaucratic persistence, the ability to fill out forms in 17 different languages, and what his superiors generously called creative interpretation of military regulations. He was the sort of commander who planned invasions with the same attention to detail that others used for organizing dinner parties, complete with seating charts and dietary restrictions for conquered populations. The fleet consisted of 12 recreational conquest vessels, each roughly the size of a small moon, but with the structural integrity of a particularly ambitious sandcastle and the defensive capabilities of a cosmic vacation resort. The ships were designed for comfort rather than combat, featuring things like observation decks, recreational facilities, gift shops, and food courts that served 27 different types of alien cuisine, including several that existed only in theoretical physics textbooks. "Sir," reported Navigation Officer Quibble, whose job title was actually Senior Directional Suggestion Coordinator, "we're approaching the target planet. Shall I begin the standard intimidation protocols?" "Absolutely. Remember, these are primitive beings who probably think fire is magic and are easily impressed by loud noises. A few impressive displays of our technology should have them begging for mercy and asking for autographs. The first impressive display consisted of projecting a holographic image of Admiral Flurb's face onto Earth's atmosphere, roughly 50 miles wide and visible from most continents. Unfortunately, the Admiral had chosen to do this while eating lunch, resulting in a massive projection of an alien slowly chewing what appeared to be a sandwich made of living tentacles, small purple creatures that squeaked when bitten, and what looked like cosmic lettuce that changed colors based on the emotional state of whoever was looking at it. In the Situation Room, President Grimbaldi watched the display with the sort of fascination usually reserved for traffic accidents and reality television shows. Is that alien eating something that's still moving and appears to be trying to escape? Yes, sir. Our xenobiologists are calling it the most disgusting lunch in the history of the universe and a violation of at least 14 laws of nature. And it's supposed to intimidate us? Apparently, sir. They're now broadcasting a message that roughly translates to "Tremble before our superior digestive capabilities and our ability to consume beings that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously." Dr. Crankshaw was taking notes furiously on a tablet that seemed to be analyzing the psychological implications of interdimensional cuisine. This is perfect. They're so confident in their superiority that they're not even bothering to scout our actual capabilities. They're literally showing us their lunch and expecting us to surrender. What's our response? Asked the president, who was beginning to understand why Dr. Crankshaw had seemed so excited about this situation. We send them exactly what they expect from a primitive civilization, Mr. President. Binkley, initiate Operation Underestimate this. Operation Underestimate. This was a masterpiece of calculated incompetence that had taken Dr. Crankshaw's team 3 years to perfect. The response Earth sent back was a video message showing humans in crude costumes made of cardboard, aluminum foil, and what appeared to be kitchen utensils duct taped together in patterns that suggested either primitive art or a complete misunderstanding of how clothing was supposed to work. The humans in the video spoke in broken English while holding signs that read, "We surrender. Please don't hurt us with your scary sandwich," and "We will worship your superior digestive system." They also performed what appeared to be a primitive dance involving a lot of jumping around and making noises that sounded like a combination of fear and confusion. The video included helpful subtitles that translated the human responses as things like, "Oh, great sky beings, we are impressed by your ability to eat things that shouldn't exist," and "Please accept our offering of shiny rocks and primitive fire-making tools." Admiral Flurb watched the transmission with the satisfaction of someone whose lunch had been properly appreciated by an entire planet. Perfect. They're even more primitive than the report suggested. They think my lunch is a demonstration of cosmic power. Navigation, set course for the primary population center. We'll accept their surrender and be home in time for dinner and the evening entertainment program. "Sir," interrupted Science Officer Blimp, whose actual job description was professional questioner of obviously bad ideas, "shouldn't we conduct a proper planetary survey first? Standard protocols require at least 47 different types of scans, a cultural assessment, a geological survey, a biological analysis, and a comprehensive review of local customs and dietary restrictions." "Nonsense, Blimp. Look at them. They're practically cowering. They think my lunch is a weapon of mass destruction. What could possibly go wrong with conquering a species that's impressed by sandwich technology?" The answer to that question was currently being prepared in a secret facility buried 3 miles beneath the Nevada desert, in a location so classified that it didn't officially exist and could only be found by people who had security clearances that were themselves classified. The facility, known only as the place where we keep the really weird stuff, had been working on something called Project Surprise for the past 15 years. Project Surprise was the result of giving Dr. Mordecai Crank Blast, Penelope's cousin, and the sort of scientist who made other scientists nervous and questioned their career choices, unlimited funding, and a mandate to prepare for the absolutely impossible. Mordecai was the kind of researcher who looked at the laws of physics and saw them as more like polite suggestions than actual rules. "Penelope," he called over the intercom system that connected his underground laboratory to the outside world, "are you sure this is the right approach? I mean, we could just use conventional weapons, nuclear missiles, laser cannons, electromagnetic pulse devices, the usual planet defense arsenal." "Mordecai, my dear cousin." "Doctor." Crankshaw replied through the communication system, "Conventional weapons are for conventional invasions. These aliens are expecting Bronze Age humans who worship fire and are impressed by shiny objects. Let's give them something from the thoroughly confused age instead." The thoroughly confused age? The age where humans have advanced technology but use it in ways that make absolutely no sense to anyone who thinks logically about warfare. The alien fleet settled into orbit around Earth with all the precision of a cosmic ballet performed by beings who had never seen a ballet, weren't entirely sure what dancing was supposed to achieve, and had learned their formation flying from instructional videos that may have been created as jokes. They began deploying their standard conquest apparatus, which consisted mainly of large, intimidating machines that made impressive noises, projected holographic displays of their bureaucratic credentials, and didn't actually do much of anything except look official and slightly threatening. The conquest apparatus included things like the Surrender Processing Unit, which was essentially a cosmic filing cabinet designed to organize the paperwork involved in planetary submission, the Cultural Assimilation Engine, which looked impressive, but mainly just played educational videos about alien customs, and the Intimidation Projector, which displayed various images designed to inspire fear and respect, including Admiral Flerb's military credentials and a slideshow of previous conquests. "Sir," reported Tactical Officer Wimple, whose job was to monitor things that might indicate the presence of unexpected problems, "we're detecting some unusual readings from the planet's surface." "Define unusual, Wimple. Are we talking mildly concerning, or reality is having a breakdown and someone should call for technical support?" "Well, sir, they appear to be building something. Several somethings, actually. Large structures that don't match any known primitive technology. And they're building them very quickly, suspiciously quickly." Admiral Flerb waved a dismissive tentacle, which was his species' equivalent of an eye roll. "Probably some sort of primitive monument to our superiority. These species always try to appease their conquerors with crude artwork and offerings of their most valuable possessions. Sir, one of the structures appears to be singing." "Singing?" "Yes, sir. It's broadcasting what our translators are calling an extremely rude song about Admiral Flerb's personal hygiene, dining habits, and questionable military competence." The Admiral's face, all 6 of them arranged in what his species considered an aesthetically pleasing pattern, turned an interesting shade of purple that indicated either embarrassment or the onset of combat rage. "What? They're singing about my personal hygiene. It's actually quite catchy, sir. The crew has been humming it all morning. It's got a very memorable chorus about your tentacle grooming habits. Dr. Crankshaw, monitoring the alien communications from her command center, which had been converted from a facility originally designed to track weather patterns and was now dedicated to tracking patterns of alien confusion, was practically vibrating with excitement. They're taking the bait. They think we're building monuments to them. Binkley, initiate Phase 2 of Operation Creative Confusion. Phase 2 involved the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a massive golden pyramid in the middle of the Sahara Desert. The pyramid, roughly the size of Manhattan and constructed from materials that seemed to shift between existing and not existing depending on the angle of observation, began slowly rotating while playing what sounded like a cosmic mariachi band, having an argument with a digital theremin while accompanied by a choir of beings who existed only in theoretical mathematics. The pyramid also projected holographic messages in 17 different languages, including several that hadn't been invented yet, and at least one that existed only as a mathematical concept. The messages included helpful information like, "Welcome to Earth, please mind the gap between dimensions," and "This is a no parking zone for interdimensional vehicles," and "Have you tried turning your invasion off and back on again?" "Sir," Navigation Officer Quibble reported with increasing panic that made his voice rise to frequencies that hurt most beings' ears, "that structure just appeared, out of nowhere, and it's doing something to our sensors." "Doing what, exactly?" "They're showing us reruns of something called The Price is Right, but dubbed in a language that doesn't exist and featuring contestants that appear to be mathematical equations trying to win prizes that violate the known laws of physics." Admiral Flerb was beginning to experience what military tacticians call the growing realization that things are not going according to plan and may in fact be going according to someone else's plan entirely. This is impossible. Our intelligence reports clearly stated that these beings are primitive. They don't even have faster-than-light travel. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said quietly, perhaps we should consider the possibility that our intelligence reports were incomplete, or possibly written by someone who had never actually visited this planet. Incomplete? These beings can't even achieve faster-than-light travel. How could they possibly... He was interrupted by the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a giant rubber duck in orbit around the moon. The duck, which was roughly the size of Rhode Island and appeared to be made of materials that existed in at least 4 dimensions simultaneously, began quacking at a frequency that made the alien ship's hull plating vibrate in harmony and caused several crew members to start dancing involuntarily. The duck was also broadcasting radio signals that, when translated, appeared to be a comprehensive critique of the alien fleet's invasion strategy, including helpful suggestions for improvement and a detailed analysis of their tactical weaknesses. The critique was delivered in the voice of what appeared to be a very polite but slightly condescending cosmic entity with experience in interstellar conflict resolution. "Sir," reported Tactical Officer Wimple, "the duck it's jamming our communications and providing unsolicited military advice. A duck is jamming our communications and offering tactical suggestions? A giant rubber duck, sir, and it appears to be smiling at us. Also, it's asking if we'd like to participate in a customer satisfaction survey about our invasion experience so far." Dr. Crankshaw was now fully in her element, operating from a command center that looked like the result of combining a military installation with a theme park and a university research facility. "Gentlemen, Phase 3, deploy the confusion protocols and activate the interdimensional bewilderment engine." What happened next violated several laws of physics, at least 3 treaties governing the reasonable use of interdimensional technology, and probably a few regulations about noise pollution. The entire Pacific Ocean began to glow with a soft, pulsing light that somehow managed to be both soothing and deeply unsettling, like a cosmic lava lamp filled with liquefied anxiety. The glow formed patterns that, when viewed from space, spelled out a message in perfect galactic standard, complete with proper punctuation and footnotes. "Hello there, alien friends. Would you like to know more about our extended warranty program? We offer comprehensive coverage for planetary defense systems, reality stabilization services, and interdimensional customer support. Call now and receive a free consultation on your invasion strategy." The message also included a toll-free number and a website address for more information. "Sir," all 3 of Admiral Flerb's senior officers said simultaneously, which created an echo effect that made their panic sound like a cosmic chorus of confusion. "This is not in any of our contingency plans." "I can see that, gentlemen, but surely there's a logical explanation for..." The logical explanation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the International Space Station, which had been secretly retrofitted with what Dr. Crankblast called the ultimate confusion engine, and what NASA had officially designated as Project Why Not. The station began broadcasting a signal that caused every alien ship's computer to display an endless loop of humans doing something called the Macarena, while reciting the periodic table backward in ancient Sanskrit and providing detailed instructions for assembling furniture that didn't exist. The signal also included subliminal messages encouraging the aliens to question their life choices, consider career alternatives, and think about whether conquest was really the best use of their time and energy. "Sir," reported Communication Officer Flibble, "our computers they're trying to join in." "Join in what?" "The dancing, sir. Our navigation computer just requested permission to do something called the electric slide, and our weapons system is asking for lessons in what appears to be called break dancing. Also, our food replicator has started producing what it claims are traditional Earth celebration foods. but they appear to be sandwiches that exist in multiple dimensions and taste like the concept of happiness. Admiral Flurb sat down heavily in his command chair, which was designed to be comfortable during extended crisis management sessions and was equipped with built-in stress relief systems that were currently working overtime. This is impossible. We're dealing with primitives who think metal projectiles are advanced technology. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said carefully, perhaps our definition of primitive needs some adjustment. These beings appear to have weaponized confusion, militarized customer service, and turned reality itself into a tactical advantage. The adjustment came in the form of Phase 4, which involved the sudden activation of what appeared to be a massive disco ball in the asteroid belt. The disco ball, constructed entirely from decommissioned satellites, space debris, and what NASA proudly called creative engineering and really good duct tape, began reflecting sunlight in patterns that somehow managed to make every alien crew member feel inexplicably nostalgic for a childhood they'd never had, homesick for a planet they'd never visited, and emotionally attached to relatives who existed only in theoretical possibility. Sir, reported Navigation Officer Quibble, I'm experiencing emotions I don't understand. I feel homesick for a planet I've never visited and nostalgic for memories I'm pretty sure I never had. I keep thinking about my grandmother's cooking, added Tactical Officer Wimple, but my species doesn't have grandmothers. We reproduce through bureaucratic committee and administrative paperwork. I'm having flashbacks to a childhood pet, reported Communication Officer Flibble, but my species doesn't keep pets. We consider emotional attachment to other beings a form of mental illness. Dr. Crankshaw, monitoring the psychological effects of the disco ball from her command center, made a note in her research journal. Note to self, interdimensional nostalgia beam more effective than expected. Recommend adding sad country music and home movies for enhanced emotional manipulation effect. Admiral Flurb, meanwhile, was having what could only be described as a comprehensive nervous breakdown combined with an existential crisis and a profound questioning of everything he had ever believed about the nature of reality. This is madness. How can a primitive species be doing this to us? Sir, Science Officer Blimp said gently, perhaps we should consider the possibility that they're not as primitive as we thought. Perhaps they're actually quite advanced, but in ways that we don't understand or recognize. But the reports, the intelligence assessments, they clearly stated that these beings were harmless primitives who worship fire and are easily impressed by shiny objects. Sir, when was the last time you actually read one of those reports? The complete reports, not just the executive summaries? The Admiral paused, which created a moment of silence that seemed to stretch across the vast emptiness of space and echo with the sound of bureaucratic incompetence. Well, that is to say, Plimpkin always gives me the executive summary during our morning briefings. Sir, Plimpkin is a glorified filing clerk whose species evolved from lint. He reads reports by absorbing the paper they're printed on and digesting the information through his digestive system. He's essentially getting his intelligence briefings through cosmic indigestion. The horrible truth was beginning to dawn on Admiral Flurb like a cosmic sunrise of incompetence. You're saying we've based our entire invasion strategy on intelligence reports that were literally eaten by a being made of nervous lint and processed through an alien digestive system. That would appear to be the case, sir. And these primitive beings are actually advanced enough to turn a disco ball into a weapon of mass psychological manipulation. Yes, sir. They've also weaponized customer service, militarized nostalgia, and appear to have turned basic human emotions into tactical advantages. Phase 5 began with what humans had decided to call the Big Reveal, or Operation Surprise. You've been punked by an entire planet. Every television screen, computer monitor, smartphone display, and reflective surface on Earth simultaneously displayed the same message. Surprise! You've been punked by planet Earth. Your primitive targets would like to formally invite you to reconsider your life choices, your career path, and your fundamental understanding of what constitutes effective military intelligence. The message was delivered by Dr. Crankshaw herself, who had somehow managed to hack into the alien fleet's communication systems using what she later described as a combination of advanced cryptography, really aggressive diplomacy, and the sort of creative problem-solving that comes from spending 15 years preparing for the impossible. "Hello, alien invaders," she said cheerfully, waving at the camera with the enthusiasm of someone who was having the best day of her professional life. "I'm Dr. Penelope Crankshaw, Director of Improbable Defense Scenarios, and I'd like to welcome you to Earth. As you may have noticed, we're not quite as primitive as your report suggested. In fact, we've been preparing for this exact scenario for the past 15 years. Admiral Flurb stared at the screen in horror that bordered on the cosmic. "This is impossible. Our intelligence clearly stated." "Your intelligence, Doctor," Crankshaw continued with the patient tone of someone explaining something very simple to someone very confused, "was based on a filing error. The real Earth assessment report is currently being used as a coaster in your accounting department. The report you actually read was for a completely different planet, a planet that, incidentally, was conquered by a species of sentient mushrooms 3 years ago because they were actually primitive and easily impressed by shiny objects. But you're using metal projectiles." "Oh, we are! Along with energy weapons, quantum torpedoes, reality-altering devices, interdimensional confusion engines, weaponized mathematics, militarized customer service, and a really uncomfortable amount of psychological warfare. You see, we've had thousands of years to perfect the art of creative destruction. We've turned warfare into a form of entertainment, conflict resolution into an art form, and apparently we've managed to turn a simple misunderstanding into the most entertaining afternoon we've had in decades." The proof of this statement came in the form of Phase 6, which involved the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a massive popcorn machine in Earth's orbit. The machine, constructed from repurposed military satellites, space debris, and powered by what NASA called concentrated human stubbornness and really good engineering, began producing actual popcorn that somehow managed to spell out insults in 17 different languages as it drifted through space. The popcorn formed messages like, "Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries" in ancient galactic, "Have you considered a career change" in Universal Standard, and "This is what happens when you don't read the fine print" in what appeared to be mathematical poetry. "Sir," reported Navigation Officer Quibble, "the popcorn it's insulting our mothers, questioning our career choices, and providing unsolicited life advice." Now, how can popcorn insult our mothers and provide life advice? Very creatively, sir. And in rhyme. Also, it appears to be offering coupons for something called interstellar therapy services. Dr. Crankshaw's broadcast continued. "Now, we could destroy your fleet right now. We have the technology, the weapons, the creative engineering skills, and frankly, the overwhelming urge to show off. We've been preparing for this scenario for 15 years, and we've developed responses to everything from polite invasion to aggressive bureaucratic conquest to attack of the really confused aliens who didn't do their homework. But instead," she continued, "we're going to give you a choice. You can either turn around and go home with a complimentary gift basket and our sincere apologies for the confusion, or you can stick around and find out what phases 7 and 8 involve." "Indeed, what do phases 7 and 8 involve?" Admiral Flurb asked his crew, with the tone of someone who really didn't want to know the answer, but felt professionally obligated to ask. "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said quietly, "I don't think we want to know. But based on everything we've seen so far, I suspect they involve things that will make us question not just our career choices, but our fundamental understanding of reality itself." The answer to that question was currently being prepared in facilities around the globe, in locations that were so classified they technically didn't exist and could only be accessed by people who had security clearances that were themselves classified and required permission from at least 3 different cosmic entities. Phase 7 involved something called the Really Uncomfortable Truth Ray, which Dr. Greg Blast had designed to make its targets confront the fundamental absurdity of their existence, the meaninglessness of their bureaucratic careers, and the cosmic joke that was interstellar conquest as a form of entertainment. Phase 8 was classified at a level so high that even the president wasn't entirely sure what it did, but it involved the phrase ontological warfare, required a permit from the Department of Existential Threats, and had a warning label that read, "Caution may cause beings to realize that reality is optional." "Sir," reported Communication Officer Flibble, "we're receiving another transmission from the planet." "And put it through," Admiral Flurb sighed, with the resignation of someone whose day had gone from pleasantly routine to cosmically nightmarish in the span of a few hours. This time, the message was delivered by President Grimbaldi himself, who had decided that the situation called for what he called aggressive diplomacy, with style and possibly some interpretive dance. "Attention, alien invaders. This is President Fitzgerald Grimbaldi of the United States of America, and I have a proposition for you. We understand that you've made a mistake. Filing errors happen to everyone. We once accidentally declared war on Canada because someone misread a lunch order and thought they were threatening us with aggressive maple syrup deployment. These things occur in the best of bureaucratic organizations." "What's his point?" Admiral Flurb muttered. "Here's the deal," the president continued. "We're willing to overlook this unfortunate misunderstanding if you're willing to do something for us in return. You see, we've been trying to get in touch with your Galactic Conquest Assessment Division's Customer Service Department for years. We have some complaints about your previous customers, and frankly, we'd like to file a formal grievance." "Previous customers?" Admiral Flurb asked with growing dread. "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said carefully, consulting a report that was marked with warning labels in several languages, "I believe they're referring to the Vegan conquerors who tried to invade them in 1954. "The Vegans tried to invade Earth. Why wasn't this in our files?" "Yes, sir. According to our records, they were defeated by something called aggressive jazz music and a weapon that shot concentrated coffee at their ships. The entire invasion fleet surrendered after being exposed to what humans call bebop and double espresso." The president's message continued. "Those vegan fellows left quite a mess. Crop circles everywhere, confused cows, traumatized farmers, and frankly, some very disappointed agricultural communities. We'd like to file a formal complaint and possibly request compensation for the psychological damage inflicted on our livestock." Dr. Crankshaw appeared on screen next to the president. "Additionally, we'd like to propose a trade agreement. We have something your species lacks, the ability to turn absolutely anything into a weapon. Kitchen utensils, household appliances, children's toys, mathematical concepts, customer service protocols, and apparently popcorn. In exchange, we'd like access to your bureaucratic systems. We're fascinated by your ability to make conquest so unnecessarily complicated and would like to study your filing methods." "Sir," Navigation Officer Quibble said quietly, "they're offering to teach us weaponization techniques in exchange for learning our bureaucratic processes." That's actually not a terrible deal," Admiral Flurb admitted. "Our bureaucracy is our greatest achievement as a civilization." "Sir," Science Officer Blimp added, "perhaps we should consider the possibility that these humans might make better allies than enemies. They seem to have a talent for creative problem-solving and an impressive understanding of psychological warfare. Allies, but they're primitives. Sir, they just made our entire fleet homesick using a disco ball, insulted our mothers with popcorn, and offered us therapy coupons. I think we may need to revise our definition of primitive to include terrifyingly creative and psychologically sophisticated. Phase 7, when it finally activated, was less a weapon and more a philosophical argument delivered at the speed of light and accompanied by a cosmic PowerPoint presentation. The really uncomfortable truth ray caused every alien in the fleet to simultaneously realize that they had spent their entire careers conquering planets for no particularly good reason, that their filing systems were a cosmic joke that had achieved a kind of artistic beauty, and that their entire civilization was built on a foundation of bureaucratic incompetence so profound that it had transcended mere inefficiency and become a form of abstract art. "Sir," reported Tactical Officer Wimple, "I'm experiencing what I can only describe as an existential crisis, combined with a profound appreciation for the absurdity of our situation." "Join the club," Admiral Flurb replied. "I just realized that I've been an admiral for 30 years, and I still don't know what half the buttons on my command chair actually do. Also, I'm beginning to suspect that our entire military strategy is based on hoping that the beings we're trying to conquer are even more confused than we are." "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said thoughtfully, "do you think maybe we should consider a career change? These humans seem to have figured out how to turn confusion into an art form and psychological warfare into entertainment. Maybe we could learn something from them." The final transmission from Earth came from Dr. Crankshaw, who had decided that the situation called for what she called aggressive friendship with hostile overtones and possibly some interpretive dance for emphasis. "Alien friends," she announced with the enthusiasm of someone who was having the best day of her professional life and wanted everyone to know it. "We've decided to make you an offer you can't refuse. Well, you can refuse it. But then we'll have to activate Phase 8, and nobody wants that. Trust us on this one. We've been very creative with Phase 8, and it involves concepts that don't technically exist yet." "What's Phase 8? Admiral Flurb asked weakly, with the tone of someone who had given up trying to understand anything that was happening and was just hoping to survive the experience with his sanity intact. "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said, consulting readings that seemed to suggest reality was having what could only be described as a nervous breakdown. "The sensor readings suggest it involves something called weaponized interpretive dance, combined with ontological warfare and aggressive customer service protocols." "Dear cosmic forces," Admiral Flurb whispered, "they've militarized the arts, weaponized philosophy, and turned customer service into a form of psychological warfare." Dr. Crankshaw's offer was elegantly simple and terrifyingly comprehensive. The alien fleet could choose to become Earth's first interstellar customer service representatives. In exchange for helping resolve complaints from previously conquered worlds, negotiating disputes between different species, and generally cleaning up the mess left by centuries of poorly managed galactic conquest, they would receive training in human-style creative problem-solving, access to Earth's vast collection of entertainment media, unlimited coffee, and comprehensive health insurance that covered existential crises. "Think of it, Doctor," Crankshaw explained with the enthusiasm of someone presenting the opportunity of several lifetimes. "You could spend your days helping resolve cosmic disputes instead of creating them. Plus, we'll throw in unlimited access to our coffee, which our analysis suggests is approximately 47 times more effective than your current stimulant beverages, and our entertainment systems, which include something called Netflix that contains more content than your entire species could consume in 3 lifetimes. Mein Tim." The offer also included comprehensive training in human psychology, creative problem-solving techniques, the art of turning any situation into a learning experience, and advanced courses in how to make friends and influence cosmic entities, and customer service as a form of diplomatic warfare. Additionally, Dr. Crankshaw continued, "We'll provide you with Earth citizenship access to our educational systems, and the opportunity to learn from a species that has turned creative chaos into a survival strategy. You'll be helping to establish the first truly effective interstellar customer service system, mediating disputes between species that have been arguing for centuries and basically becoming the cosmic equivalent of really well-trained diplomats with advanced degrees in creative problem-solving. Doom. The offer was too good to refuse, too comprehensive to ignore, and too perfectly suited to their newly discovered need for career change to pass up. Admiral Flurb, faced with the choice between admitting total defeat, spending the rest of his life trying to explain this incident to his superiors, and embarking on a completely new career path that actually seemed meaningful, chose what he later described as the most rational decision I've made in decades, possibly centuries. Attention, Earth beings, he announced over the fleet-wide communication system with the tone of someone who had finally found his true calling in life. This is Admiral Bloomington Flurb of the former Galactic Conquest Assessment Division. We formally accept your offer of employment, your comprehensive benefits package, your training programs, and your unlimited coffee. We also humbly request that you please never, ever activate Phase 8. Because we're pretty sure it would cause us to question everything we've ever believed about the nature of existence. The transformation of the alien fleet from invaders to customer service representatives was surprisingly smooth, efficient, and oddly satisfying for everyone involved. Within a few weeks, the ships had been converted into orbital call centers equipped with the latest in customer service technology, comfortable seating, really good coffee machines, and communication systems that could handle complaints in 17,000 different languages and several forms of non-verbal cosmic communication. The former conquerors found themselves helping resolve disputes ranging from the Andromedans keep stealing our parking spaces and won't stop playing their music at unreasonable volumes, to the Centaurians won't stop broadcasting reality television shows that violate basic laws of physics and good taste, to the beings from Rigel 7 keep sending us spam messages about extending our planet's warranty. Dr. Crankshaw, now serving as Director of Interstellar Relations and Chief Coordinator of Cosmic Customer Service, found herself busier than she had ever been in her life and more satisfied with her work than she had thought possible. "You know, Binkley," she said to her assistant, who had been promoted to Deputy Director of Impossible Situations, "when I started planning for improbable defense scenarios, I never imagined we'd end up running the galaxy's most successful customer service operation." "It's certainly unique," Binkley agreed, consulting a report about a dispute between two species of sentient mathematics who couldn't agree on whether 0 was a number or a philosophical concept. "Though I have to say, Admiral Flurb is surprisingly good at de-escalating conflicts. He helped resolve that dispute between the Rigelians and the Tau-Cetians over mineral rights by getting them to realize they were actually arguing about completely different minerals on different planets. Who would have thought that aggressive bureaucracy could be channeled into constructive customer service? He's also developed an impressive talent for helping beings realize that most of their complaints are actually based on misunderstandings, filing errors, or the cosmic equivalent of not reading the instruction manual. The success of the Earth Alien Customer Service Initiative quickly became known throughout the galaxy through what could only be described as the fastest and most effective word-of-mouth marketing campaign in cosmic history. Other species began requesting similar arrangements, and within a year, Earth had become the unofficial mediation center for interstellar disputes, the go-to location for cosmic customer service, and the first planet to turn defensive warfare into a profitable service industry. The former invasion fleet had been transformed into a network of problem-solving specialists who could handle everything from territorial disputes to philosophical disagreements to complaints about poor service from other customer service departments. They had become, in essence, the customer service department for customer service departments, the ultimate meta-solution to the universal problem of poor conflict resolution. President Grimbaldi, in his year-end address to the United Nations and broadcast throughout the galaxy, summed up the situation with characteristic style and a profound appreciation for the absurdity of the entire affair. Ladies and gentlemen, beings of all species and dimensional configurations, we have successfully turned an alien invasion into a customer service opportunity, a potential planetary conquest into the galaxy's premier conflict resolution center, and a filing error into the foundation of interstellar diplomacy. I'm not sure what this says about humanity, but I'm pretty sure it's something uniquely ridiculous and surprisingly effective. Dr. Crankshaw, reflecting on the events that had transformed Earth from a supposedly defenseless planet into the galaxy's premier conflict resolution center, customer service headquarters, and training facility for creative problem-solving, realized that the greatest defense had been something no military strategist had ever considered: the sheer, overwhelming absurdity of human creativity combined with an inexplicable talent for turning any situation into an opportunity for improvement. Admiral Flurb, now known as Customer Service Supervisor Flurb, and holder of advanced degrees in human psychology, creative conflict resolution, and advanced coffee appreciation, had adapted to his new role with surprising enthusiasm and a level of job satisfaction he had never experienced during his military career. "You know," he told his former crew during their weekly team meeting, which was now held in a comfortable conference room with really good coffee and snacks that didn't violate any laws of physics, "I never realized how satisfying it could be to actually help people instead of conquering them. It turns out that solving problems is much more interesting than creating them. Plus," added former science officer Blimp, now director of interdisciplinary problem analysis, "the coffee really is exceptional. The working conditions are vastly superior to military service, and we're actually making a positive difference in the galaxy. Who knew that customer service could be more fulfilling than conquest?" And, noted former navigation officer Quibble, now senior coordinator of interstellar complaint resolution, "We get health insurance that covers existential crises, vacation time, and educational opportunities. It's like we've discovered a completely new way to live." The filing error that had started it all was eventually discovered when someone in the accounting department noticed that their coaster contained detailed warnings about a species that considers nuclear weapons a proportional response to mild inconvenience, beings who have weaponized mathematics and aren't afraid to use it, and a civilization that has turned creative chaos into a survival strategy and psychological warfare into entertainment. Indeed, the discovery led to a complete overhaul of the galactic filing system, the establishment of what became known as the Crankshaw Protocols for Invasion Intelligence, and a new requirement that all intelligence reports be read by at least 3 different beings who were not made of lint and did not digest information through their stomachs. But perhaps the most significant change was the establishment of the Universal Customer Service Academy, jointly operated by Earth and the reformed Galactic Conquest Assessment Division. The Academy trained beings from across the galaxy in the art of turning potentially destructive conflicts into opportunities for mutual understanding, improved customer satisfaction, and creative problem-solving. The Academy's curriculum included courses in advanced creative problem-solving, psychological warfare as diplomatic tool, how to turn confusion into clarity, customer service as art form, and the philosophy of practical problem resolution. The most popular course was Human Psychology 101, Understanding a Species That Weaponizes Everything, which had a waiting list that stretched across several star systems. Dr. Crankshaw, now recognized as the galaxy's leading expert on defensive diplomacy through creative confusion and holder of honorary degrees from 17 different planets, concluded her final report on the incident with an observation that would become famous throughout the civilized universe and be quoted in diplomatic circles for generations. Sometimes the best defense isn't a weapon at all. Sometimes it's simply the willingness to be so thoroughly, completely, and creatively unexpected that your enemies have no choice but to become your friends. Sometimes it's the ability to turn a crisis into an opportunity, a threat into a learning experience, and a potential disaster into the beginning of something better than anyone imagined possible. The Earth Defense Initiative, as it came to be known in academic circles and diplomatic history books, proved that the universe's most effective defense system wasn't built from metal and energy, but from imagination, adaptability, creative problem-solving, and the fundamental human inability to do anything the way it was supposed to be done. The initiative also demonstrated that sometimes the most powerful weapon against aggression was aggressive kindness, that the most effective response to hostility was hospitality, and that the best way to win a war was to turn it into something that wasn't a war at all. Dr. Mordecai Crankblast, reflecting on his role in developing the defensive systems that had made the entire operation possible, noted in his final project report, "It turns out that the most effective way to defend against invasion is to make the invaders question whether they really want to be invaders at all. Phase 8, incidentally, was never actually built. We just made it sound really scary and let their imaginations do the rest." The transformation had effects that rippled throughout the galaxy in ways that no one had anticipated. Other species began adopting human-style customer service protocols. Conflicts that had been ongoing for centuries were resolved through creative mediation, and the general level of galactic customer satisfaction increased dramatically. The Vegan conquerors, learning about the success of the Earth Alien Customer Service Initiative, formally apologized for their 1954 invasion attempt and requested assistance in establishing their own customer service department. They had apparently been struggling with complaints about their conquest methods for decades and were eager to learn more effective approaches to interstellar relations. The Universal Customer Service Academy became so successful that it required expansion to multiple planets, and its graduates were sought after throughout the galaxy for their unique combination of problem-solving skills, creative thinking, and ability to turn any situation into an opportunity for improvement. Admiral Flerb's autobiography, From Conquest to Customer Service, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Problem-Solving, became a bestseller across 17 star systems and was required reading at diplomatic academies throughout the galaxy. Dr. Crankshaw's follow-up research, The Psychology of Creative Defense, How to Turn Your Enemies into Your Customer Service Representatives, was published by the Universal Academic Press and won the Galactic Prize for Most Innovative Approach to Conflict Resolution. President Grimbaldi's memoir, How to Accidentally Become the Galaxy's Customer Service Capital, a Political Autobiography, became a classic of diplomatic literature and was praised for its honest account of how sometimes the best policy decisions are the ones that seem completely insane at the time. The success of the initiative led to the establishment of similar programs throughout the galaxy, and within a decade, the traditional model of interstellar conquest had been largely replaced by collaborative problem-solving and customer service-based diplomacy. Earth became known throughout the galaxy not as a primitive backwater planet, but as the birthplace of creative diplomacy, the home of innovative conflict resolution, and the place where beings from across the universe came to learn how to turn problems into opportunities. The Department of Improbable Defense Scenarios was renamed the Department of Creative Diplomatic Solutions and became one of the most sought-after consulting organizations in the galaxy. Dr. Crankshaw found herself advising governments, mediating disputes between species that had been enemies for millennia, and teaching courses on how to defend yourself by making your enemies want to be your friends. The orbital customer service centers became models for similar facilities throughout the galaxy, and the techniques developed by the Earth-Alien Partnership were adopted by hundreds of other species seeking to improve their approach to interstellar relations. But perhaps the most remarkable outcome was the realization that the universe was full of beings who were looking for something better than conquest and conflict. They just needed someone to show them that there were alternatives, someone to demonstrate that cooperation was more satisfying than conquest, and someone to prove that customer service could be more fulfilling than warfare. And in the end, that made all the difference between conquest and cooperation, between invasion and invitation, between the end of one world and the beginning of a better galaxy for everyone. The universe, it turned out, had been waiting for someone who could turn a filing error into a diplomatic triumph, a disco ball into a weapon of mass confusion, a potential planetary conquest into the galaxy's most efficient customer service operation, and an alien invasion into the foundation of interstellar friendship. They just hadn't expected that someone to be a species that considered psychological warfare a form of entertainment and had turned creative chaos into their greatest strength.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. His bright orange fur bristled in indignation. His big dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice: the humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians, in their water-filled environmental suits, were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. Very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Cree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth. Those Deathworlders are going to eat them alive." That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave." 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take 1 look at Earth from space and go back. The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly, their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax, his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today, we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today, we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our homeworld has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Lax was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course. There was a moment of silence on the comms. Leave them be, sir? Mira asked, her tone confused. Of course, Abby replied, as if it were obvious. We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination. General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft? Nonsense, Abby said firmly. Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians. General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety. But, Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left? They won't be able to say that, Abby assured her. We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself. Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes they had a clear view of the surface below. Scanning for optimal landing site, reported Pip from his navigation station. Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols. What about there? General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. That open area in their settlement, it appears to be some kind of gathering space. Running detailed scans, Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present. Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel and worse. It would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians? Pip's scan continued. Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers. Perfect, Abby decided. We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory. You really think they'll just surrender? General Izzy asked skeptically. Of course not, Abby replied. They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work. General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment. The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display. As they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect. Each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. Landing successful, Pip reported. All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range. Excellent, Abby said. Environmental analysis? Atmosphere is compatible. Temperature is mild. No immediate threats detected. Pip paused. Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna. Perhaps just local wildlife, Abby said dismissively. Nothing we can't handle. The three commanders made their way to the hatch, their enhanced bodysuits glowing with power. The suits were impressive, form-fitting armor that augmented their strength, provided environmental protection, and looked intimidating despite their small size. Each suit was decorated according to rank, with Abby's featuring golden trim and the crest of the Sativ Military Council. "Open the latch," Abby commanded, his voice steady and fearless. The hatch cycled open with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and a ramp extended downward. Bright sunlight flooded the interior of the ship, and for a moment, Abby had to blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green, incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some Sativ buildings, and their branches reached up toward a sky that seemed impossibly vast and blue. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed beside him. "Those trees are massive." General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them. "I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this?" Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. "Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed." The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp. Each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. "Environmental conditions are excellent," he announced, his voice filled with confidence. "The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it." "Should we call the rest of the troops out?" General Lax asked. "Let's do a quick perimeter check first," Abby decided. "Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll—" A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. "Commander! Commander! I've been wounded!" All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. "Report! What's your status?" "It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. "I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic." Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. "Private Zim," he said slowly and clearly, "you cut your foot on grass?" "It's really sharp grass, sir." "Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. "What an idiot! Wounded by grass! And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory?" "To be fair," General Lax said, "he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot." "The humans probably have idiots in their armies, too," Abby muttered dismissively. "Come on, let's continue the survey." They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. "Sir, sir! There's a creature! Some kind of flying thing! I think it's a bird!" Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air.
"It's small," the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar."
"Wait," Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior, and even from this distance, Abby could see the warrior jerk back, clutching his paw. Then the screaming really started.
"It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still stabbing me! Why is it so angry?"
The warrior was now running in circles, waving his paw in the air while the tiny creature pursued him with single-minded determination. Other warriors nearby were scattering, clearly unsure whether to help or flee. The scene would have been comical if it weren't so concerning. "That's not a bird," General Izzy observed. "Birds have feathers. That thing is... I don't know what that is."
"It's hostile, whatever it is," General Axe added. "Should we open fire?"
"On a creature that small?" Abby shook his head. "We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic, and someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it." It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. "Note to all troops," Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, "do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive." "Commander," Pip's voice came through on his private channel. "Should I transmit the challenge to the humans now?" Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. "Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard diplomatic frequency. Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location." "Are transmitting now, sir." There was a pause. "Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network." "Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive." Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. "Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will be here soon, and they need to see that we're serious." Warriors began pouring out of the ships, creating a growing sea of colorful furballs and combat suits. They arranged themselves in loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe...
"Contact! Something's moving in the bushes!"
The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. "Where? Show me!"
"There, sir, in those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move, something big."
All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. "Warriors at the ready!"
Abby commanded. "Prepare for contact. If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do." The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them, something low to the ground but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a sativ covered in fur, orange fur with white patches and distinctive stripes of darker orange. It had 4 legs, a long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon?" whispered General Izzy. "It's moving on 4 legs," General Lax pointed out. "It must be their battle creature," Abby decided. "They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir?" asked one of the nearby warriors. "Hold your fire," Abby commanded. "Let's see what it does." What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. "It's coming for me," Kira squeaked. "Whoa, what do I do?" Abby shouted, "Defend yourself!" Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Instead, the creature's fur merely showed a small scorch mark. The creature's reaction was immediate. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped at Kira with one paw. Kira screamed. The creature's claws left 3 parallel scratches across her bodysuit. The suit's energy shields sparked but held, though Kira was knocked backward by the force of the blow. The creature, apparently scarred and slightly wounded, turned and bounded away, disappearing back into the bushes as quickly as it had appeared. "Medic!" Abby shouted. "Someone get a medic to Kira!" "Oh, I'm okay, sir," Kira called out, though her voice was shaky. "The suit took most of it, but that thing was strong." "What kind of battle creature takes a direct hit from a laser rifle and barely notices?" General Lax said, his voice low and secretive. "Commander, I don't think that was a human weapon. I think that might have been a local predator." "A predator?" Abby's antennae drooped. "You mean the humans didn't send it?" "The humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet," General Izzy pointed out. "I think that was just an animal, a wild animal." Abby considered this information carefully. On one hand, it was concerning that a random Earth predator was that strong and aggressive. On the other hand, if the troops knew that they'd just been attacked by a random wildlife rather than human weapons, morale might suffer. "Keep that assessment between us," Abby told his generals quietly. "As far as the troops know, that was a test from the humans. We passed. They saw we could defend ourselves, and now they'll take us seriously." Both generals nodded, though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others looking nervously at the bushes, as if expecting more creatures to emerge.
Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, and even from this distance, Abby could tell it was human. The being was tall, impossibly tall from a Sativ perspective, with dark hair and wearing what appeared to be formal attire rather than combat gear. Behind him, several other humans emerged, all wearing identical black suits. "There," Abby breathed. "The humans have arrived. Finally!" The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. "Warriors of the Sativ," he announced. "Weapons ready. The humans are here. Prepare for honorable combat." 300 laser rifles raised simultaneously. All pointed at the approaching humans. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council, the one who had said they wouldn't last 3 days. The human stopped about 10 meters away from the Sativ formation. He looked around at the assembled warriors, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Thanks for avoiding the children," the human said, his voice easily carrying across the clearing. "I saw your ships come in, and I was worried you'd land near the playground. With all that fluffy fur, it would have been a disaster." Abby bristled at the implication. They were not brutes who would hurt children. "We are not monsters who would attack the young ones," he declared, his voice amplified by his suit's speakers. "We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer." He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. "You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false." The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. "I see," the ambassador said slowly. "You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive." "It is," Abby agreed. "And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare." He raised his own rifle dramatically. "The Sativ are ready. We follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat." Behind him, 300 warriors shouted their agreement, creating a cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. It was an impressive display, Abby thought. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped abruptly, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion, warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here,
survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No," Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now." Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. "Very well," Abby agreed. "Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory." "Excellent," the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. "Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already." "I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet," Abby replied formally. "These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors." "Pleased to meet you all," George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. "These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians." Abby nodded approvingly. "A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army in panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence." George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. "Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far." The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups, moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. "Are those teddy bears?" Abby heard one human say to another. "I think they're aliens," the other responded. "Look, they have little spacesuits." "Oh my God, they're so cute!" Abby's fur bristled. Cute. They thought warriors were cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, They would have the human's treasure, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. "Here we are," George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. "Humanity's treasure box." Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance?" "Absolutely," George said with a straight face. "We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, and they contain one of humanity's most beloved food items, ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. Children especially treasure it. They'll beg their parents for it, trade favors for it, do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy it. If that's not proof of value, I don't know what is." Abby exchanged glances with his generals. Ice cream. He'd never heard of it, but the way George described it, it did sound like something precious. And if human young ones craved it that intensely, it must be exceptional. "Very well," Abby said. "Show us this ice cream." George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside, a woman with her hair pulled back in a colorful scarf. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation, but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency and gesture back at the small army of sative warriors waiting expectantly on the path. The woman's eyes went wide, and she leaned out of the window to get a better look. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a high-pitched sound that Abby's translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. Then she started moving around inside the truck with great energy. "What's happening?" General Lax asked quietly. "I think she's preparing the treasure for us," Abby replied. "Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide it to warriors." George returned to the group, carrying several large containers. "All right, everyone, gather around. The treasure is served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. I've got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer." The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. "Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home." Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. "Go ahead," George encouraged. "Try it." Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, coating his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then another, suddenly unable to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. "This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever tasted." "The humans weren't lying," Abby said, scraping the last bit of chocolate from his container. "This truly is a treasure. No wonder they value it so highly. I would trade considerable resources for more of this." "Would you like more?" George asked,
and there was something in his expression, a warmth perhaps, or maybe amusement, that made him look genuinely kind. I think I bought enough for everyone to have seconds. For the next 20 minutes, the fierce Sativ warrior army sat on the path in front of an ice cream truck, eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her personal device. Finally, when the last container had been emptied and licked clean, Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's. We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound?" Abby's chest swelled with pride. "That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ." "It absolutely is," George agreed. "You've handled Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying." "We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth," Abby declared. He turned to his warriors. "Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today." The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before, mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby. "You know," the ambassador said conversationally, "if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it." "Perhaps we will," Abby said, feeling generous in victory. "Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other." "That we are," George said with a smile. "That we are." When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. "Commander," the general said quietly, "do you think we actually conquered Earth?" Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles, they hadn't defeated any warriors, but they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. "Yes," he said finally, "we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters." "And the ice cream?" "The ice cream was a bonus," Abby admitted. "I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it." On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter. But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. "Set course for home," Abby commanded. "We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't," he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights, "well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream." The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled, "First Contact with Sativ Species, Peaceful Resolution Through Creative Diplomacy and Chocolate Ice Cream," and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. "Esteemed delegates," Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. "We face an unprecedented crisis. The skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A skittermite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta 9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits. Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right. Because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one. A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. In space, perhaps, suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension? Brilliant. Graxel's eye stalks perked up. "How much?" 7 million credits, give or take. I finished my sandwich and decided to just enjoy the show. After all, they were the advanced ones. So here's the thing about highly advanced alien civilizations. They've got technology that can bend space and time, but apparently common sense got left behind somewhere around the invention of the warp drive. Day 1 of Operation Stop the Space Rats went about as well as you'd expect. The sonic disruption grid was installed first. Cost, 4.2 million credits, which was $500,000 more than quoted because of course it was. The technicians spent 6 hours setting up these fancy silver pylons throughout the station that hummed at a frequency supposed to drive skittermites insane. It worked great. For about 20 minutes. Then, the skittermites just started ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites? They threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. "Deploy the quantum containment field." Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down." The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By Day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. "The Galactic Health Inspector arrives in 3 days, he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats. Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixnor's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. "Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA. Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. Let me paint you a picture, I said, warming to my subject. Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker, they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun. The room had gone very quiet. They kill for recreation, I continued. On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year. Billions, with a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide. Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well? Nah. I waved a hand dismissively. Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites? I grinned. Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible. Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets. You got a better idea? I asked. Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment and some kibble. Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. The health inspector arrives in 3 days, Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. Fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record. I pulled out my personal communicator. Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth. A rescue? Threlix asked. Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing? Oh, buddy, I said, dialing the number. You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny? Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters. Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis. I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. Gentlemen, in 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral W. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Threlix whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a furry traffic cone. Captain Whiskers strutted out like he owned the place. Because of course he did. He was a cat. He owned everything. Graxel's eye stalks bent down to observe. It's orange. He's magnificent. I corrected. Next up, Princess Fluffbottom. Calico. Attitude problem. We'll cut you. Princess. Fluffbottom emerged with the energy of a disgruntled duchess who'd been woken from a nap. She took one look at the assembled aliens and made a sound like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Is it malfunctioning? Counselor Plixnor asked. That's just how she communicates. I said. This distinguished gentleman is Sir Reginald, Tuxedo Cat. Thinks he's royalty. Honestly, he might be right. Sir Reginald stepped out, surveyed the room with green eyes that judged everyone's life choices, and immediately started grooming himself. Power move. Now this little terror is called Chaos Goblin. Black cat. All black. Like a shadow with teeth and zero impulse control. Chaos. Goblin exploded from the carrier like he'd been launched from a cannon. Did 3 laps around the docking bay. Scaled a support beam, and ended up hanging from a ceiling vent, staring down at everyone with eyes that reflected the lights like tiny demonic headlamps. Half the security team reached for their weapons. Stand down, I called. That's just what he does. He's fine. That creature is clearly possessed by malevolent spirits. Dr. Morphix blobbed. No, he's just like that. I opened the next carrier. This is Lady Murderbean, Siamese. Siamese cats are chatty, demanding, and have the energy of a caffeine-addicted tornado. She will never stop talking, and you will never understand what she wants. Ma. Lady. Lady Murderbean had a voice like a car alarm crossed with an opera singer. Make it stop, Graxel pleaded. Can't. She's got opinions, and by God, you're going to hear them. I opened the last carrier. And finally, this is Doofus. Gray short hair. Not the brightest star in the sky, but he's got a good heart, and he's just happy to be included. Doofus tumbled out of the carrier, immediately tripped over his own feet, and began purring loud enough to register on seismic monitors. Ambassador Threlix leaned closer. Why is it vibrating? That's purring. It means he's happy. Here, watch this. I reached down and scratched Doofus behind the ears. His purring intensified. His eyes closed in bliss. One back leg started thumping. These are your legendary predators? Graxel's voice dripped with skepticism. They're adorable. That's what makes them perfect, I said. You never see it coming. I'd already set up stations throughout the affected areas. Food bowls, water, litter boxes, which I'd had to explain 3 times. And honestly, the aliens were still deeply confused by the concept. I released the cats with one simple instruction. Go nuts. That night, I stayed up monitoring the security feeds. 2300 hours. Captain Whiskers enters ventilation shaft in Sector 4. 2315. Sounds of screeching skittermites. Multiple life signs going dark on scanners. 2347. Princess Fluffbottom emerges from cargo bay, dragging a skittermite twice her size. Leaves it in front of Graxel's quarters like a gift. Or a threat. Midnight. Chaos. Goblin discovers the main skittermite nest. What follows can only be described as a massacre set to the soundtrack of demonic cats screeching. 0200. Sir Reginald catches 3 skittermites in the cafeteria, bats them around like toys, gets bored, and leaves them for someone else to clean up. Because he's classy like that. 0330. Lady Murderbean corners an entire skittermite family in the computer core. The security feed picked up her battle cry. 3 decks away, aliens woke up in a panic thinking the station was under attack. 0400. Doofus finds a skittermite, pounces enthusiastically, misses completely, crashes into a wall, shakes it off, tries again, and somehow accidentally catches 2. By morning, the ventilation shaft in Sector 4 was silent. I found Graxel in the command center, staring at the security footage with all 4 eye stalks. Murphy, he said slowly, what have you done? Pest control, sir. Want some coffee? The floor of the ventilation access corridor was covered in tiny skittermite corpses. Captain Whiskers was curled up in a sunbeam near the observation window, fast asleep, looking like the most innocent creature in the galaxy. They're monsters, Graxel whispered. No, I corrected, pouring myself coffee. They're cats. There's a difference. Probably. Princess Fluffbottom chose that moment to hop onto the command console, sprawl across the holographic display, and start grooming herself in the spot where Graxel usually stood. He stared at her. She stared back, then slowly, deliberately, pushed a datapad off the console. It clattered to the floor. She maintained eye contact the entire time. I already hate this, Graxel muttered. Day 1, boss, I said cheerfully. Just wait. 72 hours. That's how long it took for 6 rescue cats to completely eliminate a skittermite infestation that had stumped the greatest minds in the galaxy. It also took 72 hours for those same 6 cats to stage a complete hostile takeover of orbital station Zenith 7. Day 2 of Operation Cats began with Graxel attempting to reclaim his command chair. Captain Whiskers had other ideas. The 15-pound orange tabby had claimed the chair as his throne, and when Graxel tried to move him, Captain Whiskers did that thing cats do, where they somehow make themselves weigh 400 pounds through sheer force of will. Murphy, Graxel's voice crackled over my comm. Remove this creature from my chair immediately. I arrived at the command center to find Graxel in a standoff with a cat that was currently sprawled across the chair like a furry emperor, one paw dangling off the armrest, radiating supreme indifference. Sir, I can't just move him. Why not? You said they were domesticated. Domesticated doesn't mean obedient. It means they've trained us to feed them. Big difference. I pulled out my datapad. Look, cats respect territory. He's claimed that spot. You've got two options. Wait for him to move on his own, or get a different chair. Graxel's eye stalks quivered with suppressed rage. This is my station. Captain Whiskers yawned, showing every single tooth, then rolled onto his back and started purring. Was your station? I corrected. Now it's a timeshare. By day 3, the cultural integration was in full swing, and by integration, I mean complete chaos. Princess Fluffbottom had established herself as the queen of the cafeteria. She would sit on whichever table she deemed worthy and judge everyone's food choices. Counselor Plixnor tried to shoo her away once. She gave him a look that could have stripped paint, and he apologized. To a cat. Sir Reginald had taken over the station's meditation garden, which the Zentarai monks used for their daily prayers. The monks didn't seem to mind. They said his presence was calming. He'd also killed 6 more skittermites in there and left them arranged in a perfect circle, which the monks interpreted as a religious sign. They'd started a shrine. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was just cat weirdness. Chaos Goblin remained true to his name. He discovered that the station's low gravity in certain sections let him do things that defied physics. I'd received 17 complaints about a demonic shadow creature ricocheting off walls in the recreation sector. That was just him playing. At night, he'd patrol the ventilation shafts, and you could track his progress by the panicked skittermite squeaks that abruptly cut off. Lady Murderbean had adopted Ambassador Threlix. She followed him everywhere, providing constant commentary on his life choices. Yes, I know you have an opinion about my report, but I will schedule the subcommittee meeting, I promise. Just please. Threlix looked at me with desperate eyes during a corridor encounter. Murphy, how do I make her stop? You don't. You just learn to live with it. She's part of your life now. Forever. He made a sound like a whimper. Doofus had become the station mascot. He was friendly, dopey, and had the survival instincts of a brick. Everyone loved him. He'd somehow caught 9 skittermites despite apparently not knowing where his own feet were at any given time. Dumb luck raised to an art form. Dr. Morphix had started a research project studying cat behavior. His preliminary report was 12 pages of increasingly confused observations. My favorite excerpt: subject exhibits behaviors that appear intentional yet random, strategic yet impulsive. They operate on a logic system that may be quantum in nature, or they're just messing with us. Further study required. The Galactic Health Inspector arrived on day 4. Inspector Vrel was a Chthonian, which meant she looked like a praying mantis wearing a business suit. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless. Station commanders had been fired over a single spot on a window. Graxel was sweating. Well, secreting. His species didn't technically sweat, but same energy. Inspector Vrel, he said, all 4 eye stalks attempting a smile. Welcome to Station Zenith 7. As you can see, we've completely resolved our pest situation through advanced. Princess Fluffbottom chose that exact moment to streak past at Mach 3 with a skittermite in her mouth, followed by Chaos Goblin in hot pursuit, because apparently she'd stolen his kill. They disappeared into a ventilation shaft. There were sounds of a brief, violent negotiation. Inspector Vrel's antennae twitched. What was that? Pest control, I said helpfully. The organic kind. She pulled out her scanner and began the inspection. Graxel trailed after her like a nervous puppy, making excuses, but the numbers didn't lie. 0 skittermite readings. Anywhere. The station was cleaner than it had been in months. Remarkable, Vrel muttered, checking a ventilation shaft that had been completely overrun a week ago. I've never seen an infestation eliminated so thoroughly. That's when Sir Reginald appeared, as cats do, from absolutely nowhere. He wound himself around Inspector Vrel's legs, purring like a diesel engine. She froze. What is this creature doing? He likes you, I explained. That's good. It means you've been judged and found acceptable. I don't require judgment from a... Princess Fluffbottom emerged from the vent and dropped a very dead skit termite at Vrel's feet, then sat down and stared up at her expectantly. Is this a gift? Yes. Congratulations. You've been adopted. Inspector Vrel looked down at the dead skit termite, then at Princess Fluffbottom, then at me. Her antennae did something complicated. I hereby certify this station as pest-free and in full compliance with galactic health standards, she said officially. Then quieter. Can I pet it? Sure, but she's got opinions about how... Vrel reached down. Princess Fluffbottom allowed exactly 3 pets, then got Knotmint, the zoomies, and tore off down the corridor like her tail was on fire, bounced off 2 walls, and vanished into the ceiling. Inspector Vrel's antennae were fully upright. Fascinating. She left 30 minutes later with a full positive report and a data file on how to adopt Earth cats. I may have encouraged that. Graxel found me in the maintenance bay that evening. Captain Whiskers was sitting on my workbench, judging my repairs. Murphy, Graxel said, his voice tired. The Galactic Council has requested information on acquiring these cats for other stations. Yeah? Yes. Apparently word has spread about our success. He paused. I'm supposed to thank you. Officially. But unofficially? Unofficially, there is a cat in my personal quarters who keeps knocking things off my shelves at 3 in the morning, and I haven't slept in 2 days. I grinned. That's Chaos Goblin. He's showing affection. I want to fire you so badly right now. Can't. I'm the only one who speaks. Cat. Graxel's eye stalks drooped in defeat, and he shuffled away, muttering something about retirement. Captain Whiskers looked at me and slow blinked. The cat equivalent of, "You're welcome." Yeah, I said, scratching behind his ears. We did good, buddy. He purred and pushed a screwdriver off the workbench. Some things never change. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in the cafeteria with what I can only describe as the galaxy's weirdest support group. Counselor Plixnor was at the next table, hand-feeding Princess Fluffbottom pieces of his lunch while she purred and judged his technique. Ambassador Threlix had given up fighting Lady Murderbean's constant commentary, and now just carried on full conversations with her like she was his personal assistant. Doctor. Morphix had abandoned his research project after concluding that cats operate on a plane of existence science cannot measure, and now he just posted videos of Doofus doing stupid things on the station's social network. The Galactic Council had officially requested that Earth establish a cat export program. Not asked, requested. As in, they were willing to pay. I'd spent the last week negotiating terms with Jenny back on Earth. She was having the time of her life. Turns out, when you're the only planet in the galaxy with an excess of apex predators that also happen to be adorable, you've got leverage. The deal was simple. Any station wanting cats had to meet strict care requirements. Proper food, water, enrichment, veterinary care, and most importantly, each cat had to be treated with the dignity and respect due to a creature that could solve your pest problems, but also might knock your coffee off your desk just to watch it fall. Jenny was calling it the Interstellar Cat Adoption Network. She'd already trademarked it. My sister was going to be rich. Graxel walked into the cafeteria, and I did a double take. Captain Whiskers was perched on his shoulder like an orange furry parrot, surveying his domain. With regal satisfaction. "Commander," I said, trying not to smile. "Nice accessory." "Shut up, Murphy." But there was no real heat in it. Graxel got his food and sat down across from me. Captain Whiskers immediately started trying to steal his lunch. The Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to galactic station management. They're calling it the Murphy Protocol. They're naming it after me. They wanted to call it the Feline Solution, but apparently that sounds too much like a war crime in 6 different languages. He pushed his plate slightly away from Captain Whiskers, who responded by simply stretching further. There are now 47 stations requesting cats. Your sister is scheduling interviews with potential adopters. Interviews? She's very thorough. Station Commander Draxel was rejected because he referred to cats as equipment. She sent him a 20-page essay on why he was wrong. Graxel actually smiled. One of his eye stalks bent down to regard Captain Whiskers, who was now purring. I suppose I understand her position. I watched this squid filing cabinet hybrid gently scratch a cat behind the ears and realized something had fundamentally shifted in the galaxy. You know what the crazy part is? I said. Humans didn't even try to weaponize cats. We just lived with them for 10,000 years because we liked having them around. They kept our grain stores pest-free, sure, but mostly we just thought they were neat, and it never occurred to us that this was something special until we met you guys. Humanity's greatest strength, Graxel said thoughtfully, appears to be your ability to befriend chaos and call it a pet. We domesticated wolves into dogs. We made friends with murder machines and turned them into therapy animals. We looked at cats, perfect killing machines that barely tolerate us, and said, yes, this will live in my house, and I will love it. I took a sip of coffee. I guess when you spend your whole evolutionary history as the scrappy underdog on a death world, you learn to make allies wherever you can find them. Sir Reginald jumped onto our table, walked directly through Graxel's lunch, knocked over my coffee, and settled down in the exact center like a furry black and white sphinx. Neither of us moved him. Across the cafeteria, Chaos Goblin was teaching some alien younglings how to play, which mostly involved him running up walls while they tried to follow, and failed spectacularly. Their parents watched nervously, but the kids were having the time of their lives. Murphy, Graxel said after a long pause, I still think you're primitive. Fair, but perhaps there's something to be said for primitive solutions to complex problems. Also fair. Captain Whiskers stretched, yawned, and curled up on Graxel's shoulder, purring like a tiny motorboat. The station commander reached up and, almost unconsciously, started petting him. Did I mention, I said casually, that cats live 15 to 20 years? Graxel's eye stalks shot up. What? Yeah. You're stuck with him for a while. Hope you're cool with that. All 4 eye stalks turned to look at Captain Whiskers, who chose that moment to open one eye, slow blink at Graxel, and resume purring. I hate you, Murphy. No, you don't. You love these cats. Admit it, I will do no such. Captain Whiskers headbutted Graxel's nearest eye stalk affectionately. The commander's shoulders, or what passed for them, slumped in defeat. Fine. They've grown on me. Like a fungus. A cute fungus that saved your station and your career. A fungus that knocked over my antique Zentarii meditation crystal at 4 in the morning last Tuesday. Yeah, but look at his face. We both looked at Captain Whiskers, who was the picture of innocent contentment. Damn it, Graxel muttered. At that moment, Princess Fluffbottom, Lady Murderbean, and Doofus all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the same empty corner of the cafeteria. Every alien in the room followed their gaze, searching for whatever threat the apex predators had detected. There was nothing there. The cats kept staring. Why are they doing that? Plixner whispered, his crystalline form taking on a nervous shimmer. No idea, I said cheerfully. They just do that sometimes. But there must be something. Nope. Sometimes cats just stare at nothing and freak everyone out. It's part of their charm. All 3 cats maintained their vigil for another 30 seconds, then simultaneously went back to what they were doing like nothing had happened. The aliens remained on edge for the rest of lunch. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 5 years ago as the new guys, the primitive species that still used combustion engines and hadn't figured out cold fusion. We didn't have the best technology. We didn't have the most advanced weapons. We didn't even have particularly good social skills. But we had cats, and apparently, that was enough. Graxel caught my expression. You're entirely too pleased with yourself. Commander, we just solved a galactic crisis with the power of weaponized cuteness. Humanity's greatest contribution to the stars isn't going to be technology or culture or philosophy. It's going to be teaching the universe that sometimes the best solution to a problem is a 5-pound furball with murder in its heart and a complete lack of respect for authority. Captain Whiskers chose that moment to stretch, step directly onto Graxel's datapad, and send a message to the entire station command staff. An accidental message that just said, Graxel stared at his datapad in horror. I'm not correcting it, I said. Murphy, nope. That's an official communication from Captain Whiskers now. It's in the record. Somewhere in the ventilation shaft above us, Chaos Goblin found one last skit termite that had somehow survived the purge. There was a brief sound of scuffling, a triumphant yowl, and then silence. Station Zenith 7 was officially pest-free, run by a committee of 6 cats who answered to no one, and somehow more efficient than it had ever been. Humanity had arrived in the stars, and we'd brought our friends. Jake Dalton stepped off the transport shuttle and onto Station Kepler 9 with exactly 2 things, a duffel bag full of clothes and a sword strapped to his back. Not a plasma rifle, Not a pulse cannon. Not even one of those fancy disintegrator pistols that were all the rage in the outer colonies. Just a sword. A honest-to-God, forged steel, completely analog sword. The recruitment officer who'd hired him had been very clear. Humanity was the newest species to join the Galactic Coalition, and Earth needed representatives in every branch of the Alliance. The military academy was desperate for instructors who could teach close-quarters combat. Jake had 20 years of martial arts training, a background in medieval weaponry, and absolutely nothing to lose. Perfect candidate. What the recruitment officer had not mentioned was that every single alien species in the galaxy thought humans were adorable idiots. Jake found this out approximately 45 seconds after entering the Academy's main training hall. Commander Thraka stood at the front of the room, all 7 feet of him, with 4 muscular arms crossed over a chest that looked like it had been carved from granite by a sculptor who really hated subtlety. His scales were a deep purple, his eyes were the color of molten gold, and his teeth could probably bite through a shuttle door. He was addressing a classroom of about 30 cadets, representing a dozen different species, when Jake walked in. The room went quiet. Every eye turned to stare at the human. Thraka's mouth curled into something that might have been a smile on a creature that understood joy. On him, it looked like a predator spotting lunch. "Ah," Thraka said, his voice like gravel in a blender. "You must be the human instructor. Dalton, yes?" "That's me," Jake said, dropping his duffel bag by the door. "Sorry I'm late. Your station's gravity is a bit higher than I'm used to." One of the cadets, an insectoid creature with too many eyes, chittered, something that the translator rendered as laughter. Thraka's golden eyes drifted down to the sword on Jake's back. His smile widened. "Tell me, Instructor Dalton, is that your weapon of choice?" Jake knew a setup when he heard one. "It is. A blade," Thraka said slowly, savoring each word like expensive wine. "Made of sharpened metal, no power source, no energy field, no molecular edge, just metal that you swing with your arms." "That's the general idea, yeah." The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Not polite chuckles. Full-blown, doubled-over, wheezing laughter. One cadet, a blob-like creature that might have been liquid, actually jiggled so hard it nearly fell off its chair. Thraka raised one hand, and the room fell silent again. "Forgive me, Instructor. I mean no disrespect to your species. I am sure that on your primitive world, such weapons were very effective against other primitives." Jake smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No offense taken, Commander." However, Thraka continued, warming to his theme. "You should understand that we are training the finest warriors in the galaxy here. Our cadets will face enemies armed with plasma weapons, energy shields, and combat armor that could withstand a direct hit from an orbital strike. I am not certain how a sharp piece of metal will factor into their education. I guess we'll find out," Jake said. Thraka's expression shifted to something almost pitying. "Indeed we shall. Please, take a seat. We were just discussing advanced shield technology." Jake found an empty spot along the back wall and leaned against it, arms crossed. For the next 20 minutes, he listened to Thraka lecture about the latest developments in defensive equipment. The cadets took notes on holographic tablets. Nobody looked at Jake. That was fine. He'd been underestimated before. What Jake didn't expect was for Thraka to turn the lecture into a full-blown roast session with him as the guest of honor. "You see," Thraka said, gesturing at a holographic display of a shimmering energy shield. "Modern defensive technology has made primitive weapons completely obsolete. A blade like Instructor Dalton's would simply bounce off military-grade shielding. It would be like trying to cut through a starship hull with a butter knife." More laughter from the cadets. Jake said nothing. "In fact," Thraka continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "I would wager that Instructor Dalton's weapon could not even scratch the paint on standard coalition armor. Perhaps we humans should stick to teaching history classes instead of combat tactics." A few cadets actually applauded. Jake pushed off from the wall and walked toward the front of the room. The laughter died down. Thraka watched him approach with an expression of mild curiosity. "Something to add, Instructor?" Thraka asked. "Just a question," Jake said pleasantly. "You seem pretty confident in your shield technology." "I am." "Confident enough to put your money where your mouth is?" Thraka's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" Jake unstrapped the sword from his back and let it rest casually on his shoulder. "A demonstration. You pick the toughest shield in your armory. If I can't leave a mark on it with this primitive piece of metal, I'll resign. Right here. Right now." The classroom went dead silent. Thraka stared at Jake for a long moment. Then, slowly, his smile returned. "And if you succeed, you apologize, in front of everyone, for calling humans primitive. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, or maybe a sword. Thraka's forearms unfolded. Agreed. Thraka didn't waste time. Within 5 minutes, he'd sent a message to the Academy's administration, and within 10, the entire student body was being summoned to the main arena. Word spread fast on a space station. By the time Jake walked into the massive circular chamber, there had to be at least 300 aliens packed into the full observation decks. This was going to be either the best or worst first day of work in history. The arena floor was a flat expanse of polished metal, big enough to host full-scale combat exercises. Overhead lights cast everything in stark white. Jake could hear the murmur of the crowd, the clicking and chittering and warbling of dozens of different species, all discussing the crazy human who thought he could scratch Virelium. He'd heard that word at least 50 times in the walk from the classroom to the arena. Virelium, the hardest substance in known space, formed in the cores of neutron stars, harvested by drones that cost more than a small planet, completely, utterly, impossibly indestructible. Great. Thraka entered from the opposite side of the arena, and the crowd roared. He was carrying something that looked like a riot shield, oval-shaped and about 3 feet tall. Even from across the arena, Jake could see it shimmer with an opalescent sheen, like oil on water. The surface seemed to drink in the light and reflect it in colors that didn't quite exist. "Behold," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena's speaker system. "My personal shield, forged from pure Virelium, gifted to me upon my promotion to commander. It has turned aside plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, and even a glancing blow from an antimatter rifle. Not a single mark upon its surface." The crowd cheered. Someone started a chant in a language Jake's translator couldn't parse, but the meaning was clear enough. They were chanting Thraka's name. Jake walked to the center of the arena, sword in hand. Up close, the shield was even more impressive. The Virelium seemed to pulse with an internal light, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. The edges were perfectly smooth, the surface flawless. It was, objectively speaking, a work of art. It was also apparently going to be his resignation letter if he couldn't scratch it. "Having second thoughts, Instructor Dalton?" Thraka asked. He wasn't quite shouting, but his voice carried. He wanted the crowd to hear everything. "Just admiring the workmanship," Jake said. "This is beautiful. Custom made? On Varela Prime, by the master smiths themselves. The molecular structure is a lattice of interwoven crystalline bonds, each one reinforced at the quantum level. There is quite literally no stronger material in existence." Thraka held the shield out. "Please, examine it, touch it. Convince yourself of its authenticity." Jake stepped forward and ran his hand over the surface. It was cool to the touch, smoother than glass. He tapped it with his knuckle. The sound was a deep, resonant note that hung in the air. He walked around it, examining the edges, the back, the mounting handles. "How thick is it?" Jake asked. 2 inches at the center, tapered to 1 inch at the edges. "And the crystalline structure you mentioned? That's consistent throughout?" Thraka's expression flickered with something that might have been confusion. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the manufacturing process. Do they grow these crystals or forge them?" "They are grown in zero-gravity foundries over a period of months. Each crystal is seeded and allowed to form naturally, then bonded to its neighbors through a process I do not fully understand. The result is a single, unified structure with no weak points." Thraka was clearly enjoying showing off his knowledge. "The orientation of the crystalline bonds is randomized, you see, which prevents any directional vulnerability." "Randomized," Jake repeated. "Interesting. Indeed. Now, shall we begin this demonstration, or would you prefer to withdraw your challenge?" The crowd started booing. Someone threw what looked like a snack food at the arena floor. The natives were getting restless. Jake stepped back and looked at the shield one more time. Then he looked at Thraka. Then he looked up at the crowd, shading his eyes against the lights. "I'm going to need about 15 minutes, Jake said. The arena went quiet. 15 minutes? Thraka repeated. "For what?" "To prepare. You know, sharpen my blade, get my head in the game. Maybe do some stretches. I'm not as young as I used to be, and your station's gravity is murder on my knees." Thraka stared at him. "You want me to wait while you stretch? Unless you want me pulling a hamstring in front of all these people. That would be embarrassing for both of us." For a moment, Jake thought Thraka might refuse. The commander's forearms tensed, and his golden eyes narrowed to slits. But then he threw his head back and laughed. It was a booming sound that echoed off the arena walls. "By all means, Instructor Dalton, take your 15 minutes. Take 20 if you need them. The outcome will be the same." Thraka gestured to one of the arena exits. "There is a preparation room through that door. I will wait here with my shield. The crowd will wait. We all want to see this. The crowd laughed and jeered as Jake walked toward the exit. He could hear them placing bets, arguing about how quickly the human would fail. Some were speculating he wouldn't even try, that he'd just slink away and never come back. Jake smiled to himself as the door hissed shut behind him. He had 15 minutes to figure out how to do the impossible. Good thing he'd been paying attention during Thraka's lecture. The preparation room was small and functional. A bench, a weapons rack, a sink, and a full-length mirror. Jake set his sword down on the bench and pulled out his phone. Yes, his phone. The same device that had made the aliens on the transport shuttle look at him like he'd brought a stone tablet to a hologram convention. He opened his notes app and started typing everything he remembered from Thraka's bragging session. Crystalline structure, zero-gravity foundries, months of growth, quantum-level reinforcement, randomized orientation of bonds. That last part was the key. Thraka had said it like it was a feature. But to anyone who actually understood materials science, randomized crystalline bonds were both a strength and a potential weakness. Random meant unpredictable, sure, but it also meant inconsistent. And inconsistent meant there were patterns if you knew how to look for them. Jake had spent 5 years of his life studying Japanese sword-making techniques. Not because he was some kind of weeb, but because metallurgy was fascinating, and ancient bladesmiths had figured out things about material science that modern engineers were only just beginning to understand. They'd learned to read metal, to see its grain, to find the natural lines of stress and work with them instead of against them. He pulled his sword from its sheath and held it up to the light. The blade was folded steel, layered and hammered and folded again, more than 200 times. Each fold created thousands of microscopic layers, each one adding strength and flexibility. The edge had been ground and polished to a molecular sharpness. It wasn't a plasma cutter, but it was sharp enough to split a human hair lengthwise. More importantly, it was precise. That was the whole point of a sword. Precision over power, technique over strength. Jake looked at his reflection in the mirror. Okay, Dalton, you've talked yourself into a corner. Time to science your way out. He spent the next 10 minutes running through the physics in his head. Beryllium was a crystalline structure, which meant it had a grain, even if that grain was randomized. Crystals fractured along specific planes based on their molecular bonds. If he could identify the orientation of those bonds on the shield's surface, he could angle his cuts to exploit the natural stress points. It was the same principle as cutting a diamond. You didn't just hack at it. You studied the crystal structure, found the cleavage plane, and applied force at exactly the right angle. One precise tap in the right spot could split a diamond in half. 1,000. Random hits wouldn't even scratch it. The difference was, he didn't have time to study the shield properly. He'd have to read it on the fly, make micro-adjustments with each cut, and hope his eyes were good enough to spot the patterns in real time. No pressure. When he walked back into the arena, the crowd's jeering had turned to impatient murmuring. Thraka stood in the center, still holding his shield, looking like a statue of military confidence. Finished with your stretches? Thraka called out. All limbered up, Jake replied. He walked to the center of the arena, sword held loosely in one hand. So, just to confirm the terms, if I scratch your shield, you apologize. If I don't, I resign. Correct. And you'll accept any mark on the shield as proof? Even a small one? Thraka's smile was predatory. Instructor Dalton, if you can make even the tiniest imperfection on this shield, I will not only apologize, I will personally recommend you for a commendation. I am that confident. Great. One more thing. Can you hold the shield steady? I'd hate for it to move and mess up my attempt. I will hold it as still as stone. Thraka planted his feet and held the shield out at chest height, gripping it with 2 of his 4 arms. The other 2 arms crossed behind his back in a gesture of absolute confidence. The crowd leaned forward in their seats. Jake approached slowly, studying the shield's surface. Under the arena lights, he could see faint patterns in the opalescent shimmer. Lines of slightly different coloration, so subtle they were almost invisible. Crystalline boundaries, the places where different growth zones met and bonded. There, he could see them. Jake raised his sword and placed the edge against the shield's surface at a shallow angle, maybe 15 degrees. He didn't press down, just made contact, felt the material, let his hands read the feedback through the blade. Any day now, Thraka said. Jake ignored him. He adjusted the angle. 20 degrees. Then 18. Then 19.5. There. He could feel a difference in the resistance, like the blade wanted to settle into a groove that wasn't quite there yet. He drew the sword across the surface in a long, smooth pull. Not a chop, not a stab. A draw cut. the kind you'd use to slice through a tatami mat. The blade whispered across the beryllium. Nothing happened. The crowd started laughing again. Jake repositioned, tried a different angle on a different part of the shield. Another draw cut. Still nothing. Perhaps you need another 15 minutes? Thraka suggested. Jake didn't answer. He was too focused. The patterns were there. He could see them now, clearer with each attempt. The crystalline structure wasn't perfectly random. It couldn't be. Nature didn't work that way. There were patterns, fractals, repeating structures at different scales. Third attempt. He found a spot where 3 different crystalline boundaries met, forming a junction point. He placed his blade at exactly 23 degrees, rotated it slightly to account for the curve of the shield, and pulled. The sword bit. It was barely perceptible, a whisper of resistance. But it was there. The blade had found purchase. Jake's smile was microscopic. Gotcha. He began to work in earnest now, making small, precise cuts. Each one built on the last, following the natural grain of the crystal structure. He wasn't trying to overpower the material. He was reading it, understanding it, and exploiting its own nature against itself. The crowd's laughter died. Someone in the front row stood up. Jake kept cutting. The blade moved in short, controlled strokes. He was carving now, following a pattern only he could see. The sword sang against the beryllium, a high, clear note that changed pitch with each angle adjustment. Thraka's smile faltered. "What are you doing?" Jake didn't answer. He was too busy carving the letter J into the shield's supposedly indestructible surface. The arena went absolutely silent. You could have heard a pin drop, or in this case, you could hear the whisper of folded steel cutting through impossibility. The J was perfect. Clean lines, smooth curves, about 3 inches tall, and carved a solid 1/4 inch deep into the beryllium. Jake stepped back to admire his work, then moved to the next letter. A was trickier. The diagonal lines required different angles, and he had to reorient his stance twice to maintain the proper cutting geometry. But once he found the right approach, the blade carved through like the shield was made of hard cheese. The crossbar of the A took 5 seconds. He didn't even break a sweat. "This is impossible," Thraka breathed. His forearms had gone rigid. The shield trembled in his grip. "Hold it steady, please," Jake said without looking up. "I'd hate to mess up the kerning." K was easier than the A. The vertical line followed a major crystalline boundary that Jake could see now as clearly as if someone had drawn it in marker. The 2 diagonal lines required some finesse, but his hands had found their rhythm. The sword felt like an extension of his nervous system. Every micro-adjustment was automatic. Someone in the crowd made a sound like a tea kettle whistling. Several cadets were standing now, pressing against the railings to get a better view. Jake could hear frantic whispers, the click and buzz of translator devices working overtime. E was practically therapeutic. 4 simple lines: horizontal, vertical, horizontal, horizontal. He finished it in under 30 seconds and paused to roll his shoulders. Thraka's gravity was still murder on his back. "You are cheating somehow," Thraka said. His voice had lost its commanding boom. Now it just sounded confused. "This is not possible. You are using some kind of Earth technology, a hidden energy field, a molecular destabilizer." Jake looked up at him. "Want to inspect the sword? No power source, no batteries, no circuitry, just about 3 pounds of folded steel, and a really good edge." "Then how? I'm not done yet. Hold still." D was a nice change of pace after all those straight lines. The curve required a different cutting motion, more of a rocking draw than a straight pull. Jake adjusted his grip and let the blade's natural curve do the work. The steel whispered secrets to the beryllium, and the beryllium, betrayed by its own structure, gave up its integrity, one crystalline bond at a time. The D took a full minute. Jake wanted it perfect. This was his signature, after all. Might as well make it look good. A again. Jake was getting efficient now. He'd mapped the major stress lines in the shield structure. He knew where the crystal boundaries ran, where the growth zones overlapped, where the quantum reinforcement was strongest and where it was just slightly weaker. The second A took half the time of the first. L was a gimme. 2 lines, vertical and horizontal. Done. The crowd wasn't making any noise anymore. The silence was profound, almost religious. 300 aliens watched a human do something that violated everything they understood about materials, science, physics, and reality in general. Jake carved the T in long, confident strokes. The horizontal line at the top was perfectly straight. The vertical line bisected it with mathematical precision. He was showing off now, and he knew it, but he'd earned the right. O was meditative. A perfect circle, carved with a series of overlapping curved cuts that blended seamlessly together. Jake took his time, making each cut deliberate and smooth. The sword sang its high, clear note, and the beryllium surrendered in shavings so fine they were nearly invisible. When he finished the N, Jake stepped back and lowered his sword. His name, Jake Dalton, was carved across the face of Commander Thraka's personal shield in letters 3 inches tall and deep enough to feel with your fingers. The cuts were clean, professional, and absolutely permanent. Jake wiped his blade on his sleeve and sheathed it. There we go. One scratch. Well, technically several thousand scratches arranged in letter shapes, but I think it counts. Thraka stared at the shield. His golden eyes were wide. His mouth hung open. All 4 of his arms had gone limp, and he was holding the shield now like it was a dead thing, like it had betrayed him personally. The arena exploded. It wasn't cheering. Exactly. It was more like the sound of 300 different species all having existential crises simultaneously. Jake heard shouting in at least a dozen languages. Someone was chanting something that his translator kept rendering as, "The human broke physics." Another voice kept repeating, "Impossible," over and over, like a mantra. A few of the cadets had their phones out, recording video. Jake made a mental note to check the station's social media later. This was definitely going viral. Thraka looked up from the shield to Jake, then back to the shield, then back to Jake. "How?" he finally managed. "Would you like the short answer or the long answer?" "Any answer, please." Jake gestured at the shield. "May I?" Thraka handed it over like a man in a dream. Jake held it up to the light, turning it so the crowd could see the carved name. "So here is the thing about crystalline structures," Jake said, projecting his voice so everyone could hear. "They are incredibly strong along certain axes and relatively weak along others. The strength comes from the molecular bonds, sure, but those bonds are directional. When you said the crystalline orientation was randomized, you accidentally told me the shield's weakness." "That makes no sense," Thraka said. "It does if you understand grain structure. See, crystals grow in predictable patterns. Even when you randomize the orientation, you get boundaries where different crystal zones meet. Those boundaries are the weak points. Not weak enough to matter against blunt force or energy weapons, but weak enough that a blade at exactly the right angle can exploit them." Jake ran his finger along one of the carved lines. "I spent 15 minutes thinking about everything you told me. Then I spent the first few attempts reading the shield's structure. Once I found the patterns, it was just a matter of precision. Cut along the grain instead of against it. Work with the material instead of against it. It's the same principle Japanese swordsmiths have used for 1,000 years. The arena was dead quiet now. Every eye was on Jake. Even Thraka seemed to be listening, though he still looked like he'd been hit in the head with a physics textbook. "The sword is not about strength," Jake continued. "It is about technique, about understanding your target better than your target understands itself. You can have the hardest armor in the galaxy, but if someone knows how it is made, how the molecules bond, how the structure forms, they can find a way through. Every defense has a weakness. You just have to be smart enough to find it." He handed the shield back to Thraka. "So yeah, I scratched it. Several thousand times, in fact. My name is now a permanent part of your personal equipment. You are welcome." Thraka held the shield like it was evidence at a crime scene. His scaled face had gone through several colors in the last 30 seconds, settling on a pale purple that suggested either shock or a minor stroke. Jake couldn't tell which. Hava. "But the quantum reinforcement," Thraka said weakly. "The molecular bonds. The master smiths of Varela Prime spent centuries perfecting this material." "And they did a great job," Jake said. "Seriously, this is impressive work. But here's the thing about master craftsmen. They get really good at making something one specific way, and after a while, they stop questioning whether that way has any flaws. They just assume it is perfect because it has always worked before." Jake pulled out his sword again, not to threaten, just to illustrate. He held it up so the lights caught the rand, wavy pattern in the steel. "See this? This is a Hamon line. It is created during the differential hardening process. The edge is hard enough to hold sharpness, but the spine is softer and more flexible. That combination gives you a blade that can cut and also absorb impact without shattering. It is a compromise, an acknowledgement that no material is perfect for every situation." He sheathed the blade again. "Your Varelium smiths made their material optimized for one thing, stopping high-energy impacts. Plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, explosions, all the stuff you mentioned. And for that, it is fantastic. But they optimized so hard in one direction that they created a vulnerability in another. The crystalline structure that makes it great at dispersing energy makes it susceptible to precise mechanical stress along specific vectors. You are saying our greatest defensive material has been flawed this entire Androgis time? Thraka's voice was barely a whisper now. Not flawed, just specialized. There is a difference. Jake gestured at the crowd. How many people in this station do you think could have done what I just did? Actually carved through beryllium with a hand weapon? Thraka was quiet for a moment. I do not know. I am guessing not many. You need someone who understands both crystalline structures and traditional blade work. Someone who has studied materials science and also spent years learning how to read metal. Someone crazy enough to bring a sword to a space station. That is a pretty specific skill set. Jake walked in a slow circle around Thraka, addressing the crowd now as much as the commander. Humans have been working with metal for about 7,000 years. We have been making swords for most of that time. We have had entire civilizations rise and fall, and through all of it, we kept making blades and figuring out better ways to make them cut. Not because we are violent. Well, not just because we are violent, but because we are curious. We want to understand how things work. He stopped and faced Thraka again. When you gave me that lecture about the beryllium crystalline structure, you thought you were showing off. And you were. But you were also teaching. You told me everything I needed to know to beat your shield. The growth process, the bonding method, the randomized orientation. You gave me a complete technical breakdown of your defense, and then you were surprised when I used that information. I did not think it mattered, Thraka admitted. I thought the material was invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable. That is lesson 1 in any human combat doctrine. Everything has a weakness. Armor has joints. Shields have edges. Fortresses have gates. The stronger something appears, the more important it becomes to find that one critical flaw. Jake tapped the carved shield with one finger. Your shield's flaw was its own complexity. Too many crystalline boundaries. Too much structural variation. It made the material incredibly strong against random impacts, but vulnerable to someone who could read those variations and exploit them systematically. A voice called out from the crowd. It was one of the cadets, a tall, thin alien that looked like a praying mantis crossed with a giraffe. But how did you see the crystalline boundaries? We cannot see them. The shield looks uniform to us. Human eyes are pretty good, Jake said. We are persistence hunters. We evolved to track prey over long distances by spotting tiny details, broken twigs, disturbed dirt, changes in color or texture that most predators would miss. That same visual processing helps us spot patterns in materials. I am not saying my eyes are magic. I am saying they are trained. I have been studying metal grain for years. I know what to look for. Another voice, this one deeper and raspier. Could this technique work on other materials? On our armor? Our hulls? Jake shrugged. Maybe. I would have to study them. Every material is different. But the principle is universal. Understand the structure, find the stress points, apply force precisely. It works on metal, on crystal, on ceramic, on composite materials. Physics does not care what your armor is made of. Physics just cares about molecular bonds and force vectors. The crowd erupted in conversation. Jake could see cadets arguing with each other, instructors pulling out data pads and running calculations. Someone was already trying to contact the Beryllium Smiths on Varela Prime, probably to tell them their entire product line had just been compromised by a human with a sharp stick. Thraka still looked shell-shocked, but something had shifted in his expression. The arrogance was gone. The condescension had evaporated. Now he just looked like a soldier who had learned something new and was trying to process the tactical implications. You could have failed, Thraka said quietly. You risked your career on a theory, on a guess. That was foolish. Maybe, Jake agreed, but I was tired of being laughed at. Sometimes you have to take a risk to make a point. Besides, it was not really a guess. I did the math. I knew it would work. I just was not sure I could execute it cleanly enough to make it impressive. Impressive, Thraka repeated. He looked down at his shield, at Jake's name carved permanently into its surface. Yes, I suppose that is one word for it. So, Jake said, letting the word hang in the air, we had a deal. Thraka's shoulders sagged. All 4 of his arms dropped to his sides. He looked like a man walking to his own execution. But when he spoke, his voice was clear and steady, a soldier keeping his word. Attention, Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena. I, Commander Thraka, do hereby apologize to Instructor Jake Dalton. I called his weapon primitive. I called his species primitive. I was wrong. I apologize to him, and to all humans, for my ignorance and arrogance. The arena was silent. Then, slowly, someone started clapping. Then another. Then a dozen. Then 100. Within seconds, the entire crowd was applauding, the sound echoing off the arena walls like thunder. Jake nodded to Thraka. Apology accepted, Commander. Thraka managed a weak smile. I suspect I am going to regret this demonstration for the rest of my life. Probably. Jake agreed cheerfully. But hey, at least you will never forget my name. Jake turned to leave the arena, sword slung casually over his shoulder, when he realized he wasn't going to make it to the exit alone. A wall of cadets had materialized between him and the door. Not threatening, just incredibly, intensely interested. The praying mantis alien was at the front of the pack. Instructor Dalton, you must teach us this technique. The pattern recognition, the angle calculations, everything. I want to learn human blade work, said a stocky rock-like creature that Jake was pretty sure was literally made of minerals. Can you teach someone with no joints how to use a sword? Is it true humans spent thousands of years just fighting each other with metal sticks? This from a floating jellyfish thing that pulsed with bioluminescence. That sounds extremely inefficient but also fascinating. Jake held up his hands. Okay. One at a time. Yes, I can teach you. That is literally why I am here. Class starts tomorrow morning at 0700. Bring questions. Bring enthusiasm. Do not bring plasma weapons because we will not be using them. The crowd parted as he walked through, but they followed him like ducklings. By the time Jake reached the corridor outside the arena, he had at least 40 cadets trailing behind him, all talking at once, all wanting to know more about Earth combat techniques and metallurgy, and whether it was true that humans used to settle disputes by hitting each other with swords until someone surrendered or died. That last one is mostly true, yeah, Jake admitted. We have mellowed out since then, mostly. Behind him, still standing in the center of the arena, Commander Thraka held his defaced shield and stared at it like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, in a way, it did. The secrets were just written in a human name instead of ancient Varelian script. An instructor approached Thraka, a scaled creature with too many eyes. Commander, what do you want us to do about this? Should we file a complaint with the Coalition? Demand the human be removed? Thraka was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a different laugh than before. Not mocking, not cruel. Just genuinely amused at the absurdity of the situation. No, Thraka said. We are going to keep him. We are going to learn everything he knows. And then we are going to make sure every cadet in this academy understands that technology is not a substitute for knowledge, and strength is not a substitute for skill. But your shield, sir. Your reputation. Thraka looked down at the carved letters one more time. My reputation will recover. My shield, however, is ruined. He paused. Or perhaps not ruined. Perhaps improved. After all, it now tells a story. The story of the day a human taught me that we have been fighting in space for so long we forgot how to fight smart. He tucked the shield under one of his forearms and walked toward the exit. Come, we have curriculum to revise. If one human with a sword can defeat our best defensive technology, imagine what he can teach our cadets about finding weaknesses in enemy defenses, about thinking creatively instead of relying on superior firepower. You want to integrate primitive Earth combat techniques into our advanced warfare training? Primitive, Thraka said, is clearly not the right word. Unconventional, perhaps. Unexpected. The kind of tactics that enemies with superior technology would never see coming because they would assume, as I did, that old methods are obsolete methods. He paused at the arena door and looked back one last time at this, the empty floor where Jake had done the impossible. The human said every defense has a weakness, Thraka said quietly. He was right, and now he works for us. That makes us either very fortunate or very dangerous. Possibly both. Meanwhile, 3 corridors away, Jake had finally escaped the swarm of eager cadets by promising to answer all their questions in class tomorrow. He found a quiet observation deck overlooking the planet below, a swirling blue and green world that wasn't Earth but reminded him of home anyway. His phone buzzed. A message from the Academy's administrative office. Contract confirmed. Permanent position as senior instructor of unconventional warfare. Generous salary. Full benefits. Housing provided. Congratulations on a successful first day. Jake laughed and typed back a reply. Thanks. It was definitely memorable. Another message appeared, this one from an unknown sender. When Jake opened it, he found a photo. It was his name, carved into Thraka's shield, shot in dramatic lighting with professional composition. Already it had 17,000 shares on the station's social network. The caption read, Human defeats impossible material with ancient weapon. Full story at